Hello everyone. Welcome to the Power BI tutorial by Intellipaat. Power BI is a tool from Microsoft used in business intelligence for data analyzation, reporting and visualization and is currently the most in-trend tool in the business intelligence domain currently. Today I have with me Cody, my colleague, who is going to be answering your top 5 questions that you have when you are trying to venture into the business intelligence domain and learn Power BI. Hi Cody. Welcome to today's session.
Hi.
So my first question to you is, what are the top 5 BI tools for data visualization?
All right. So I'll just name the top 5 tools. So obviously the first one is Power BI, and then there is Tableau, there is Qlik and QlikSense, there is Oracle Analytics Platform, and finally there is SAS.
My next question is, why should one choose Power BI over the other tools in the market?
All right. So first of all, Power BI is a product of Microsoft, and Microsoft is a very well-renowned name, and Power BI has been for a lot of years. And next, it owns around 70% of the BI market in the BI tools. And coming to the technicalities of Power BI, it's much simpler to set up a complete workflow using Power BI than Tableau. And Power BI is also a tool which can be integrated very easily with Microsoft tools, which will be really helpful for companies who are using Microsoft tools day in, day out. For example, Office 365 or SharePoint. Microsoft Power BI can be directly used for it. And finally, you can store and retrieve data directly from the cloud, and that makes it even simpler.
That was pretty informative. So my next question to you would be, is Power BI a good career path?
All right. So Power BI involves data, and any job role which involves data is always going to be prevalent, and in the future it's going to be still demanded. So even right now, Power BI experts are widely demanded in various companies, even in top companies like Microsoft, Amazon and Google. So BI and business analysts and business intelligence analysts do 80% of the work related to data in the IT industry, because they plan what has to happen with the data and they create the visualizations at the end. That is basically 80% of the work which involves data. Also, the average salary for a business analyst, a Power BI senior business analyst, would be 12 lakhs per annum. And there are various job roles which you can choose from, even if you're into Power BI. There is Power BI developer, there is Power BI data analyst, there is Power BI business analyst, and so many job roles just under that. So that's why Power BI could be a really good career path.
All right, Cody. So my next question to you would be, how to become a Power BI developer?
All right. So to become a Power BI developer, the first thing you'll have to do is obviously learn Power BI and learn the various technologies which are required. For example, you should be really good with MS Excel. You should learn SQL, structured query language is important for all kinds of BI roles. And then you should be really good with DAX formulas, because being aware and being an expert in DAX formulas is really required for a Power BI developer. And also, you should know how to create dashboards and creative visualizations using Power BI as well. So first thing, you'll have to learn all of these skills. And also, obviously, you'll have to learn Power BI, how to connect a data source and how to create reports and how to share it. And so this is the first thing. And next, a certification would help. If you have a certification, you could apply to job roles which will prefer a person who has a certification. So in that case, a certification would help. And after that, you'll just have to choose the correct job role which you're looking for. Maybe in this case, it's for Power BI developer, or if you want to become a Power BI data analyst or a business intelligence analyst or any other kinds of Power BI roles, you'll have to look into the particular job descriptions and just work towards the skills which they are asking for.
Wow, that was really helpful, Cody. So my next question to you would be, does certification play an important role in making a career in Power BI?
All right. So there is a certification called DA100 which Microsoft provides. So that is the official certification for Power BI. And if you want to take up a certification for Power BI, then that would be the one which I would suggest. So now talking about how it would help a career, because certain job roles ask you to have a certification. They will prefer a person with a certification rather than a beginner or a fresher, because if you show that you have completed the certification, it shows that you have worked for it and you have cleared the examination. In that case, they would also understand that you have all the right skills, clear the certification. In that case, you would be the right person for this particular job. So that's the main reason why people prefer certifications. And so obviously they play an important role.
Before we start our session, please subscribe to our channel.
And also hit the bell icon for upcoming updates.
Power BI is a business intelligence tool designed by Microsoft. This software offers business intelligence capabilities and interactive visualizations using an interface that is simply enough for end users to access and edit their own dashboards and reports. The Power BI suite comprises software packages, apps, and connectors that work together to make your disparate pieces of data stand out, become interactive, and produce meaningful insights. The data you need may be in Excel, or it may be in cloud-based or on-premise hybrid data warehouses. Through Power BI, you can easily connect to your data sources, visualize and discover what's important, and you can even share it with friends and colleagues. David is a Power BI developer for Microsoft. Microsoft has created a new application and has launched its beta version in the market. The stakeholders would like to see how the application is performing. So, David uses the data collected from various sources to analyze, find hidden patterns, and create dashboards which could be understood by everyone. By allowing users to connect, visualize, and share data with other users or stakeholders, Power BI can help users gain deeper insights into their business. Power BI is available in both free and paid versions. Depending on the role in a project or a team, Power BI may be used differently. Power BI may be used differently by other individuals in other roles as well. The Power BI service, for example, is primarily based for viewing reports and dashboards. If you work with a co-worker who needs to produce business reports, he or she might create major versions of those reports in Power BI Desktop or Power BI Report Builder, and then publish them to the Power BI service where you can view them. A colleague in sales, for example, might use the Power BI phone app to monitor progress on sales quotas and to research prospects. The Power BI APIs may be used by developers to embed dashboards and reports into custom applications or to push data into datasets. Let's see what are the deployment pipelines and best practices in Power BI. The first one we have is content preparation. In this, you get your content ready for lifecycle management. Next, we have development, where we explore the best ways to create content as a part of the development process for deployment pipelines. Then we have test, where we learn how to apply the deployment pipelines test stage to test your implementation. In production, when preparing content for consumption, use the deployment pipelines production stage. It is also possible for professionals to become Power BI developers from different backgrounds. Power BI developers should have a wide range of skills in addition to familiarity with the tool. Now let's take a moment to review the other skill a Power BI developer should possess. He should have expertise in business intelligence tool, and extensive data specific experience is also required. He should also understand all Microsoft business intelligence stacks, and he should also be experienced in data analytics and software development skills. On an average basis, Power BI developers' starting salary would be from 6 lakhs per annum to 12 lakhs per annum in India and will keep on increasing according to the experience. While in the USA, a Power BI developer earns from $200,000 per year.
What is Power BI? Well, Power BI is nothing but a tool which is used to attain business intelligence, guys. So it is a business analytics solution that lets you visualize your data, share insights across your organization, inside your teams, outside your teams, in fact even to a different organization as well. And then later, whatever graphs, visualizations you have put out from your data, you can put it in an application, you can put it on a website and show them and use them later as well, guys. So basically, it allows you to connect hundreds and hundreds of data sources and bring your data to life with live dashboarding and reports, guys. So basically this is what you can see, right? So you have certain numbers which might not make sense, but then at the end of the day, if you convert numbers to these beautifully looking graphs and visualizations, then that has so much impact for a non-technical person, for a person who's from a business domain, or let's say in a board of directors meeting as well, because at the end of the day, visualizations and images attract the human consensus pretty much, 3,000 times faster than numbers as well. It's something that I read last year. So on that note, why do you have to use Power BI in particular? It's an offering from Microsoft, as you guys might know it, and Power BI is again a giant in the world of business intelligence, guys. So the first reason of why you should use Power BI is to help you make informed decisions very quickly, guys, and not just informed decisions, not informed in just any simple way. You're gonna have all the details, you're gonna know your data in and out with respect to visualizations, with respect to what your data is doing, why it is acting the way it is, and what is the outcome, and how good or bad is the outcome, guys. So all of these will help the company, in terms of the associate level all the way till the director, CTO, CEO levels, and to help them basically take a very good decision and do this very quickly as well, guys. So this brings us to the next reason of why you should consider Power BI. Power BI is basically, this one tool with so many features that it pretty much, help you connect your data, connect your models. It'll help you model the data that you're connecting, and then pretty much, you can explore your data. You can create all of these very good looking visualizations, visual reports basically, and then you can talk to your multiple teams about it. You can talk to just one team, designer team, business intelligence team, sales team. You can have all of these guys collaborate, pitch in on what they want to see at the end of the day, and then publish it to them, and eventually share it to all your board members or other members of the teams as well, guys. So this brings us to the next reason of why you should consider Power BI, especially this particular reason, guys, because there's a statement which I read. It says that Power BI pretty much is again one of the most well-faring BI tools in the world today, and I think this reason pretty much this reason of why you should use BI actually connects to that. Basically what we're trying to say here is that you can take data from hundreds of sources, like I just said, and no matter where your data lives, Power BI has the ability to connect it and pull it and pretty much give you visualizations based on that as well, guys. And not just any visualization, you can have stunningly amazing looking interactive visualizations which will catch a lot of attention of a lot of people as well, guys. So then there's another reason which is again very good. As a company, collaboration is a foundation, right? So all your reports which will get published among your teams, all your dashboards which will get published among your teams, basically all of you guys together will come share insights about what's going on. All of you will have an idea of how your business is doing, and this will help you understand your business inside out thoroughly, guys. So what that further does is pretty much that will help you take your desk to wherever you go, because at the end of the day, Power BI apps can talk to any of the apps basically built by Microsoft, and all of these will give you very good seamless access to insights whenever you want, at your home, at your office, or if you're on the move as well, guys. So this brings us to the actual process of how Power BI works. Well, guys, to simplify it, I'm going to take it very slow, since the intent here is to make the all of the audience from the beginner level to the advanced level understand this. So I'm going to be a little slow here, and I hope you guys catch on to what I'm saying. So this is how Power BI works basically in the chain, guys. So there are pretty much 5 major steps of how it works. Step 1 is data connection. Next we have data transformation, we have data modeling, we have data visualization, and data reporting as well, guys. So coming to the first step, which is data connection, as I've already told you, you can talk to hundreds of resources at the same time and get Power BI to pretty much pull all the data from any, let's say, Twitter, Facebook, it can be any big data solutions, Hadoop, Hive, Pig, any of these guys can talk to Power BI and get the data into your system where it can be processed and worked on. And the best part, in my opinion, about the data connection part of Power BI is that it is extremely simple to import data into Power BI. Or let's say you want to upload a custom file on your own and you just don't want to pull data from anywhere else, guys, Microsoft Power BI's interface is so simple, it actually makes it very easy even for a beginner to get started on this, guys. So coming to data transformation, which is the second step basically. So after data loading, what the data needs to be done at this point of time, your data will be very unruly, it will be very shabby, it will be very raw. There's a good chance it will not be structured as well. So basically we do this step which is called as pre-processing, and pre-processing, the literal term is data shaping or data transformation as well. So in this pre-processing we do a lot of changes and transformation in the data so that the next steps becomes very easy and maintains very good accuracy as well. So processing, how is it done? Well, basically we can do a lot of changes to the data that's present. You can rename your columns, you can rename your tables, you can change the type of data, so you can convert text to numbers to text, you can modify the rows, modify the columns, modify the data with each and every cell in the two-dimensional matrix of the data that you see, and much more, guys. So data transformation plays a very vital role as a second step into achieving very good visualization. And this brings us right to the third step, which is data modeling. Data modeling again is a very important step, because data modeling will help you enhance your data in a way where when you're doing visualization, you do not pick up on any outliers, or you do not pick up on any data which will basically hurt your visualizations and decrease the accuracy of your model. So to do that, we need to enhance our data. We need to make sure that the data is extremely efficient, it is extremely to the point where when we go ahead and graph it out, it looks perfect, guys. So basically, how is this done? Well, data can be enhanced by doing a lot of things, guys. You can do a lot of calculations on the data, you can have some hierarchies, you can map your data one to other, you can give relations to your data, you can have certain set of measures where you're pretty much asking your data to stay in a certain set of limits. You can build certain relationships among a couple of rows, couple of columns, and much more, guys. So the data is enhanced basically to make it more efficient to the next step, which is data visualization. This is the heart of Power BI, because this is where pretty much your data goes from looking like numbers or something on a spreadsheet to graphs, guys. And not just any graphs, those are beautiful looking visualization, as I'll just show it to you in a moment. But then this is a very important step, because you will not just have access to one or two types of graphs. You'll have a variety, you'll have a plethora of visualization types where you can go on to use it based on your personal requirement, guys. So this will feel like a tailor-made requirement to any company who require business intelligence. And then since they offer loads and loads of tools for us, it is actually one of the main reasons why Power BI will give you these attractive looking, amazing and beautiful reports, guys. So this brings us to the biggest advantage basically, is that let's say you guys might have questions in the comment section basically, which says you might not have any coding experience, but then is Power BI for you as well? Guys, know that the advantage of Power BI is that even a person who is an MBA, who's a business guy, who has never written a single line of code in his life, can come up with extremely good analytics using Power BI, guys. And then this is a very high paying job as well. The average salary is very high. And then if you can think about being in the information technology sector without writing code, then business intelligence could be one of your ways to actually amassing a lot of wealth and at the same time enjoying your job. Because for me personally, I love seeing visualizations as the output of Power BI, guys. And this brings us to the next step, which is basically data reporting. By data reporting, basically what we try to do is, Power BI comes up with a lot of services. There is much more than what meets the eye in terms of Microsoft services, any services of course. And then these basically dashboards are used to create reports. These reports can be physically created, they can be put on a website, they can be published and exported in a very secure manner as well. So it is not that you create a couple of graphs and anyone can access those graphs, guys. So these are done under very high encryption, and you can export it and publish it and much more as well, guys. So coming to another important point of data reporting is that it is not a manual task. In fact, Power BI supports automatic data refresh, which can be set up once and then left as is. And what this does is this will give you almost real-time analytics of trends and results. So it will update itself on its own, and you do not have to have a human there intervening, putting in the new results, putting in new visualizations and whatnot, guys. So it supports an automatic data refresh, and this in my opinion is a very good advantage of a business intelligence tools, guys. So this brings us to the key features of business intelligence. Key features of Power BI. The first most important feature that I could think of was the usage of artificial intelligence, guys. So basically you can do any sort of text analytics, you can do any sort of image recognition by using Power BI as well. And then this is done basically by teaching machines to do stuff on their own, what we basically call as machine learning, if you guys do not know the term. But then for the people who do, then we use a lot of machine learning models which has the capability to automatically learn and integrate with their entire cloud platform, which is basically Microsoft Azure platform. And then there's something called Azure machine learning as well. And then Power BI has the ability, it is ready, and it talks to Azure machine learning in a way where at the end of the day, even machine learning's goal is to achieve artificial intelligence. So with the help of visualizations, future predictions, trend analysis, and much more, guys. So the next key feature is something called as hybrid deployment support, because Power BI comes with these so-called connectors, and these connectors will allow Power BI tools to connect with again a number of different data sources, again as I've been stressing, because it is extremely important in a world which generates terabytes worth of data every single hour. Yes, you heard it right, every single hour there are terabytes and terabytes worth of data throughout the world. And then knowing that you can probably use it and connect to it very easily and pull the data through is very simple and doable in terms of Power BI, guys. So you can have the data coming from any Microsoft's platform, from Salesforce, which is a very good CRM tool, and many other vendors as well, guys. And this brings us to the next key feature, which is getting quick insights out of your data. Well, one of the most important thing that you need to know is your data might be large and you might not have to visualize it all at once. So having very good interest in getting quick insights basically allows the users to create, let's say, smaller chunks of data or subsets of data. And then what you can further do is you can apply analytics to those small amounts of information rather than the entire thing, because you do not want the entire thing and you want a part of it. So again, Power BI has the capability, and very easily so, to in fact do this as well, guys. And then the next thing is something called as data model support. And data model support is basically we're going to use a lot of data, again as I've been mentioning, and making sure your data schemas are understood by the model. Supporting a plethora of tools again requires a lot of variety of data which can be read and understood in terms of the point of development of Power BI. So you'll have a lot of entities, a lot of attributes, a lot of relationships, basically giving you this entire data schema where one common model can talk to a large group of data connectors and data inhibitors, guys. So basically some ways you want the data, some places you don't want the data. That is what inhibitors actually mean. So where what data you need to pick up from and what data you should not pick up, data model support will do just that. And the next thing in my opinion is something really nice, and I have personally used this as well, guys. So it's basically Microsoft's NLP, natural language processing, and Microsoft's virtual agent, which is Cortana. So I'm sure many of you guys might have used Cortana if you're Windows users, or you've used it elsewhere as well. So this is actually extremely popular on mobile devices, and this will allow you to basically talk to your computer, and verbally you can ask your computer, you can ask Cortana using a certain set of queries, as we call it, and then Cortana will give you all of those results, and you do not have to type it out manually, guys. So Cortana is a beautiful digital assistant by Microsoft, and it is completely supported and talks really nicely to Power BI, and it makes our task of typing and verbally querying data out impossible. And this basically I know 60 or 70% of the users who talk to their computers developers when they're doing business intelligence, and personally they're actually going about telling their queries out to the computer so that Cortana can hear it, convert it into text, and actually execute that query, guys. So this brings us to the next thing, which is the most important key feature when it comes to Power BI. It is the customizations. Thousands and thousands of different types of visualizations, different types of reporting aspects, hundreds of variables that it can look at the same time, guys. You can import any new tool which is from the entire Microsoft's a domain, and this will basically help you change the appearance of anything that you look at on a visualization screen. And this can be only done by the creativeness and the thinking, the thought process which went into designing Power BI, guys. In fact, here is a dashboard. So this is a Power BI dashboard, and this is what it would look like on a phone and a laptop as well, guys. So you have lots and lots of data. You have graphs, you have a map, you have heat maps, and then you can track each and everything that you can think of. And in fact, to the uninitiated people who might have not done sales, it will track everything that you might have never thought of before as well, guys. So it is extremely intelligent on its own, and with all of these insights that you've never had before, this will give you a clarity throughout your product, throughout your domain, your hold in this world of products like no other, guys. In fact, here is another dashboard which is basically from the retail sector of, it's basically another sales dashboard, and this is done somewhere in the in the part of the United States of America. And then you can get details such as how much products you sold per square feet of that particular city, guys, per square feet. Think about that. And then you can get the total sales. What is the sales per square feet? Again, as I told you, what was this year sales, how many stores got opened, total sales this particular year sales, what's the target, how far away from the target, how to achieve that target. Pretty much, guys, everything that you can think of, you can achieve in terms of the Power BI dashboard. Again, here is another very good looking dashboard, guys. So this is again something related to the number of times and requests, its website outage, and so much more. But then again, let me quickly head back. You can see the difference in between these particular dashboards and how unique each of them look, guys. So this can be catered to the business's needs, and this can be designed to look as beautiful as it can, and with all the data that you particularly need in your organization, guys.
Power BI with project, a virtual project I will create. Forget about Power BI, forget about business intelligence, forget about you'd have any technical knowledge, forget about everything. Let's start a project. Purchase a mobile phone. And before purchasing a smartphone, what do? I set a budget. Then I set up a screen size expectation. I want 5-inch screen, I want 5.5-inch screen, 6-inch screen, I want like. Then I want memory, because I'm fond of playing games and I'm fond of taking videos, images, photography. So I want memory. Camera. Then speed. We have a list of all these things, guys. Some one of us who just go to a shop and purchase a smartphone and just come up. Yes, you just go to a shop, you just ask the shopkeeper to give him some phone. Anyone has only that expectation from your mobile phone? Not at all, right? Yes. Okay. Let's define the process which I do before purchasing a mobile phone. So now I will draw a flow diagram of the steps you do, the steps I do, steps everyone do before purchasing a mobile phone. I'll just draw a diagram. Tell me whether we do that or no, or I'm just debating from what a person does before purchasing a mobile phone. Then what I do, I go to various websites like GSM Arena, Gadgets 360. You may know some other websites also, guys, that you know. I know only this, Amazon.com. Then what I do, whenever I want to purchase a mobile phone, guys, family and friends will be at the first place. They will start suggesting, because family will tell don't spend so much money on your mobile phone, and friends will tell that take the best mobile phone. Correct? And then finally, forget about any technical stuff, guys. Previous experience with earlier phone, because nowadays every 2 years we are changing phone. Okay, I just pull all this information in my mind and I name it as collection. data collection, information, collection of info. Okay. After I collect that info, what I do is I merge all these information. I don't know that my mind is merging that information. My mind is merging the video information. My mind is capable to convert any information into my mental intelligence format. Video, I see video and I understand that video and I store that information from that video. I read the text, I extract the information, I store in my mind. The information that I hear from my family and friends, I hear it and I store it in my mind. And previous experience also, I already have that in my mind. Okay, then what I do? My mind integrate this information. Integrate means the data coming from different stores, different sources is in different format. The video information is there, the text information is there, the audio information is there, and my mental intelligence format is there. So my mind convert all that information into a single format. And when my mind does that, it stores that information. After integrating it, it stores that information in my mind and I'll store it. And then after storing this information, when I plan to purchase a mobile phone, I start analyzing that information that I have gathered from different sources. I start analyzing that information. I start comparing. Yes, from that video I have seen this, from this text I have seen that. I'll start comparing, analysis. After that, I purchase a mobile phone. I'll call it a decision making. The amount of research that I do is directly proportional to the money I'm spending. That means as the amount goes higher, the research I do to purchase a product will be more. I'm not using even a single technical term. I'm just thinking how a human mind processes the information. I'm speaking about that. Now, when I tell that each and every person present out there in this world does the same thing, there will be a little bit change, but this process can standardize. If I do all these research and get the best product out of the money I'm spending, don't you feel yourself as an intelligent person? So if you succeed in this project, you will call yourself as an intelligence. Now, can I give a general name for this? And I'll call it personal intelligence process for decision making. I'll change the project now. You are not purchasing a mobile phone now. Instead, you are selling a mobile phone. Think you are a owner of any mobile phone manufacturing company. Think you are a stakeholder, you are a MD, you are CEO, anyone like Xiaomi, Samsung, any mobile phone brand, guys. I just don't want to take a name. So I'm just telling in general.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. What area do you go to change and reshape the data in Power BI? A. Data transformation. B. Data editing. C. Question editor. D. Data modeling. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now, guys, think the project is changed. Does that make any difference to this process, or process remains same? Instead of going to YouTube, you do market analysis. Before launching a new product, you do market analysis and you understand what target of audience you want to capture. Is any other competitor doing that? If it is doing, then what price he is giving? And then if he is succeeded in that, then what better I should give? This I'll do. Then I will go and see my previous inventory of product, which product was successful, in which country the sales was more, and I will do everything analysis, right? I go to my technical expert and speak, yes, these features I'm planning, tell me whether it is possible or no. All this information do I collect or no? And the information is dispersed in multiple places. So I collect this information, I integrate it, I store that all information, and I analyze it, and I take decision whether or not I have to launch a product. The process remains same, just the source of information is changing. I thought I framed it as a personal intelligence process, and when I change, I'm not purchasing, I'm selling, I'm making a business. That is what business intelligence is. It's not something rocket science. When I think about Samsung and Xiaomi, they are spending in billions of dollars, and now just I'm spending in few dollars. Now, if I do so much of analysis, then think, guys, how much analysis they should do? Directly proportional, right? And now they will add multiple stages in between here, multiple stages. So now analysis, I'm not the only person who is doing analysis. I have a team of people who wants to do analysis. So I'll just add another layer in between here, discussion layer. So steps keep on adding up. If you have multiple people in your organization to take that decision. So at the nutshell, it's the common thing that I'm spending money. I want best out of it. I want to surpass my competitors and be on the top. So that is what business intelligence is. And I, being a Power BI developer, I am helping an organization to implement this process. I, being a Tableau developer, I, being a SQL developer, I help an organization to set up this BI process. So what I'm doing here, guys, I am getting the data of history. I'm getting the data which happened in past and taking the decision of present. That is called business intelligence. So now some people out there telling that I want to be data scientist, I want to be data analytics developer. So what are that? Someone is telling data mining. Tell me, guys, now, did I use any terms so far that is data mining, that is data scientist? I have not used any technical terms. I just shown you mirror in layman's language. Even an uneducated person also will understand this. BI is a process which involves multiple tools and technologies which will help an organization to take better decision based on quantifiable evidence. It's a complex process which involves different tools, different technologies, different aspects of business to come together and help an organization to take business decisions based on quantifiable evidence. I tell quantifiable, which based on data, which we can have some basis. What I did here, taken business decision for present based on past information. Now think about the human mentality. So guys, when everyone out there, when every human being knows that in order to be intelligent, in order to be successful, I have to deploy this process in my mind, then I can take a better decision. So when we know that business intelligence is helping you to take decision, some people will go to those people who just randomly take up some card and tell you without any evidence. They don't even know what happened in my past. They try to predict my future. They don't even know what happened in my past, and they are trying to suggest my future. But here the same thing I want to apply in machine learning also, in business intelligence also. I want to know, I am taking decision for present, guys, but we as a human being, I just want to know next year same time what will be my business. That is what I'm trying to see my future now. But the difference here is I'm not going to astrologer. I'm not asking him what will be my future, what will be sales in my next year. I'm going to the biggest astrologer in the entire world, that is mathematics. Why do we call mathematics as a mother of all languages? I'll just tell you an example, which will make it more interesting for you guys, this session. You started a journey from home, and I'll just tell you a couple of points here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then 1 minute, 1 kilometer, 2 minute, 2 kilometer, that you have started a journey with a bike. Every minute you are covering 1 kilometer, guys. I just start plotting this. 2 minute, 2 kilometer, 3 minute, 3 kilometer, 4 minute, 4 kilometer. Y is equal to X model you are implementing. And that is what machine learning is doing, guys. Machine learning is using mathematics in the form of Python language and giving you a model which will predict a future. That is what machine learning is. That is what data mining is, where you go inside the data and you predict your future. Data science is a whole lot of combination of all these things. Deep learning, the data mining. So now we human being didn't stop till there also. We predict the future. We want to automate the decision also. Why should a person take a decision? Why not a machine takes a decision? If in future, if this is occurring, then automatically I will define some of the cases which I will train my machine. If scenario A happens, you take one decision. If scenario B happens, you take another decision. That is called artificial intelligence, where a machine is taking decision. AI developer. So now guys, tell me where my journey started. From the personal intelligence, my journey started, and it is going at the artificial intelligence level now. And now Power BI, what it is doing? Power BI is helping you to collect some information. Power BI is helping you to integrate that information, clean that information. Power BI is helping you to store that information. Power BI is helping you to analyze that information. Power BI is helping you in form of visuals to analyze that information. So now, because of that, Power BI we call as a BI tool. And now that's why you are here. Open your browser window, Power BI desktop download. Search for this, go to the first link. I'll share this link directly with you, but I'm just telling you in future, if you want to download that. Microsoft Power BI desktop, go to advanced download options. And from this advanced download options, click on download. You'll get option 32-bit or 64-bit. Select 64-bit and hit on download. You'll get that link. Let me just share this. You can directly get installed from here. Let me just introduce you to AdventureWorks. Okay, what is AdventureWorks here? First of all, what do we need to start working with Power BI? What do we need? We need data to work with in Power BI. What kind of data? I want some organization data, some company data on which I want to implement analytics. And that is where AdventureWorks is coming into picture. AdventureWorks is a company where I have, it's a FMCG company, fast moving goods, so which has a lot of different category of products in user base in 6 countries and 5 years of sales in the market so far. I'll give you some introduction about the company. AdventureWorks has 5 years of presence in the market from 2010 to 2015. Then what else it has? It has coverage of around 6 countries. Customer base of around 18,000 customers. And products of 600 odd products. This information we have in this data set. And how my data is built. I have a fact sales table, which I call fact internet sales. This is my center table, which is recording all the sales. And it has around 60,398 orders booked so far. And then I have country table, which is kept separate. I have customer table, which is kept separate from the fact table. I have my product table, which is kept separate from my fact table. And I have my dim date table, which is kept separate from my fact table. And all these table connect with the fact table at the center. Have a look. This table connect to this table with a common column called customer key. And in this also I have customer key. And here also, this table also I have product table, product key. And here also I have a product key. Similarly, with the respective keys, even these tables are connected. So this is called data model. So my agenda here is, guys, I'll write in letter to import AdventureWorks data. Second, transform or clean the data. Third one, build dashboards or visuals. Finally, share securely with the users. So we'll be achieving these 4 steps on AdventureWorks data. Let's understand a little bit of Power BI interface. 3 important sections: report, data set, and data model. This section is used for report creation, chart creation. This section is used for data cleaning, addition of new columns, in basic data transformation. And then finally, data modeling. Data modeling is very important, guys, in Power BI. It's like a backbone. If data model is not correct, your dashboard will collapse. What things you have to keep in mind, I will show you. Data modeling. You model, that is what you keep relationship between the relationships. So guys, whenever I tell you go to report section, you have to go here. If I tell you data set section, you have to go here. When I tell you to the data model section, you have to go here and see, it will tell you. If you hover over this, it will tell report, data set, and model. Now, how to get the data? First, get the data in Power BI. I'll tell you. click on get data. And now when I tell connect to data, nowadays, if I start speaking how many places my data sources reside, I will fell short of words to tell how many places are there, how many storage capabilities are there nowadays, correct? We have cloud, we have services, we have many cloud versions, Azure, AWS, Google Cloud, and I have Oracle, SQL Server. You just keep on naming and it will never end, correct? And now an ideal data visualization tool is which can connect to a large number of data sources. Now click on get data, click on more. I'll tell you how many data sources Power BI can connect. And have a look, guys. The list is never ending. Can you see this? These many sources Power BI can connect. Any of the sources you can connect very easily. These are all called native connectors. I'll be connecting to one live database, that is SQL Server. I'll be connecting to Snowflake, that is cloud data warehouse. I'll be connecting to that. I'll be connecting to Excel. I'll be connecting to CSV. I'll be connecting to these different sources, one in each category. One is cloud, one is server, and one is flat file, so that you will get an idea how to connect. This table is alone. I want a partner for this table. Click on get data, Excel workbook, and now dimension data sets. Click on dimension data set. Which table? So now I want to take dim date. Okay, guys. Now tell me, if I take before taking dim date, my fact table, and this is my dim date table. This is a date table. Now, which column between these two tables you think will be a valid join? I will give you 3 columns: date key, product key, customer key. Similarly, here also I have date key, month, year, quarter, week. Tell me which column do you think is a valid join for these two tables? I'll mention one product key also here. I'll mention one customer key also here. Now tell me which is right. Again, it's a date key only. Understand the data. What kind of data is in that table? Anything related to product apart from key, anything related to customer apart from key, but related to date, many fields are there. So based on that, you have to decide which column needs to be connected. Guys, this is the understanding you should have. Means I'm preparing you guys to sense the data. Before connecting two tables blindly, don't do that. Sense the data. What type of data is in table A? What type of data is in table B? Then sense it and then decide. At that time, many of the essence from the data will get lost.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Let's hear what our customers says about the course.
Who are job seekers or like who are freshers. So if they complete these 3 to 4 projects of this Intellipaat only, so they will definitely get a job. And who are into business only, so it will be really helpful to make the projects. So this is the beauty of the projects of the Intellipaat.
Now let's continue with the session.
And first of all, in dim date, there will be no customer key, sir. If someone mentioned customer key in dim date, right? That is not valid. I don't consider that column, because that custom table I'll tell as a dim date, everything related to date I have, only customer key I have. That is by mistake it might have come, or it might have some other purpose rather than joining. So guys, this is the way you have to keep on sensing the data. Now these two tables are there. Now 2 tables are there, guys. Perfect. Now it's the time to create a chart. Go ahead and create a chart. I will create a bar chart. Have a look. Click on this bar chart and you got a bar chart. As you have 3 options here: report, data set, and data model. When you have any chart that is activated, that is a borderline, that means that it is activated, you will have 3 options here also. One is for field, where you drag and drop the field. Second option is for formatting. You want to change color, you want to add title, you want to change the size, anything that you want to do with respect to formatting, you have to do here. Second option. First option is to add fields. Make sense? I created a bar chart and you did this here. And now what I want, sales across years I want. Okay. Now let me just take year, calendar year, search for calendar year, guys. Yes, it is in dim date table, and I'll drag and drop it on axis. And I'll take my sales amount. I will drag it on the values. So now tell me guys, what is access and what is values? Makes sense? And legend is color. Legend is color. I'll tell you. Legend will come up in future. Now, I told you one thing. AdventureWorks has 5 years of sales. 2010 till 2015. And now, can you see it? It is starting from 2005 only and ending till 2014. Which is not acceptable in my organization, and that is not possible in my organization is one reason. And someone told that it is not practical. In your organization, it might not be practical. In AdventureWorks also, it is not practical. But in some part of the world, somewhere, it might be possible. Agree with this statement? So now, the reason is the two tables are not connected. Now, I mentioned one point, guys. If you remember, data model is a backbone. If backbone collapse, dashboard collapse. Now, how to create the relationship? Guys, please have a attention here, how I create a relationship. Order date key in fact table and date key in dim date table. These are the two common columns for me based on my explanation. Order date key, drag it and exactly drop it over date key. Can you see here? As soon as I bring that field on the date key, it will highlight that field with a black color border. Drop it. Automatically, the relationship will get created. Relationship done. Drag and drop. I'm redoing it. Delete. Order date key. Now I'll do a reverse. Someone will ask me, Arif, you did from this way. Can I do it from that way? If I can do it, what is the difference? Guys, there is no difference. You do it either way. Drag and drop. Order date key. Yes, I dragged it reverse way. Now go to the chart and see my chart is fixed. Now tell me the statement I mentioned. Data model is a backbone. Without correct data model, your dashboard will collapse. Let's see in my Power BI data set, we have got that or what? This is my fact sales. Can you see that dates ascending? If I make it to ascending, that should be available for me here now. Oh, let me just refresh it. 731 distinct values. 2010. This is order date only, right? 2009. Why it is not showing now? It should show me. 2009, 12, 2019. Okay. This is 2010 again. Which sheet one? Let me just delete it. Guys, it should reflect. I'm just redoing it once again, just to ensure and check if it is coming. Click on my data model, go to get data. Ideally, it should work. I'll rectify that. Why it is not working? So this says in which table I am taking it from. My bad. When did I edit this? Okay. Next up, and where is the file that I edited? Guys, see, my mistake. I edited it some other place, and I'm checking in some other place. Better than this, what I will do, I'll just take this file from my samples. Guys, do you understand what did I do? I edited in some other folder and try to refresh my other folder. Okay, now I have edited it. Now I'll just go here to my desktop, Power BI, fact index sales, new, open it, and it will load the entire data. Click on load. Now I have this. Where is my order date key? Order date key and date key. I will connect. I got it. Now it is contradicting. Now tell me, guys, why? Let me just go into formatting and then activate data labels. It is telling 0.0 millions. Why? I told one statement that if there is no sales, now in my data model, when I have these two tables connected, fact table is meant for what? To record sales, correct? Fact table is meant for to record sales. Now, what it does, here in the fact table, whenever there is an order booked, when all details are there, that means order was booked, fact, order was booked, sales amount, you gave it for 0. In this table, Whenever there is an order booked, that information will come up here. But in this table is a master table which will have all dates. And now tell me, whichever dates are present in my fact table are being pulled. Now someone will ask me, Arif, I want to remove this. I told you one graph, right? Two tables are connected. Now this is fact. Fact is nothing but sales. Now this is my dim date. Now guys, tell me, when I have some record in this table, that means what? An order was booked for that particular date, irrespective of what is the amount. Agree? Now in dim date is a master table for me. Now Power BI what is thinking? Power BI what is thinking? In this table, I don't care what you have. Power BI telling that in master table, I don't care what you have. But you are telling me the sales amount which is present here. And I will show only present this year. And now someone will ask me, Arif, I want to remove that. Or someone will ask me, Arif, I want to see this also. For to see this years which is present here and not present here, the answer is straightforward. It's no. And now the values that is coming here and I want to remove that, the answer is here. Go to filters. I'll tell you. Filters also I'll explain, but not in this session, but I'm just showing the solution. Go to sales amount is greater than 0. Gone. In this dim date, I have 2005 to 2015. But in this sales, I have 2009 till 2012. Now tell me, when you want to see the sales, which is important for you? This is important or this is important? That is what it is showing you here. It is not showing 2005. It is not showing 2006. It is showing 2009 till 2012. Now, first tell me what you don't feel it's good in this chart. Font. Which font? Label font, x-axis font, y-axis font, all the fonts. Correct? All the fonts. Let me fix fonts first. Then I'll take to headers. Okay. Let me just go to formatting section here. Select this chart and go to x-axis. First, I will fix the font of these labels. First, I'll fix the fonts of this label. Data label, search for data label here. And if I turn it off, labels will go. If I turn it on, labels will come. Then I don't want this in millions. I want it in thousands. If someone asks that, okay, go ahead and make it thousands. I got in thousands. Okay. Then what I will do, I want to increase the size. Okay. Increase the size to 15. Increase the size. Okay. You don't like the font. Someone told don't like the font. Okay. You have a list of fonts here that you can apply. Select whichever font you want. Okay. Font applied. Then what I want. If you don't want to position this on the top, if you want to position it somewhere else, okay, orientation, horizontal or vertical, you select, it will be changed. So this is how you can do. For now, I'll keep it as a horizontal. Position, whichever position you want, you can keep. So yes, labels, font is done. Okay. If you don't want the colors that to be same, you can change the color, whichever color you want. But I like black for labels. Then next, guys, x-axis labels. 2010, 11, 12 looks very much small. Okay. Go into x-axis and then come here and increase the size to 12. Yes, it is increased. Now I want to change that font family to something good. Yes, semi-bold. Yes, I got it. Then display units, auto. I don't want that to change. And then title, calendar year. I just want to increase the size of the title. Inside that 15. Okay, calendar year. Now I got good. Similarly, I'll do the same for y-axis also. Go into y-axis. Go into y-axis here and then text size, make it to 12. It increased. Then I want the title of this y-axis, same below. I will increase this to 15. Yes, I got it. Then what I will do, this also fixed. Now coming to Shweta's inputs, headers. Okay. Go here and see where is my header. Header is nothing but title. Go inside the title and I don't want this title. I want to change the title. Sales by year. Can we make it attractive? Attractive, what do you mean by attractive? What you want to do attractiveness? How you can bring attractiveness? Inputs to you. What attractive is as per you. Then title is done. And then coming to, I don't want this on left hand side. I want this on right, left, in this one. Okay, I got it center. Okay, I want a little bit bigger font. Okay, make it to 20. 20. Now, do you want to add some border to your chart? Okay. Go into border settings, turn it on, and then make it rounded edge, and you'll see the border, round edge border. Yes. Now you want to add some background to your chart. Okay. Go into the background, go to formatting, go to the background. Yes. Now tell me, background is image or something else? Color. Okay. Now what I'll do here, I'll just add, yes, background. So you think it is very much dark, you want to make it light, just reduce the transparency. Yes, you got it. So this formatting we have to explore. It's not any rocket science, guys. Formatting is not rocket science. Every chart has its own formatting, and we know that as we are representing, we know what we want to show. And see here, if you want to add some guidelines here, okay, plot area, go to plot area, and you can add an image here. And I'll go to my y-axis. In y-axis, I have something called grid lines. Have a look. Grid lines, if I want to make it black, I'll make it black. So grid lines will come on my chart. If you don't want this dashed, you make it solid. Yes, so that it will give you an understanding where your data is lying. So this comes with every chart, and formatting options remains same. Can we have amounts in lakhs and crores? Okay, amounts in lakhs and crores. Okay, let me just try that. In lakhs and crores. Let me just go into the data set. Let me try something for you. I'm not sure whether it is possible or not, but let's try. Because units are sales amount. Select this and go to the column tools, select rupees. Lakhs and tool is what we follow in India, English rupee. If you want to do in lakhs, then I can tell you one thing. I can tell you one workaround that you can achieve. Have a look here. What I will do, I will just go to this chart, and this is the column, right, for me, sales amount. So now what solution do you think? Now I don't have that. I don't have that thing in this thing. I'll just go to formatting and go into labels, and units will be million, billions, and trillions only. Then how can you achieve your lakhs here? You can divide your sales amount, keep in auto, 7.1 million is there, or else you can make it to none. Your values will come here, and you can divide it by 1 lakh, and you can tell in the title sales by year in lakhs. That helps for you.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. The principal arrival of Power BI depends on which of the following: A. Microsoft Excel, B. Microsoft Word, C. Microsoft PowerPoint, D. Microsoft Outlook. Comment down your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
If something Power BI is not giving you, you can do a workaround, and you can divide your value. And how to divide your value, I'll tell. Click on this, create a new column, sales amount in lakhs equal to sales amount divided by 1 lakh. Is it 1 lakh? Yes, 5 zeros. I sometimes get confused with this zeros. Okay, I got this in lakhs. Let me just go to the chart, and let me just come to the formatting. Sales amount in lakhs, go to the axis, remove my sales amount here, bring and put it in the values. Okay, I got 70.7 lakhs, that is 7 million, and I'll remove this part. And what I will do here, I'll just select this value, and I don't want the digits, only 2 digits I want. Hit enter, 17.75, and then go to the title. Go to the title of the chart. Where is the title of the chart? Yes, and you can mention it here in lakhs, because international format is millions, billions, and trillions. Only lakhs and crores are only used in India, no else country. So Power BI has done a standard which can be accepted in the entire world. Can we copy paste this graph in the PPT? Yes. Let's see if I can copy paste it. Export as table is there, export data is there. So how can I do that? If someone wants to have this chart as a PPT, you cannot do directly in Power BI desktop. But I have one solution for you. Go on File, click on export to PDF, and a PDF will be downloaded and you can use that PDF in any of your PowerPoint. That helps, Vandana? PPT is not possible for us, but PDF is there. Good. I want gradient color. Gradient means higher the sales, green color, lesser the sales, red color, so that the one who sees the chart, he should easily, as soon as he sees the chart, he should know that yes, this is something interesting and color is changing based on the sales amount. Okay, how can you do that? Click on FX. In the data color, go to FX, and then based on what field you want to do. Do you want to do based on rules, field values, or color scale? So guys, don't worry, all these three I'll explain. Again, someone will ask, we'll do that. So color scale is low to high. Based on what? Based on calendar year it is showing. I don't want calendar year, I want sales amount. Based on sales amount I want to do. Then summarization, sum. Lowest value, go to more colors, click on red, add red color, go to more colors, again, come to green, select a color that is green, and middle values, click on diverging, orange will come. Click on OK, and now your chart will change based on that. Can you see this, guys? Red color is coming here, green color is coming here, and this is little bit green and orange mix. Does that help? Okay, I'll do it one more time. Vandana, pay attention here. Click on data colors, click on FX option here. In data colors, you'll get FX. Click on FX and make all these selections here. It will come up. Okay. Now, I will give you one example here. Okay. Now, remove this sales amount and add English month number of the year. Now, okay. Now tell me, even now it doesn't make sense. December is the highest sales for me. Think from my perspective for a minute and tell, if I ask you, when you have large number of objects, and in that you are given a task to concentrate on top 3. You are concentrating on top 3 or bottom 3 or top 5, bottom 5. Now, if you have a chart which is jumbled, now I'll just do one thing. Now, if you have this kind of chart, if someone comes and asks you, show me top 3 months in this. So now guys, I'll do one thing here. Let's make one thing. Just have a look on this chart. Just have a look. So I'll do something interesting now. 3 icons are there in this chart. 3 icons. Please see these 3 icons. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Calendar quarter. Drag and drop it below calendar year. Okay. Suddenly the 3 icons became 4 icons. Okay. Remove this calendar quarter from below the calendar year. Bring it again and put it below axis. And now 3 icons became now 7 icons. Okay. Now what I will do here now? I'll just add English month name. 3 items I added, not 1 item, 3 items. But where did my quarter and month go? It is still showing me year only. Where did my quarter and month go? It is showing me year still. Something interesting. Now 4 icons. I'll start with the second icon. It says click to turn on drill down. Click on this. I have turned on the drill down. Select 2011. And now you'll see Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 of 2011. And now see the filter has applied of 2011. 2011 filter has applied. Now I want to see that further in the month level. Click on Q4, October, December, November. No, you want to go in different quarter. Click on icon 1. You'll come up. Again, click on Q3. August, September, July. No, if you want to go to some other quarter, click on one step above. Go to another quarter. Drill up and drill down. Second icon is for drill. Now someone will ask me why we are clicking this. Without this, can we go inside? No, you can't go inside. That is to activate drill down. Click on this and now click on this. You'll go inside that year and that filter will get applied. Have a look. Drill down filter. This is called drill down. Now you want to go further inside. Click on Q3 and now see filters. 2 filters got applied. That is called drill up and drill down. And another name that you can give for drill up and drill down is hierarchies. Hierarchy means what, guys? My grandfather, my father, and me. Year, quarter, month, week, day. This is the hierarchy, right? From top to bottom. And this concept is called drill up and drill down in Power BI. And very simple way is to just add this thing, two things here. And someone will ask me, Arif, can I change this order? It's up to you. You can change the order. Don't worry, it will work. But ensure that parent is above the child. Otherwise, it will not give the correct information. You can put, but parent should be above the child. And don't you think year is a parent for quarter? Multiple quarters are inside 1 year. Multiple months are inside a quarter. So parent should be on top, child should be on down. In this way, you can activate drill down or just selection mode. This selection mode, this is drill down mode. Click on this, it will go inside. Click on up, it will come outside. Now, two icons are done. So what is the third and fourth icon? What is this third and fourth icon? Can someone tell me? What is this third and fourth icon? Now, I'll do something interesting. So if I enable this, if I select this year and filter is getting applied, that means what? 2000, this data that you see is only for 2012. It's not for all the years. Now, tomorrow, a user of mine came to me and asked, Arif, your chart looks good here. Your chart looks good and it's working as expected. But when I go down from the year to quarter, I don't want to see only a particular year. I want to see all the years. Q1 should be 10, 11, and 12 addition. Q2 should be 10, 11, and 12 addition. Q3, Q4 respectively. Then I told him, yes, do one thing, just click on this third icon. Come to your top level, click on this third icon. Now you will see cumulative value of quarter in all the years. And now you want to see at the month level, click one more time. Now you will see each month irrespective of their years. Now have a look here, click on this filter and you will not see any filter applied. That means what? December is all 3 years, June is all 3 years, October is all 3 years, November is all 3 years. Now he was very happy first day. Now he went again. Okay, tomorrow he again came back. Arif, yesterday's solution was very good, but I want something more. Now, when I go down, it is showing me all this together. Can I have something like that? Rather than going inside, can I expand my chart? Expand means year level information I'm getting. Year along with quarter can I get? Okay, I gave him one solution. Click on the fourth icon. Now you'll see your chart expanded. No, you want to month level expansion? Click on one more time on this. Month will get expanded. This is mind-blowing feature in Power BI. In a single chart, I can achieve nearly 7 to 8 different perceptions of information. So beautiful it is. Okay, guys. So let me just go to the data model. This is my fact table. This is my dim date. Fact table. I'll just change the table name. I'll make it a fact sales. I'll make it as a fact sales. And then I'll get some more new tables now. Get data, Excel workbook, under dimension data sets. This time I'm not taking one file, I'm taking 3 files. Dim product category, dim product subcategory, and dim product table. 3 different tables I'm taking. Okay, guys, click on load. Let's see what happens in my data. Coming back, something interesting happened. Power BI created relationships on its own. Isn't it beautiful thing, guys? That Power BI is creating relationship for me automatically. Now, 2 questions comes in mind. When I tell Power BI is creating connections automatically, how it is creating? What is the criteria for Power BI to create connections? Have a look. Power BI create connections between same column names from 2 tables. Second criteria is same data type. If these both criteria satisfies, connections creates automatically. Isn't it a beautiful concept, guys? That I need not worry about the data model if I have correct column names and correct data types. Let's go and see. Between these 2 tables, what is the relationship? Product key and product key. Have a look. Okay, dim product, right? Dim product, I'll just see product key. Can you see this product key here? And here also it should be product key. Yep, have a look. Product key got matched. Then product key and product subcategory and product category. The hierarchy is this way, guys. The hierarchy should be in this way. So guys, hierarchy is in this way. Dim product subcategory, and dim product category. Now have a look. What is the connection between these two tables? Dim product category. Perfect. But why the connection is missing in these two tables? Let's go and check. Product subcategory key and product subcategory key. Both names are same, guys. Then why connection is not created by Power BI? That means data type is not same. Can you see? Summation means number, and without summation means that is a string. So number and string cannot be created automatically. I have to create it manually. Very important learning. Dim product subcategory, and dim product category. 3 tables which are connected to each other and in turn connected to fact sales. Come to the chart, create a new sheet. Now what I will do, I will create 3 different slicers. Guys, what do you mean by slicer? Slicer is nothing but a filter, okay, which will filter the entire dashboard. English, product name, we have dim product, English, product name. I'll just take it and drop it here. Go to formatting, go to the items, increase the size into 15, and then copy, paste it. I just don't want to recreate the slicer, so I'm just copy pasting, guys. There is no logic behind that. I'm just lazy. I just don't want to redo all the formatting again and again. Okay, select this one and remove this. English product subcategory you add in the second slicer. In the third one, you add English product category. Okay, guys, a quick question for you guys. Which table this slicer is coming from? Which table this slicer is coming from? And which table this slicer is coming from? Can you tell? This is from dim product, sir. This is from dim product. And this one is from dim product subcategory. Dim product category. Okay, perfect. I got it. Now, have a look. Something interesting will happen. So guys, by default, these 3 tables are connected in my data model. Have a look. These 3 tables are connected in my data model. So if I select something in each of these slicers, rest all other slicers should get filtered. Agree with this statement or no? Let's see that. Select bikes. Perfect, guys. See here, mountain bikes, road bikes, and touring bikes comes under this bike category. And these all products comes under categories and these categories. Perfect. It's working perfectly fine. Now let's select mountain bikes and see which bikes are coming under mountain category. Perfect. It's working perfectly fine. Okay. Now let's go and see mountain bikes comes under which category. Correct, guys? If I want to select mountain bikes and I want to see which category they are coming from and which products does that category has. Select this. And now, guys, something weird happened. Mountain bikes got filtered, but category name didn't get filtered. Ideally, it should show only bikes, right? Here, but why it is not showing? Okay, let's see some product. Mountain. Let me just see. Mountain, yes. Black mountain tire tube. And now see, guys, if I'm selecting a product, it is not showing its product subcategory and it is not showing its product category. Guys, if I select something here, these 2 slicers are getting filtered. If I select something here, this slicer is getting filtered and this slicer is not getting filtered. Means something weird is happening, right? The filters are working from this direction to this direction, from this direction to this direction. It's not working in the reverse direction. Yeah. Is my observation correct? Okay. Why is it so? Why it is one way? Why it's not 2 way? Whatever it is, but tables are connected, right? If tables are connected, it should filter. Otherwise, it is giving wrong information for me, guys. Think. Comes under all categories, it is telling. That's wrong. Product, subcategory, and product. Correct? Product category, product subcategory and product. Go to the data model and see guys, filter direction. Can you see this icon? It's linked one direction. Okay guys, so now next we'll explore filters section. Can you see this? A separate section is there for filters. What are the three different types of filters in Power BI? Not three, there are many. Guys, have a look. Some interesting things are about to come. Visual level filter. Second is page level filter. Third one is report level filter. Fourth one is drill down filter that we have seen on day one. Fifth one is drill through filter. And sixth one is tool tips. These many types of filters are there in Power BI. We have seen this one so far, drill down. Agree? We have seen drill up and drill down. But what are visual level filter? Guys, can you just see these each and everything is a visual? This one is visual, this one is a visual, this one is a visual. Now a filter which can be applied to only one visual and not other visual is called a visual level filter. If a filter, if applied, and you can apply that page level filters here. If you apply any filter here, all three charts will get affected by that filter. It's called page level filter. Visual, that particular visual will get affected and no other visuals will affected by that. Visual level filter. Page level filter is we have seen. Report level filter, can you see this multiple pages here? All pages will get affected when you apply some filter on all pages filter. Three different types of filters will be seen now. So select this chart and 2011 filter, calendar year, go into drop down. See here guys, three different sections. Visual level filter, filters on this page, filters on all pages, three different filters. If you select this chart, visual level filter will appear. If you don't select a chart, visual level filter will go away. Select a particular chart, go into calendar year, three different types of filters: advanced, basic, and top N. Advanced, basic, and top N. I'm repeating guys. Visual level filter has three different types of filtering: advanced, basic, and top N. Click on basic filtering and now select only 2011 and 12. So guys, have a look here. Why that filter is not 11 and 12 is coming here? Why 10 is coming here? Again, we have 2011 and 12 filter applied only for this chart and not for other charts because there's a visual level filter and none of the other charts are affected by that filter. And how should I see what filter has applied to this chart? On this filter mark, you can see calendar year is 11 or 12, but you don't see the same option on other charts. Can you see this? There is no, the filter and slicer affecting this visual. There is nothing. There is nothing here also. There is nothing here also. But why that filter is only present here? Because that filter is on the visual. Makes sense? Visual level filter, it doesn't affect the other charts. Basic guys, I'm just telling about basic filter now. I'll take step by step. What is advanced and what is top N. Now what I will do here, I'll just erase this filter. Now all the charts are in sync. What I will do, I'll just drag and drop calendar year. Drag and drop calendar year on filters on this page. And not what I will do, I'll just go inside this. I'll select basic filtering. I'll select 11 and 12. Guys, something interesting happened again. Now, each and every chart in this page got filtered with 11 and 12 only. See this? All the chart has that card available. See, calendar year. Calendar year, it's available. A filter applied is getting adjusted to entire chart. But go to the other page and see, again 10 is here. There is no effect. Why it is not getting affected here? Drag and drop this filter to all pages filter. No, it doesn't work. Now drag and drop calendar year to all pages filter. Go to basic filtering and click on 11 and 12 again. And now all charts in this page got filtered. Along with that, page 2 also got filtered. Isn't it interesting, guys? Visual level filter, page level filter, and filters on all pages. So these are visual level filter, page level filter, and all pages filter, basic filter. Now, what is advanced filter? I'll create a new page for advanced filter. I will create a bar chart. I'll create a bar chart and I will add English product name on the axis, and then I'll add sales amount on the values. Okay, guys, have a look. I got a big chart, and then go to formatting and go to my data labels, turn it on, go to orientation, make it to vertical, and then yes, looks good. Now guys, see here in the visual level filter, I have two fields. One is sales amount and product name. So far we have seen basic filter. Now what is advanced filter? Drop down, advanced filter, select, and now see the name of the product contains what? Does not contain, start with, does not start with, contains what? Road. Click on apply. And you see all products which are related to road name, I can see. I'm not manually selecting that. Guys, some interesting kind of analysis I'm doing here. Any name, product name, which has some pattern of name, that is called advanced way of filtering. Now you have different options here. Advanced, contains, does not contain, is blank, is not blank, everything you can do. Okay, this advanced level filtering. And now some advanced level filtering is possible in sales amount also. Go here and see sales amount. So now these products have their sales range from 1.2 million till 0 values, but I'm not interested to see all these products. I just want to see which products having sales more than 3 lakh. Correct, guys? My expectation is clear. I want to see only products which have sales about 3 lakhs. Less than that, I don't want to see in this chart. Is greater than or equal to, go into sales amount filter, is greater than or equal to 300,000 you type. Click on apply and see guys, something beautiful happened here. And once you publish it, this filter will be available for you. You can see this filter. Advanced level of filtering. Yes. Now basic is done, advanced is done. Then what is top N? Top 5, top 10, top 15, top 20. We want to see that also, right? If someone is interested, see my business user is coming and asking me, Arif, there are a lot of products here. I don't want to see all this. I want to just concentrate on top 5 or top 10. Can you just filter, add a filter to this chart, which will show me only top 5 or top 10? I told, yes, you can do that. Go into product name, drop down, top N. Top N, 10, based on what field? Based on sales amount. Drag and drop, click on apply. I can see only top 10 products. Arif, can you show me bottom products? Drop down, select bottom, click on apply filter. These are bottom products. Arif, can you make it to 5? Yes, change it and click on apply filter, bottom 5. Means sales is same, because of that it is showing that more. Now you want to see top 5? Drop down, make it to top, apply. Very powerful filtering features are available in Power BI. Basic level filtering, advanced level filtering, top filter, visual level filter, page level filter, all pages filter. There are two more, tooltip filter and drill through filter. Drill down, drill up we have seen. Let me just show you one thing here. I have opened, where is my cursor? Okay, now control plus 2 and then whiteboard, Jan, Feb, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. So alphabetical sorting is not helping me to sort this. Then what is the solution? Try to sort it by number. Try to sort it by number. What you do? Have month number column. This is month name. Guys, this is month name. Have month number column. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. If I want to sort This in particular order, Jan to December, I have to sort this column based on this column. That is called custom sort. Custom sort or sort by column option in Power BI. Very beautiful feature in Power BI. Sort by some other column if you don't want to sort it by alphabetical order. And have a look how to do that. Select English month name. Select English month name. Sort by column option is there on the top. Drop down. In the name date table only, I have another column, month number of the year. Can you see this? Month number of the year. It is tagged with each month. Click on this and now your chart will get sorted in Jan to December. Done. Solution is very simple. Custom sorting. Sort by column. Good feature in Power BI. If it is there in your table, you need not create. If you want to create that column, I will tell you how to create that. Yeah. New column, click that table, dim date, click on new column, month, number, equal to, this topic is yet to come, but I'm telling you how to do that now. New column concept is still there, month of full date alternate key, correct? Done. That is a solution for you and you'll get month number. If you don't have that column, but in your data set, you have that column. And now go ahead, select English month number, name of the year, and month number, there is a column. Can you see this? This is just now created. Na? Select this. And now see, it got sorted now. Very flawlessly working without any issues. Table is not a date table. Column is a date table. Have a look. Full date alternate key is a date. Go inside this. Where is my full date alternate key? And you see date hierarchy is there, month is there. Go in this chart, remove this and add month name here on the axis. Can you see? This also is working now. But I have separate column name. Think if you don't have anything related to this, then what is the solution? You have to do custom sort only. Na? So guys, these are all practical questions. When you start working on Power BI, these all questions start surfacing. Okay, complete this. For now, you can use month number of the year. For now, to sort that, sort this column, English month name, you use month number of the year. Okay. Can you see this column? Month number of the year. You will get your work done.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Let's hear what our customers says about the course.
Who are job seekers or like who are freshers. So if they complete these 3 to 4 projects of this Intellipaat only, so they will definitely get a job. And who are into business only, so it will be really helpful to make their projects. So this is the beauty of the projects of the Intellipaat.
Now let's continue with the session.
What is drill through? What is drill through filter? Have a look here. This is my bar chart which has year. And this is a pivot table. This is a pivot matrix table. This is a matrix table. Now I want to move from page 1 to page 2.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. What area do you go to change and reshape the data in Power BI? A. Data transformation. B. Data editing. C. Question editor. D. Data modeling. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
See, I have a bar chart. I have to move from this page to this page with a filter applied. Like, guys, have you just one small analogy like summary and detailed dashboard? Two dashboards. Summary dashboard and details dashboard. Summary dashboard will give you complete overall picture of all the years of data, and details dashboard will give you only for selected year, summary and detail. So I want to move from one dashboard to another dashboard with applied filter. How you can do that? Have a look. Go to your, don't do anything in source dashboard. Just go to destination dashboard where you want to go. This is source and this is destination. I want to go to destination. What I will do here, I will go into formatting of this and drill through. Drill through option is there under the sheet, not under the chart. Drill through calendar year I'll do. Calendar year field, I'll drag and drop it here. and I'll make it to don't summarize first. Okay, let me just make it to categorical. I'll make it to don't summarize, select this, and from this summarization, I'll tell don't summarize, means don't sum the value. I'm telling not to summarize that, so that summation mark will go away now. Drag and drop this value in drill through filters, and now see the magic. Go to page 1 and just hover over 2011. See here, right click to drill through, means what? 2011. Right click to drill through. I'm getting this information. Yes, for other charts I'm not getting. Why I'm not getting other charts, guys? Why only I'm getting for bar chart? Because the drill through is applied on a particular field. Have a look here. Drill through is applied on calendar year. So whichever whichever page has calendar year, it will allow you to drill through. Have a look. We go to page 1. If I remove from the destination part, if I remove this from destination part, come here and see. Now hover over 2011, it will not show you drill through option. It is not showing. See, right click to drill through, that message is not coming here now. Only that will appear when if in the destination page you have added calendar year in the drill through. Go to page 1 and then right click on this. There is option for drill through. Page 2, it is telling. Have a look what it will give now. 2011 I have done. Only 2011 data I'll see. Guys, did I apply any specific filter here? I have not applied, but I moved from one page to other page with the filter applied. Come back. See, 2012 you select, right click on 2012, and there will be an option drill through. Go to drill through and click on page 2. Now it will show you 2012. See, 2012. This is called drill through filter. Drill through from one page to other page. Drill through. Make sense to everyone? Now, that is called drill through filters. Another type of filter is tooltips. Tooltips was, guys, can you just see this 2011? What message it is showing in black color for me? Black color message is showing, but I don't want that as a text. I want that to be a chart. Okay, if I get a chart, if I hover over this, can I get a chart? There is a tooltip. So tooltips and drill through cannot work parallelly. Remove this drill through from here and then go into formatting of this chart, and then there will be option here, page information, tooltip. In page information of this chart, tooltip will be there. Turn on tooltip. Tooltip is turned on. Now go to page 1. Destination page, you made it as tooltip in the general. Source page you go. Which chart you want to see that drill through? Tooltip, this chart. Select this chart. Go into formatting. There will be a tooltip section and type report page, drop down page 2. That's it. Now come and hover over 2012 and see the magic. Guys, have a look. Am I getting same text message now? I'm getting chart. If I hover over 2011, it will show me 2011. See, if I hover over 2012, it will show me 2012. If I hover over 2010, it will show me 2010. 2010 is very small, so it will not show. Here, go to this chart. Go to this chart now and go to my tooltip. Go to tooltip and make it as report page, page 2. And now Q1, see, Q4. Only Q4 information I'm getting, October, November, December. See, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. So these are two very interesting topics, drill through and tooltips in Power BI. Interesting, guys, to see these features. Go to the destination page, which you want to see as a tooltip. Go to destination page to which you want to make as a tooltip. Don't select any chart, just select somewhere outside. Go into formatting, page information, tooltip option will be there. Tooltip option will be there, turn it on. That's it. Come to your source page, select the chart which you want to see the tooltip on. Go into formatting and tooltip option will be there. Go inside the tooltip. There are basically two types of tooltips. One is report page or default. See, have a look. Default means it will show the message. See here, it will show me the message now. Yes, but I don't want a message. I want to see a chart. Make it report page. And then hover over this, we'll get a report page. That's it, guys. Very simple. Go ahead, do these 2 activities. Now coming to the data model, guys, just tell me one thing. Have you come across a situation? Have you come across a situation in Power BI, in Excel analysis, where you have to merge 2 different files, multiple files into one files? Have you come across a situation that fact 1, which has 2010, 2011, and 2012 data, and fact 2, I will give you 2000. If I give you 2013 and 2014 data, if I give you like this, then what will you do? If I ask you merge these 2 files and use in my Power BI dashboard, I will tell. What will you do? You will go into fact 2 files, copy all the data, open the old file and paste this data below this. Correct? If I give you 4 files, if I give you 5 files, if I give you 6 files, if I give you 10 files, then do you think this method is good? Every time not feasible, right? That means I want some automated way. I want some quickly doing way. Okay, have a look. I'll do something. Go to your data set. Go to your data set and then see your fact table. Okay. Now what I will do here, I'll just go into my data model. I have one fact table. I'll go to my Excel workbook. Another fact table I'll take. This time I'll take fact internet sales underscore new. This time I'll take different file. Don't do, guys. Please listen to me. This is very important. We are entering into Power Query now. So table I am loading. Click on load. 2 fact tables, but I want to analyze these 2 together. Anyone who know union in SQL? Appending one table below the other. Union. That is what we are going to do. In Excel file that I have told an example, we are doing that. So sheet 1 I am getting in. Very interesting feature where you can merge more than one file, more than 2 files in a single go. In a single go, you can merge. Okay, sheet 1 table I got, but I don't want this table to be separate. Now I want sheet 1 and fact tables to be merged into one. Correct? Go to your transform data, click on transform data. It will open up Power Query. So guys, this is the first time I'm introducing you guys to Power Query. Okay, Power Query will open. And then which is my main file? Fact sales. To the fact sales, I want to append sheet 1. Okay, someone will ask, Arif, why you want to append the fact sales, sheet 1 to fact sales? Why can't you do in reverse order? Someone will ask me this. Guys, tell me one thing. For those who will think this question, your chart is created on fact sales or your chart is created on sheet 1? So fact sales, the table on which your charts are created should be your primary table. Remember, if that doubt comes to your mind, answer this to yourself. I'm just clearing. Before that doubt come, only I'm clearing it. Okay. Select your primary table. Here you will see append queries option. Click on this. Now tell me 2 tables or 3 tables. Yeah, chalo. 2 tables means just drag and drop. Sheet 1, it will get done. So if more than 3 tables, go into 3 tables. Whichever table you want, you can just pull in here. You can do that. Now just click on OK. See here, query appended. Query appended. 2 queries got appended. Now click on close and apply. Magic will happen. I didn't open Excel file. I didn't do anything. I just pulled that data into my Power BI data model. Tables got appended. Have a look here, guys. 2013 and 2014 came up. Did I touch my chart? Did I do even a single change in my dashboard? Did I recreate the chart? I did nothing, guys. Just I went into Power BI data model. I appended one table below the other and all my charts are intact. Just the new data got added to my dashboard. Isn't it beautiful? As you get new feed, new tables that needs to be incorporated with your existing table, you can do it flawlessly, right? What type of questions will come to your mind? First, think you removed some columns from primary table. Now question will come, will that new column are present in the old table? Will that affect my data? Okay. In that case is you can either choose in the new table, you want that columns or don't want that columns. If you want that columns which are not available in your old table, you can keep it. If you don't want that, you can remove that. And how can remove that? Have a look. Go to transform data and go to fact table and just push this above. Means removed columns, keep it down and then put your appended query above. Means just after these 3 steps, you keep your appended query. Means what? The column that you have removed in the table 1 will get automatically removed from the table 2 also. If you want to remove that columns from the table 2. No. Sometimes what happens, guys? From table 1, I don't want that column. I want null in that particular column. But from table 2, I want that because earlier sales data, I didn't have one additional column. But the new file that I'm getting, I got one column and that is important to me now. That means there is one additional column compared to the old file. You want to keep it, just keep your append query at the bottom. If you don't want to keep it, just push it above this change type. Automatically it will be removed or it will be added. Every step has separate steps. So now have a look here. Now if you go here, I have that in my, okay, let me just bring it here. Let me just go to change type and see these columns are there now for me. Okay, let me just do one thing for you. Let me just close and apply. I'll just remove this. And I'm not appending. Merging is something different. Listen here, I'm doing it once again. So what you are telling is, guys, I'll clear all your doubts now. First question is, someone asked me, if I don't have these 2 columns in my old file and new file has that column, correct? That was the first question. Okay, I'm deleting some columns. I'm deleting one column. I'll delete second column also. Okay, not only deleting, I will add some new column also. See here, sales amount in lakh is a new column or no that I created, correct? A quick yes. Product standard cost, I'll change the data format of this. Freight amount, tax amount, I'll change it to text. So guys, every possible change I have done. Data type also I have changed. I have removed some columns and I have added some columns. Now, when I take in the new table, that is where the game starts. Go to transform data. Everyone who have not followed table appending, have a look. Okay. Now you want to merge that. So can you see these steps? Removed columns are coming, correct? These steps are coming. So now what I will do, I will just try to merge this, append this query. Select this primary table, append queries. Select the table you want to append, click on OK. So now is the time for you to decide. Now tell me, you want those columns in the new table or you don't want? You don't want, right? Just push this step above. So what happens, if you push these steps above, it will append first, then it will remove that columns. That means in the new table also that columns got removed, isn't it? Appending query, if you keep it here, it will not remove the columns. It will show you 2 additional columns. Have a look. It will show you 2 additional columns here. Can you see 2 additional columns it is showing? But if you push it above this, that 2 additional columns will not show you because from the new file also it has removed that. So beautiful thing. And now this is with respect to removed columns. Now the columns that you added, will that be available and will that be applied to the new table also? Let's see that. Close and apply. And now see in the data model, after this reload is completed, you will see this sales amount in lakhs will get applied to the entire table. That means even if you delete some column, it can append. Even if you add some column, it can append. If you change some data type also, it can append. Anything you can do, it will append. Now the question is, if there are column names difference, then how will Power BI add that additional columns? For example, table A has 10 columns, table B has 10 columns. And now appended table will have how many columns? Out of these 10 columns, 8 columns are in common. 2 columns are not in common. Can someone tell me, guys, resultant table will have how many columns? 12 columns. 8 common, 2 from table 1 and 2 from table 2. So this is how the appending will work. Isn't it a beautiful feature, guys? And now think you have done a lot of transformation in table 1, and the same transformations also you want to apply on table 2 also. Then the solution is very simple. Go to transform data and then push that append query exactly above your transformations. Everything will get sorted out. No issues only. Usually, guys, if you just disable this, include in report refresh, then it should not be visible in your report. It should be only visible in Power Query. In your data model, it should not be visible. But let me just investigate on this. Allow me a few minutes for this. When you are practicing, I'll just look into this. So guys, so far we have seen in Power Query changing the data types. We have seen splitting the columns, removing the columns. And guys, sometimes happens, right? In our Excel file, multiple duplicate rows are there, correct? Multiple duplicate rows are there, but I don't want duplicate rows. How can I remove the duplicate rows? Have a look. I have remove rows. Multiple options are there. So guys, someone asked me if there is an error, can we remove that rows? Yes, if any rows has errors, we can remove that. Remove blank rows, remove duplicate rows, remove alternate rows, remove bottom rows, remove top rows. You can do any removal you can. Keep will be same. Keep top rows, keep bottom rows, keep range of rows, keep duplicate, and keep errors. You can do that. Just on clicks you can do. And the headers I told, use first row as headers. I use headers as first row. See, have a look. If you make it as use headers as first row, this will get headers will get shifted here, and you can write your new headers. If I delete this step, it will go back again. Yes. So if there's some values are that you want to replace, yes, find what and replace with what you can do. Make sense? And dim product subcategory and dim product subcategory you want to merge into one. Let's do that. Dim product category, dim product subcategory, merge queries. This is joining. Drop down, dim product category. I want to merge with these two tables. And now which is the common column that you want to merge this based on? Product category key and product category key. This one you select, and here product category. Two columns you selected, and see, it is telling how much logic is mapping. Select which type of join: left outer, right outer, full outer, inner, left anti, right anti. I'll just make it as left outer. This is a left table and this is a right table. I'll just click on OK. And now this table got merged into one. This kind of a join. Expand it and see, expand all the columns. It will get expanded. So beautifully it got expanded. This is equal to join in SQL. Now, when these two tables are merged, then do I need product category table? Right click, include in report refresh. Disable that. I don't need that table anymore. Refresh and then close and apply. Let's see what will happen after this. Guys, do you think my dim product category table will be available now because I have merged it? I can hide that table altogether. Have a look. Dim product category, it got merged, and now the key is subcategory key. Dim product subcategory, I'm getting dim product category. Now if you see, come down in this table, in this dim product subcategory, if you see, have a look, additional column came up from dim product category. So now what I will do, I'll just go into my data model and I'll hide this table because that is already merged into another table. And guys, again, one more doubt comes to your mind. Why can I hide this table only so that any confusion is avoided? Can I hide this table only completely so that any confusion can be avoided? Yes, that is one valid question. And that should get hidden if I click on that include in report refresh. If I disable that, that should get hidden. I'll investigate on that, why it is not happening. Make sense? What is meant by merge and what is meant by append? For example, think. Do you have two tables? Apple in one table. In another table, you have apples. This is a key in table 1 and this is a key in table 2. Then ideally tell me this should be matching. If this is matching, that value should come or no. As per business logic, it should be mapped. Apple is there, that should be mapped here. But do you think it will match? It will not match. Why? Because the name is different. Na? Okay, so that is what you can set up 80%. If the 80% of the name is matching, you just consider that as a valid key. 80% means APPL is there, then you consider that as a valid key. Fuzzy logic, make sense now? So guys, this is what merge append. Group by is not part of the program, but it's interesting for you guys to know. I'll tell you one example of group by. Think you have a sales table on you. If you have it has almost 2 million rows, 2 million rows, and each day we have multiple orders: 1 20 21, 1 20 21, and then similarly this is order number 1, order number 2, order number 3, and this is done on day 2, and day 4 2 2021, order number 5, third day the order is happening, 6, it is 4th. Okay, now guys, define the grain of your information here. Grain means what is the granularity of your information? Lowest granularity, you tell me, in this table is order number, right? Lowest granularity is order number. Now if I see 2 million rows, if I have granularity as order number, I'm getting 2 million rows. If I set up the granularity to date, I will just have 50,000 rows, because the granularity I have moved to date now. Now decide. Now is the time for you to decide. For your analytics, you want order level information or date level information? If you tell order level information, then you have to load this entire table. Without any second thought, you have to load it. But sometimes you don't care about order level information. You want to do analysis at date level information. At that time, why should I have simply load 2 million rows when I can load only 50,000 rows and get my task done? Agree? Decide the grain. Granularity. Grain means granularity. So while loading the data, just do group by here. Have a look. Group by, and then see which table you want to group by, and then count what you want to, what columns you want to add. All those columns you can add it here. Make sense? What is meant by group by? So group by plays a very important role when you have granularity setup, granularity in your analytics. Guys, you know, right? Granularity is very important when you want to do analytics. Granularity at the order level, granularity at the date level, granularity at what level you want. Granularity, if I want a date level, but my data is coming in the order level, I don't want to load simply 2 million rows, because I'm not going to use anywhere the order information. Understand that. If you are sure that you are not going to use order level information, then why to load simply 2 million rows and increase the size of your Power BI application? Rather than that, use a group by on the fact table. Use a group by on the fact table and add whichever columns you want. Add whichever columns you want, and then boom, 50,000 columns will come up, and your performance of a report is very much improved.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. The principal arrival of Power BI depends on which of the following: A. Microsoft Excel, B. Microsoft Word, C. Microsoft PowerPoint, D. Microsoft Outlook. Comment down your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So now let's jump on the overview of Power BI Desktop on the slides. So when we start with the Power BI overview, so generally we have three views, which are report view, data view, and model view. So what we are talking here basically in Power BI Desktop, you can see this is my report tab, report button, this is data button, and this is model button, correct? So whenever we want to visualize the data, like we want to create some charts, some pie charts, some graphs, then we use this report tab. If you want to interact with the data, let's say you have loaded the data of this table and now you want to interact with this table data. So what you do, you just go to this data here, data tab, and here you will be able to see this data, table data. If you go to model tab, here you can see your multiple tables, and you can set the relation joins between those multiple tables, correct? So that's the benefit of these three views or three tabs. This is what explained here, right? So report view, in report view, you create the visuals like this, and your data tab looks like this. Your model tab looks like this, where you have multiple tables. Your tables are linked with each other. Right? All these things are on the way. Data sources, we know we have so many data sources, databases, SQL, IBM, data, CSV, Azure, Google, Salesforce, GitHub, too many data sources we have. It's like I used SQL Server to get the data in Power BI, and these are the couple of steps written here. Now you can get the data from the Salesforce or from the SharePoint. If you are looking for this one right now, means this one, Facebook is not available now, right? Last year Microsoft has removed this connector because there were some bugs, some issues. So for now it has been removed. Maybe in future it may be added again in Power BI Desktop. Correct. Other data sources like web, we understood Python, R script, core data feed, SharePoint is like just a any file is placed on your SharePoint. Like someone was asking about the OneDrive, correct? So all these type of data sources you can connect. There are so many sources you have. Just try with your source. Then Python, R script steps are available. What is Python? What is R? How do you go there? You can just read out all these lines. What is the Power Query Editor? What are the areas you have? Why do you use Power Query Editor? Power Query Editor is this, right? Here you do a lot of stuff like your transformation, loading, shaping, formatting, and merging the data. There are a couple of key areas of this window. Ribbon is nothing but two options you see on top. These are the ribbons. Now next you see query pane. This is your queries, means all the tables, all the folders you see here. Data view, query pane. This is your data view, and this is your query pane where you see all the applied steps here. Correct? Step by step, these things are explained. Advanced editor, where you see this M script behind the scene, whatever you perform in your report, everything will be captured by Power BI in a M script, right? So here you can see that information from the advanced editor. And that's it. This is all about this data extraction module. So now let's come back to the topic. I have Power BI Desktop started here. Within this Power BI Desktop, I'm going to get some data from my data source, right? So for example, I have some data in my Excel file. If you look at this, I have Excel file here, Global Superstore. This file data I want to load into the Power BI. So I go get data, Excel workbook, and now I can locate for the data set. So here is my data set available. I select this data set. When I click on it, when I open it, it will give me some sheets to fetch the data. How we extract the data from Excel, SQL, web, OData, right? We talked about all these data extractions process in our last class. Now, if you want to get the data from, let's say, orders sheet, for now I select orders in people. These two sheets I'm selecting here, right? Now here you can see the preview of this data. This is just a preview of the data. Now you have option here, transform data. Ideally, as per the best practice, we should always click on the transform data. When you hit this button, your data will be loaded in Power Query Editor. If you see here, this is your PQE, Power Query Editor. Within this Power Query Editor, you perform all your data transformation. So this is that window where you perform data massaging, data transformations, right? So it's not like Power BI can replace the ETL tools. No, ETL tools are mainly built for that purpose. But Power BI has the capability to handle the data transformation, data preparation as well. Got it? So now we have extracted this data here, but we want to make some changes, some transformations on top of the data. For now, I'm loading only two tables. Going forward, as as we'll be proceeding further, I would require some more samples, some more use cases. So I will be bringing some more data into this. So when I make a connection initially, my data loads into the Power Query editor, which means the data is staged in the memory. Memory means in your RAM, in your machine RAM. Because if you see, you can see some of the data here. But if I go, now you see there are two windows open, Power BI Desktop, and this one is your Power Query editor. If I go to Power BI Desktop, in Power BI Desktop, you don't have any data yet.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Let's hear what our customer says about the course.
Who are job seekers or like who are freshers. So if they complete these 3 to 4 projects of this Intellipaat only, so they will definitely get a job. And who are into business only, so it will be really helpful to make the projects. So this is the beauty of the projects of the Intellipaat.
Now, let's continue with the session.
Right? You haven't loaded any data yet in Power BI Desktop. But the point is, where is the data then? Data is staging currently in Power Query editor, and this Power Query editor means data is in RAM, in memory. If I go here into the task manager of my machine just to understand the processing a little bit in detail, here you can see my Power BI Desktop instance is running, and which is consuming most of the memory, right? You can see it is consuming most of the RAM, right? So whenever you loads the data from any source, initially that data is staged, that data stay for a while into the RAM. Why? So that whatever the transformations you do, you perform it on the fly. Before you load the data in Power BI Desktop, in this window, you prepare your data, you massage your data, correct? So for example, you have SQL database. In this SQL database, you have one table. In this one table, you have 100 columns, right? And you want to create report in Power BI. So what do you do? This data, one table data where you have 100 columns, you bring this data in Power BI, right? Means 100 column data is loaded in Power BI now. But for reporting purpose, I don't need all the 100 columns. For reporting purpose, I need only 25 columns. So why should I load rest of the 75? I don't want them. So before I load the data in Power BI Desktop on the Power Query editor, this Power Query editor is kind of a gate, right? Entry gate. On this Power Query editor, you take all your data here and you have a lot of transformation operations. You perform all these transformation operations on top of your data. Let's say you don't need 75 columns, you will remove them from here. You remove some null columns, null values, you remove the duplicates, you create some joins, VLOOKUPs, you do all your massaging of the data, all data sanitization you do here. And then you take this data, once it's all clean, it's all confirmed in this window, means in this window, this is your Power Query editor, right? This is your Power Query editor. Within this window, you clean all everything, and then you say, okay, let this data come in the Power BI Desktop now. Then this data come to your Power BI Desktop. But when the data is here, it is stay in your machine RAM, right? And when this data is cleaned and it is loaded in permanently in Power BI Desktop, then this RAM, let's say it was consuming, let's say 30 MB, right? 30 MB of RAM. So once the data is loaded from Power Query editor to Power BI Desktop, then this RAM will be cleaned automatically, right? It will be, your RAM will be free automatically, right? And the data will be loaded in your hard disk, right? And in Power BI Desktop. So actually, I would say the data comes in the Power BI Desktop physically when you clean it all in Power Query editor after that, correct? So this is the whole process, means how data works. So whenever you load the data in Power Query editor, by default data loads in RAM. Why RAM is, it's loading data in RAM, so that the processing or the transformation you are doing on top of your data, that could be faster, right? If it won't be loaded in RAM, then it won't give you a better performance. So that's the concept of loading in the data in RAM initially, keeping RAM, clean it, massage it, and then load it into the Power BI Desktop. That's it. So this is a layman language to call or to understand this functionality to this concept. But if you say technically or from the interview point of view, right? So in interview, how this question will be put up by interviewers? They will ask, what is, anybody knows this process, this concept name? What is X velocity in memory analytics in Power BI? I said X velocity. This is just for your understanding purpose, so that you should aware what it is. If somebody asks you the question, you should be able to explain what it is. Right? So initially the data will be loaded in memory and RAM for processing purpose, because keeping the data in RAM, it is always fast. It gives you the fast performance. Okay, so this is conceptual knowledge. Now let's proceed further. You have this data here, right? You see a lot of ribbons you have. If you do the right click, you have so many options available here. If you right click on a table, you see then so many options available here. Right? So everywhere you see too many options in this window. And really, this window is like almost everything you can do within this window related to any data, massaging any data preparation. Okay, so now, very first thing, how you start with this window. Let's say you have loaded some of the data. Very first thing is you should take care what data you need, right? Let's say the example, if I take that same example, you have SQL table. Let's say this orders table. In this orders table, you have currently 24 columns. You can see that number of columns here, right? In this orders table, when you load it, it has 24 columns. But for reporting purpose, you need only 20 columns. You don't need 4 columns, right? And how you would know how many columns are required? You will be doing your requirement analysis, right? You will do requirement analysis at that time. You will be able to identify which all columns are required, correct? But it's not always possible like you 100% or accurately you are able to identify which all columns are required. So tentatively you just identify. In case if you miss something, you can do that later as well. That's not a problem. It's fully flexible. Now, in this table, you say, I need only limited columns. I want to remove a couple of columns from here. So the one option is you can right click on a column and remove it. Shift 8 column has been removed from your data. When you remove the column or when you perform any operation on top of your data here, for each and every operation, one step will be added into the applied steps window. Correct? So let's say you remove a column, you rename a column, you remove duplicates. For everything, one step will be added here. Right? Using this applied step window, you can go back to your, I would say, your data processing level, or you can go ahead to your data processing level. This is very useful window. I'll come to this later. So when I remove the shift date, that's removed from your data. But it's not like it's removed from your source data also from Excel, no. Whenever you make any change in your data, there will not be any impact on the source level, source data. Because Power BI just read the data, Power BI cannot write back anything to the source. Correct? So this data, the column you remove, that is removed from the data which was loaded into the RAM. Because we are keeping the data in RAM, right? And it's a clone, I would say it's a copy of the data. So from that data, we are removing it. Now, if you want that shift date column back, so you can undo this step. You can delete this step. Click on it. You got your shift date column back. Right? So at any time you can interact with these steps and you can manage your transformations. For example, you want to remove multiple columns. Currently, I removed only one column. If you want to remove multiple columns, then you can select multiple columns with the help of Control key. Right? Like generally what we do in Excel as well in other tools also. So let's say you say, I need shift date. I don't need, for example, postal code. I don't need state. You can select these columns like this and you can remove them. So these columns have been removed. And when you remove the column or whatever the operation you perform on top of your data, everything will be written here as a script. Power BI will write a script behind the scene. And this script is nothing but this is called your M query, right? This is called M query. Right, this M query is basically, I would say, Power Query language. So whatever the operation you perform in Power BI, everything will be converted into the M query. Although we'll come to this concept later, right? But let me just take it forward. So whatever the query you see here, if you want, you can interact with this as well. But this is not recommended to interact with it. Correct. Let's say you say, I don't want to remove the state column. Okay, then you can remove this state part from here. But it could be dangerous as well to edit this query. If you are familiar with it, only then you should do that. Otherwise, no. You got your state column back now. All right, fine. Now you have so many columns removed, right? You have removed the columns, but it is difficult to find a specific column to remove, right? Let me undo this step. You are looking for a state column to remove and you are just scrolling it left to right or right to left because these columns are not sorted properly. These comes in the same sequence as they exist in your table, in your data source. But you are looking for a state column and that is difficult to find. Just think about it on a complex scenario when you have 100 columns loaded here and you want to remove a specific column. For that purpose, you have choose column window here. Just click on it. And from this window, you can choose your columns which all you need. So let's say I don't need ship date, I don't need state, I don't need market, right? So you can select them. You can search these columns as well. And if you want, you can sort these columns as well in a different orders, right? Now you click OK. Again, it does the same thing. It removes the columns, correct? So there are many ways to perform one operation. It depends on you how you use that. And that will be possible only when you explore the entire window, means all the process, all the operations you see here, right? Now, this is that. Now next thing is once you have selected your columns, next thing is filtering the rows. Let's say you have a couple of rows where you have some data in your postal code null, right? You can see null is there. If you say I need only those records, only that data where the postal code is not null, so you can just click on it and like Excel filter, you can deselect the null. You have some advanced number level filters as well. If you want, you can apply these filters also, right? Or from the drop down list also, you can apply a filter directly. And now you just click OK. Your data has been filtered. For this operation also, one step has been added. Correct? At any point of time, if you want, you can undo this. You can delete that step. Right? Now, once this is done, next thing you do, you work with data types. When you load the data in Power BI Query Editor very first time, Power BI detects the data types automatically. And how you would know what is the data type of the columns? If you see before the column names, there is a icon written, right? There's an icon displayed here. If you see 1, 2, 3, which means it's a number type of column. ABC, it's a text type of column. This date means it's a calendar type of column. It's a date type of column. Correct? So by just looking at this icon, you can quickly identify which type of column it is. If you want to change the data type of any column, you can just click on it and you can change whatever you need. So let's say you want to make this column as a text. Click on it and you can replace the current step because already you are changing it into the whole number. Now, do you want to replace the existing step or do you want to add a new step? So recommendation is to always choose to replace current step. Once that is chosen, you see this column has been converted now into a text type of column. Correct? Although Power BI take care of all the data types, but in case if Power BI is not taking care, then you have option, you can right click. You can click on this column and you can change the data type. Or you can right click as well and change data type from here as well. Correct? There are many ways to apply one change here. Once you have taken care of all the data types, or maybe sometimes you may have some situation where you are not sure which data type should be selected for a particular column. So in that case, you can take some help from Power BI. You can select the column for which you want to take help. Let's say you are not sure what should be the data type of this column. You go to transform data and here you have option detect data type. When you click on it, Power BI automatically detect and change it to whole number again. Right? So this detect data type option you have here. This is all about to work with the data types. Next feature is check the data quality. Right? let's say you have taken care of your data types now. Now you want to understand like what, I mean, how much data you have blank, how much data you have null, right? Or null or blank is almost same generally. How much data you have where you found some error in your data, right? So if you want to understand all these things, then what you do, you just look at the columns, and just under the column there you see there is a green line. So this green line is not a border. If you are thinking like it is just a border or for some style purpose it is given, no. It is telling us something. If you hover on this line, so for example, if I go and hover on this line, here you go, right? It tells you how much data you have valid and how much you have data where you found errors, how much data you have where you found empty records. And this analysis you see here, this is running here based on the 1,000 records only, right? So this is called as column profiling. So this column profiling, what you see here, this is coming here based on top 1,000 records currently, considering the performance. If you say, I want to run this column profiling on an entire data set, then you need to change this property from here. Change the setting and make the column profiling based on entire data set. Once you have changed that, if you notice, it is still processing. Why? Because now the scope for the data has been increased, and now it is taking some time to compute it. Now it's done. If you see, it is giving you 100% valid data, and this column has 51,291 records. Correct? So now if I scroll it, you see the status, the profiling of the rest of the columns. Generally, we prefer to keep it only 1,000 records because on 1,000 only it gives us a lot of information. Now, if you notice this postal code, the postal code line is not all green. If you see, it's green and most of the part is black. If I hover on it, it tells me 81% is empty data and only 19% is valid data. So we have 41,000 records where we have empty in this particular column. So most of the data, most of the records are not having the postal code entry. Right, so you can quickly understand the health of your data. You can quickly see what is the status of the data, in which column you have null values, where you have the error values. All these things you can quickly identify. Correct? Let me change it back to the 1,000 because that takes time. Fine. Now you found there is some data. I would say there is some data null you have in it, and you want to remove this null. You want to replace this null. Correct? So I see quick question, this green line, this is called column profiling, right? That's what I was saying. This is column profiling. Okay, so this is your column profiling, which helps you to understand the quality of the column, means what type of data you have, how much is blank, how much is having the error, how much is valid data. Now, if you want, let's say you want to replace the null values, right? Null value means there is no data in your database. Error means in this column, let's say if you enter some text value, although postal code is a number type of column, and if you enter any text value in it, that will throw the error, correct? So that particular row will be giving you the error record.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. What area do you go to change and reshape the data in Power BI? A. Data transformation. B. Data editing. C. Question editor. D. Data modeling. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Or if there is, rest is valid, right? So means if there is no error, no null, means that is valid. Valid means no error, no null. That is your valid, correct? I hope you understood now how it is detecting. So if there is no null, no error, which means it says it's a valid data, correct? So basically it is just to detect the null or error in your records. Now you want to replace this null. For some time we don't want to keep null values in the data. It purely depends on your project requirement. It's not like every time you replace the null. No. Sometimes you want to keep null as it is. It depends on your project requirement, or sometimes you don't want to keep the null. If you say you want to replace the null values, okay, so you can create the multiple operations on it. If you just remove, if you hover on it, it says remove empty cells, means wherever you have empty or wherever you have null, remove them. When you click on it, it will just filter the data. That window is here behind this, right? So now you see it's all green line, which says it's all filtered data. But filtering data may not be good choice because it has filtered the data of other rows as well. So if you want somewhere, it's all about the fitment. If this is fitting in your requirement, then you can remove the filter rows. You can remove the null rows from your data. Or you want to replace the values of the null, right? So for example, you right click on it and you choose replace values. So you want to replace what? You want to replace the null value. Any value, any other value also you can replace from here. And this one I want to call out, let's say 0. If I have somewhere null, then it should be displayed by a 0. There you go. Right? Now, if someone says, can we replace null values by NA or not applicable, not available, something like that, let's try. If you want, you can delete this step and add it again, or if this step has this setting icon, means you can edit the settings for this particular icon. Just click on this and you see again this window. Now you say you replace the null values by NA. When you write NA here, your OK button is not available now. It's grayed out and it gives you an error. If I click on this error, it says enter a number value, means this column can accept a number value only because the data type of the column is a numeric, a decimal number, right? It cannot accept. But ideally, the column data type should be whole number, but that's not a problem. If you want to enter any text type of value here, then first that column you should change as a text. So let's do that exercise first. I delete that step, and now I right click on it and I call it text. Change type and make it text. Replace the current step. Once it is converted as a text, now you can easily replace null values by NA. There you go. Correct. So data type also important while you are transforming your data. Now, this is all about replacing of the blank values. But how the error value comes up, how error looks like here. So for example, this row ID. Row ID is a number type of column, right? Let me just make some changes in the data sheet so that I can generate the error to show you. So what I do, I'm just making some change in my Excel sheet, right? Just to generate some error, just to create the scenario. Let me change the data, some of the data in Excel. Okay, so in my order sheet, let's say here I have some data, row ID, and this row ID, let's say I change. I make it something number. Number it's already, I make it something like this. Some manual mistake, right? I change this data now, save it, and close this Excel. Now I go back here, and when I give a refresh to this data, I want to refresh the data of this table, orders table, refresh. See, now it is giving the error on this record, which makes sense, right? And now if you see, it is not giving you the error. Why? Because this column profiling not got refreshed. When it will be refreshing? When you go to another tab and you come back here. It will do that calculation again, and if you hover on it, it says there is one row which is having the error. So what to do with to solve this error? Do you want to remove this error row, or do you want to replace this error record? Let's say you have the error in it, and wherever the error you have in this column, that should have a default row ID, and that we can say that's a row ID 1000. So you right click on it and you say replace errors. So wherever the error is, or maybe if in future any error comes in this column, that error value will be replaced by this 1000. Here you go. Correct? And now you see your row ID, your column profiling shows complete green line. Got it? So these could be some scenarios where you may get these type of problems, but it's all in Power BI. When you do practice, you explore it, right? Well, there's one more thing, just want to share with you. Data transformation is all about just logical thinking, right? And it's simple. If we are able to think something, then definitely we can implement that, correct? So let's say if you have some null values in a specific column, and if you say, what to do, how can I remove these null values? So first we need to think like which operation I want to prepare, what I want to do with this data, right? All right, so another thing is These are the couple of operations we perform here. And what we are doing now, I hope you understood. This is what I'm doing. I'm cleansing the data. I'm transforming the data depending on the need, right? Sometimes you may get a clean data, 100% structured data, and you don't need any transformation, anything. Although if you have that type of data, then it means you are lucky. You don't need to spend a lot of time. You don't need to do a lot of struggle here on preparing the data. It's all ready for you to start visualization on writing some calculations, right? Now, if you look at this people table, in this people table, my headers are not properly aligned. If you see the first row, this first row is useless data for me because someone in Excel prepared the data in this format, and that's why it is coming here. So if you want, you can obviously do this data correction in Excel, but how to do it in Power BI? We are learning that, correct? So I don't need this particular row. So let's remove this particular row from here. This column one, I don't need this particular row. And now the first row you have, this should be the column headers, right? For that you have option, use first row as headers. Then now your data looks better. Here you see region and a manager. So for each region, you have a manager. For Caribbean region, you have a manager. For Central Africa, you have this manager, right? Like this. Now, if you go in your orders table, do I have manager data here? You can look into the column like this. Or if you want, it is becoming difficult for me to scroll it like this to find a manager column. I don't know where it is. So I can just click on the drop down of choose columns, and there you see another option, go to column. Now you can search manager here. If there would be any column manager, then that will get filtered here. But I don't see any column here with manager, right? So do I have any region column here? I can search. Yeah, I got the region column. Select it and click OK. It will take me to the region column directly. Here you go. Right, so you don't need to scroll or search. You can take the help of this go to column. It takes you to that column directly. Okay, so I have a region, but for some requirement, I want to bring manager's name of these regions. So who is the manager of Central US? That information I don't have in this table, but for some reason I want that information in this table. So I can go to the people table, and in people table I can see where is Central US. Here it is. And I have Lon Bonner. This is the manager of this region. And this data I want in this table. Like Excel VLOOKUP. In Excel VLOOKUP also we do the similar thing, correct? Or SQL join. In SQL join also, if you want the data from one table to another table, then what do? You just apply a join in SQL and you can easily bring the information. Or in Excel, you apply the VLOOKUP and you can bring the information. Now, if you want to achieve this type of thing in Power BI, which is very common thing, right? Most of the time you will require this thing. So first of all, you should have a common column in the data. So I have, yes, based on region, I can set up some link, some relation between these two tables, and I can easily extract the manager. So I need the data manager in orders. So I select this table, then I go here, combine. There you see merge queries, or without, sometimes under the drop down you see this option, or sometimes without drop down also you can see this. You see merge query option here. You click on the merge query. In this merge query window, you see this is your orders table, and you need to select your another table, people table. Now, you want to link these two tables based on a common column, and that common column is region. You select the region column here and region column here as well. Then Power BI automatically detect the join, which join type it will be. It is left join. If you want, you can change the join types from here, which is very rare. You don't change the join types. Now you are seeing here a message like you're out of 51,291 rows. These particular rows are matching in your second table, in your people table. Now, once this is just information for you to see how much data is matching. So I see, yes, for most of the records, I'll be able to fetch the manager information in my orders. So I click on OK. Once you click OK, you get a new column added in your orders table, but that column is a referenced column of your another table. But if you want the people names here, then you need to extract you need to expand this table. So if you click on this double-sided arrow button, here you will see all columns of your another table, right? So I see the column of my people table. Eventually, I have only 2 columns in my people table. That's why I see 2 columns. So I select the manager column here, and then I click on OK. Now you see, it easily extracted your manager column here. Now, if you find there is one thing which says blank data is coming here, means there are 6 records we have which are not having any manager. So means I have 6 region, I have some data where there is no manager. So I want to see that whose are those 6 records. So I select the null only to see the data. Data is processing. You have these records here, right? So these are your records. But now you are surprised, like when you were hovering on that was showing only 6 records, but now you got a lot of records here which are having null. Why is it so? So the reason is because at that time when we were hovering on it, if you see, when you were hovering on it, it was showing you only 6 records, because at this time the column profiling was running based on 1,000 records only. Exactly, 6 out of 1,000. But maybe the other data you found null, that is more than 1,000, that is in the another batch, or more than 1,000 records. So in this case, if you need accurate information, you need to choose this one, and then you need to wait for some time, because it takes time to process your data, right, to give you the information. And other thing is, it depends on your machine configuration and on your machine performance as well. So in my machine, there are many applications are running behind the scene. Let me close some of the applications. I don't need the gateway at this point, so I can stop it. Plus, I don't need SQL Server also at this point. I can stop this as well. All right, now if I hover on it, it says you have 384 rows where you have the empty data. Correct? Now you got more accurate information. So if you want to see that, as I said, you can just go here and you can choose null only. It will give you the null records. These are your 384 records. Now, if you want to see which region you have for these, so if you see Canada, so it is not able to bring any manager from the people table for Canada region. If you click on it, you see yes. So does it mean there is no manager for Canada? Let's check that. If I go here in region and if I try to search Canada, yeah, there is no manager for Canada. That's the reason I'm getting the blank name for Canada region. Okay, so no worries. Let's say I have already made this join here, means this column profiling. Let's say now it's kind of a data correction for me, right? So now I got to know, okay, so it means for some reason my manager for Canada, there is no manager updated in the records in the source. If you want, you can do this thing in Power BI as well, but ideally we do this in the source. So here you see we need a new region, that is Canada. And for this region, for Canada region, the manager name is, I would say, any name, let me pick from the chat window. I pick Akash. So Akash is manager for Canada. Save this and close it. Now if I go here and I just give a refresh to the data, right? Because I've already added a step. So these steps will get executed on your new data or on your refreshed data. So when I hit the refresh button here, I want to refresh both the tables this time. So I choose refresh. If you choose refresh preview, that will refresh only the selected table. Now it is refreshing. You can see it's processing here and it refreshed quickly, right? It is done. But you see still it shows the blank, which means this profiling is not refreshed. So just go to other table and come back to this table again. And now let that run, let it run. And see it comes or no this time. So it should display Akash now as a manager for Canada region. So now we are going to learn another functionality, that is append query, how append query works and what append query is. So to understand this functionality, I have some sample data already, because these functionalities are something like when you would have that type of the data, only then you will be using these operations. So I'm keeping a sample data here. Like I have these 3 sheets. You may have these sheets data in a different Excel as well, or maybe in different source as well. That's not a problem. We just need the data. So you have north orders, south orders, east order. So in these sheets, the main thing is your data is different, but the structure of the table, you see, structure of data means number of columns which you see, which can be same or sometimes may not be same. It depends, right? So let's say I keep this one first simple. In each table, I have the similar columns, right? In each column, in each table, I have the similar column names, and data is different. Obviously, data will be different, correct? So I saved it. Now, whenever you have these type of scenarios, so what you do, you prefer to bring this data into a single table. You want to consolidate this data. In Excel, generally, we can do it manually. In Excel, we can do this thing manually like this, correct? But how to handle this scenario in Power BI, so that if we have 3 sheets or multiple sheets, and we can automatically append this data, right? So let's see how we handle it. So I'm going to save this file. I'm going to load this data in Power BI. I go new source, Excel, and I select my Excel as a source. On this window, I select my 3 tables, which I have in my Excel sheet, and I click OK. You can see here you have east orders, north orders, and south orders data. Data is in 3 tables, but you want to consolidate it all in one table. You want to do kind of a union, I would say. Like in SQL, generally we perform a union operation. So we want to do this union operation here, means we want to consolidate the data of 3 tables into one table. For that purpose, we use the append operation. You have operation here, append. You can append into an existing table, or you can create a new table for appended data. So I click on this drop down and I choose append queries as new. Means data will be appended in a new table, means in a 4th table. If you have 2 tables to append, you will select your first table, second table. If you have 3 or more tables, then you can select all your tables, east and north, and click here. So these 3 tables data will be consolidated together when you click on OK. You can see in this table, you have got the data of these 3 tables. You can change the name of it, and I call this one all orders data, right? So if you see in each table, I was having 10 records. When I did append, this table contains 30 records now. Means 10 records are coming from east, 10 are coming from north, 10 are coming from south. But if you say how to identify the data which is coming from which table, right? It can append 50 tables also, 10 tables also, right? I took example of 3. You can append 4, 5, 6, 7. It's up to you. Right? Let me show you again. If you see, there was an option 3 or more tables, right? It's not 2 tables, 3 or more tables. If you have 3 or more than 3, then you use this tab. Now, in this table, if you see, you want to see which data is coming from which region table. So for that purpose, you need to add a separate column here. If you will add a separate column, then append will automatically append a new column here as a region, and that will give you the information for each of the table's data. But there is a prerequisite while you want to use this append functionality. Append functionality you can use only when you have the same column names and same data types. If you see order ID, in each table we have the same column name, order ID. Right? If it is same only, then it will append it properly. But let's say just for the understanding purpose, I make it order ID test. My column name is different now. If I go to all orders data, order ID and order ID test, these columns are treated as separate columns. Correct? Where you have order ID test in this sheet, you are able to see the data in that particular column, in those particular rows. But for order ID, it shows blank because there is no column with order ID in that particular table. Correct? So if you need correct output, make sure the column names are same and data types are also same. Column sequence doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter which sequence you are having. Main thing is column names and column data types should match. If you say, I want to see a region column here, So if you just add a new column here, if you want, you can add in your source, but if not possible in your source, you can add a custom column here by going to add column, custom column, and just bring a new column here. And I define the column name as region. You define your custom formula here. Whenever you want to write any text, any string, that you write in the double quotes, and this one you call, this is your east orders. Right, a new column is added here. Make sure it's a text type of column. Same thing you do in your another table as well. Column name should be obviously same. Make sure the data type is same for each for the column in each table. Okay, now if you go to your all orders table, you get this appended column automatically here. Right, so all these particular rows are coming from your south table, all these are from north and east. Got it? So we are going to see some more transformation operations here, which are very common for day-to-day data preparation. So for example, you have this order ID column. In this order ID column, you are containing year, right? You know what you need. Let's say in this year, in this order ID, you have a year value in between. You need this particular year value in a separate column, correct? So to get this to extract some specific value from any string, we can use a split functionality, right? This could be multiple, it could be in a multiple ways. Sometimes you want first few characters, you want sometimes last, or you want to split this particular order value in a separate column. Means whenever a hyphen comes or a specific delimiter comes, it should split your value in a separate column. So you have these inbuilt options here available. Right click on a column, split column. You can split it by the delimiter, by number of characters, by position. It depends. So let's say I select by delimiter. Now you can choose here based on which delimiter you want to split this column. So it automatically detect your split your delimiter. But if you want, you can choose from here as well. Or if you want, you can enter a different delimiter operation. You can choose based on which occurrence of this delimiter you want to split your column, from the left side, from right side, or from each occurrence of the delimiter you want to split it. So for now, if I select, I want to split it from the right, based on the each occurrence of the delimiter, right? So just click on OK, because each occurrence is selected already. Click OK. It's splitted now. Each column value has been splitted, right? Now, if you say you need this 2015 only in a separate column, no worries, rest you can merge them together again, right? Just select all them in the same order in which you want to merge. I select this one first, then this, and then right click, and then you can merge the options. When you go to merge these options, here you have a separator option. You can add a custom separator for the delimiter, that's your hyphen. Here you can define your merged column name. So that is my order ID. And click OK. There you go. Your data has been merged in order ID, and order year you have extracted separately. Correct? So whenever you want to split the column, you can just use a split functionality here. Sometimes you may have a different requirements to handle this case. Let's say currently I extracted this order year from the order ID part. In my order ID part, I was having the order year, so I could easily extracted it from here. But let's say from the order date, you need to extract the date related components, right? Like you have these months, year, quarters, all these things you want to extract from here. You can use duplicate column, create a duplicate column of this. And on top of the duplicated column, I want to perform some operations, right? Now on this column, I make one more duplicate. On this, you can transform and you can say I need year. And now just double click on it and you can say this is your year. From here, from this column again, you can create a duplicate. If you want to change, you can change the original column as well. I'm creating duplicate because I need that column for some other purpose. So here you go on the transform and you can extract month number, month name, how many days you have in this month, what is the end of the month, the start of the month, whatever. I mean, any component you can bring from here. So I select, let's say, name of the month. This one I can use to extract quarter. There you go, it's my quarter column. Now, for some reason you say, I need the quarter like Q1, Q2, or QTR1, QTR2 like this. So you can append that value within this existing column. But if you try to append that value in the existing column, it won't allow because the data type of this column is number and numeric type column cannot accept your string type. So you need to change it to make it text.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Let's hear what our customer says about the course.
Who are job seekers or like who are freshers. So if they complete these 3 to 4 projects of this Intellipaat only, so they will definitely get a job. And who are into business only, so it will be really helpful to make the projects. So this is the beauty of the projects of the Intellipaat.
Now let's continue with the session.
Well, this column is converted as a text. Now this column you can use to create a separate column. In that separate column, you can concatenate the string value and later you can remove this column from here because this would not be required. So I go to add column, custom column. I'm creating a new column and that one I define. This is my quarter column. Here I define the text value, which is my QTR hyphen. And to concatenate, I use this ampersand operator here. And from here, I want to append this QTR, this column. So all the columns are available here. I just select this column, double click on that. That is added here. Now I click OK. You got the column here and make sure it is a text type of column. I changed the data type as text. And now this column is not required. So this one I can remove now. Right click and remove. Got it? For everything, if you notice.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. The principal arrival of Power BI depends on which of the following: A. Microsoft Excel, B. Microsoft Word, C. Microsoft PowerPoint, D. Microsoft Outlook. Comment on your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
For each and every step, whatever we are performing, everything is captured here. At any point of time, you can go to a specific step and you can undo or you can make any changes in that. While you see these steps, behind the scene, Power BI is writing a script. If you click on this advanced editor, here you can see this is a script which is generated by Power BI. When you are performing these operations on top of your data, Power BI is writing a script behind the scene. Although you don't need to worry, you don't need to write this script. If you want, you can write it. If you are familiar with it, you can write this script. Correct? But there is no sense of doing it. If let's say if you want to split a column, and for splitting a column, if you want to write a script, then that would take a lot of time to do that. Correct? If you see here, we were extracting the column from the column, we were extracting the quarter. For that, you need to write this script. Writing this script will take around 1 minute. If you are expert, then 1 minute, right? But for new person or for some beginners or for some intermediate level of person, that may take a lot of time because we don't know what it is, right? We never experienced, we never learned this thing. So that's why these ready-made options are given to you, which makes life easy. Just do some clicks, right clicks, and that's all, right? So data preparation, you do in Power BI Editor with all these ready-made options. On top of the ready-made options, if you want to make more transformation, more customizations, for that we have the DAX. DAX is another scripting language, or that is very similar to the Excel formula language. So this DAX we can use on top of this data, whatever you are preparing right now. This DAX is something which is part of our next module. All right. Now, when you have extracted the data from multiple sources, now you want to know which data is coming from which source, right? Because sometimes when you are working on a complex scenario and you have, let's say, many tables, 20, 50, 20, 50, 20, 25 tables you have extracted, and you want to see which table is coming from which source. For that, you can take the benefit of the query dependency option, which is under the View tab, query dependencies. You can see a tree here, right, which tells you, like, if you select this particular source, means this Excel file is feeding the data in all these highlighted tables, right? If I want to see the data in this table is coming in orders table, data is coming from where? If you select it, means in orders table, data is coming from the people, because people is used as a merge query in this table, and these two tables data, data is coming from this Excel file. So here you can see a tree map, or I would say tree view of your all the tables, and you can see the dependency as well of your table. If you see all orders data, this table is built based on 3 tables. So if I select this one, it highlights all the tables, all the structure, right? That helps you a lot to understand if you are going to make any change in this particular table, then what other tables will get impacted, correct? So you can see the dependency in between your tables from here. Correct. If you want, you can just increase it from here. You can see, right? So it tells you, it gives you the dependency between your tables. Okay, this is just for your use when you are working on a complex scenarios. Complex means when you have loaded multiple tables. If you have the data of 1, 2, 3, 4 tables only, then that is not much required. All right, now we are going to see some more transformations here. And this time we are going to apply a few things which you see under the Transform tab. In Transform tab, you can see we have a group by option. So I'm taking an example now. For example, you have this orders table. In this orders table, you have ship country, ship city, not ship, I would say you have country, you have city, and you have, let's say, the column here, which you see profit. You have, let's say, shipping cost, right? So you want to use the shipping cost. So for each country and city, we want to see how much is the shipping cost we have paid so far. For that purpose, I need a separate table, right? And in that separate table, I want to keep all this data in an aggregated manner, right? Means I want to just group by this data. Whatever the data I have, I want to group by it. So in this table, I'm keeping the data, let's say, of my transaction level, means granular level of the data. But I need this data to aggregate it based on the country and city and shipping cost. So what I do, I select the columns, but before that, let me create a duplicate table. If you want, you can apply the group by directly on this table as well. I'm just creating a duplicate because that I would require for some other demonstration. Now in this table, if you see, when you create a duplicate, all the steps and everything comes here automatically. Now in this table, you want to keep only 3 columns: country and city and your shipping cost. You can change the position of the columns. You can just drag the columns to left or right. Now you see country, city, and shipping cost. If I select a particular country here, my data is coming for one country, or because I think we are filtering the data somewhere. Yeah, it says filtered. So we filter the data for some demonstration. Let me clear that filter. All right, now if you see here, if I select, let's say, Argentina. For Argentina, you see city-wise shipping cost is displayed to you. If I select a specific city here, just to make it simple, let's say I select this particular city. For this city, you have 8 records here, right? And if you want to see the total shipping cost you have paid so far for this particular city, then you need to sum up the value of all these cells, right? So how we can group this data and how can we aggregate the shipping cost to display it in a one row? Means Argentina and this for this city, and for this for this city, the total shipping cost is this. Correct? I want to show only one row for each city. So how can we group this data? And I want to group it based on country and city, and then I will aggregate the shipping cost. So in such case, in SQL, we use the group by functionality, if you remember, right? Or in Excel, we have pivot table for the same purpose. In Power BI, we use this group by. So click on this group by. You need to apply, you want to apply the grouping based on 2 columns, country and city. For that, you go to Advanced tab. There is choose your first column, country, second level of grouping you need on city. And then you want to do the data aggregation. And in the aggregation column, you want to call total shipping cost, right? And you want to perform an operation here, sum, and you want to do the sum of shipping cost. And when you click on OK, here you go. If I want to test the same thing, I select the same country, Argentina, and we'll select the same city, which I selected earlier. See, it has done the sum of all the lines, correct? So that is the benefit of grouping the data. If you notice one more thing here, somewhere it is displaying the data up to 2 decimal places, somewhere if you see up to 3 decimal places, somewhere it is showing the data up to 5 decimal places. But it should be consistent, right? So you can right click on it and you can transform it and you can round up the value. Round up, round down, whatever. Let's say round up the numbers. Now it will just do the round up and it will give you rounded up values. It will remove the decimal part from you, right? All right, so you have got your country and city shipping cost. Got it? So with the help of these type of functionalities, you can group by your data, right? I would say one potential use case I see here is like, let's say in any table you are fetching data from Salesforce, and you have transactional level of the data, means every day multiple orders are created, but for the reporting requirement, you don't need, I would say, granular level data, means daily level data. You need only month level data. You just want to display for this particular month what was the total number of orders, what was the total orders amount, what was the total orders, I would say the other details. So you can aggregate your data, you can group your data with the help of it, right? Means when your data will be loaded, it's not like, let's say if you in your Salesforce table, if you were having, let's say, 50,000 records, so and you don't need 50,000. If you just group your data on a month level, you aggregate your data on a month level, then it would become hardly 5 or 10,000 of rows, right? So ideally, you should load only 10,000 rows because your requirement is just to show the data, just for do the analysis, do the reporting for aggregated data only. So why should I bring transactional level or means daily level of the data? Because that's not in my requirement. Correct. So in such cases, you can roll up your data with the help of this group by functionality. Got it? What is this group by, guys? Is this clear to all of you? All right. Next thing we have here is, all right. So for next thing, I have some sample data prepared so that I can show you that thing quickly on a smaller data set. Although you can apply it on a large data set, but on large data set for us, we'll not be able to see it properly. So I have the data prepared in this format, right? So I got some data in this format. This is my country, these are my cities, population data, and this is my, let's say, 2012 data. Means data is prepared in this way. Users can prepare the data in any way. So we want to prepare it, we want to handle this data in Power BI. And it should have, let's say, for all these rows should have country, India, but currently it's a merged cell, right? So these merged cells, how Power BI treat. Let's work on it. In another sheet, we have transpose data, and in the transpose data, we are keeping the data like this. But we want to flip this data like we do in Excel. we have a transpose option in Excel. We can easily do the transpose of the data like this. Correct? So how this data we can transpose within the Power BI, we are going to see. So these two are the generic cases. Sometimes whenever you are working with Excel, in Excel especially, you get these scenarios. So I bring these Excel data. I choose here my Excel file. I select these two tables, click OK. All right, so first let's see fill table, how this fill looks like. So when you loaded the fill table data, it is coming like this. Now we need to think like how we want to structure it. So my requirement is the first column title should be country, right? And this column title should be city, and it should be population, right? And these columns which you see, these are not properly, these rows are not properly handled here, that we need to do. So first, let's remove the first row you have. This row I don't need, I can remove it. So I reduce the rows, I click on remove row and remove top. So from the top, I'm removing the one row, right? Now, if you notice here, the first row you have, I promote this one as a column header. Click on this option, use first row as header, it's promoted. This one is not changed, this I define manually, I just rename it. Now, the problem is, when you see India, it's not populating to all the cells which you see here, right? Although all the cities are of India, but it's not populated here properly. So to fill these details in the downward cells, we select the column, then we go to Transform tab. There you have a fill option. If you click on fill, you have two options here. Do you want to fill the data downwards or upwards? If you click on down, it will fill your data in downwards direction. Now your data is sorted properly. It's in the usable format in Power BI. Correct? So we prepared these couple of operations to make it in a usable format. Correct? Now let's go to the next functionality to see transpose. So your data is like this. You want to flip this data. These first column cells you see, these are actually the row, I would say the column headers. So you want to flip the data, means you want to convert your rows into the columns. So for that, you have option here, transpose. Just hit this one. Your data is converted now in this format. This is your country, city, and population. If you just remove the first row as a header, then it will look better. Here you go. Right? So your data is flipped here. To flip your data means to convert rows into the columns or column into the rows, you use the transpose functionality here. Got it? Another thing you have here is, let's say in this table. In this table, you have a lot of data, and for some reason, you want to count the number of records. I removed the filter row step because that I did for some purpose. Now, in this table, you have a lot of data, and you want to see how much data you have in it, means how many rows are there. If you want to count, it doesn't give you the complete count because this data is just loaded in a RAM. So when the data is RAM, it doesn't give you the exact count of your records, and you want to see how many records you have in this table. For that, an option is given to you, count rows. If you click on it, Power BI will quickly count the number of records in the table and will give you the count. In this operation, you can just use to see the count of your table. Correct? Okay, that information I got it means 51,291 records I have. All right, next option, if you go under the Transform tab, you have, not in Transform, I would say add column. You have conditional column. So you want to create some conditional column. That conditional column is something like, if I scroll it a little bit more. All right. Okay, so here you have unit price. This is your unit price of the product which was ordered in the orders, right? So now you, based on the unit price, you want to create using the unit price, and unit price would be of product, right? So you want to create a separate table of the product, like you have product names, product IDs, product category, subcategory, and unit price. Using these columns, you want to create a separate table, and that table you want to define which product, let's say this particular product, you want to define a category of the product in category A, category B, category C. Means if the product's unit price is greater than, I would say, in between $0 to $500, then we'll call it's a C category product, right? If the product's unit price is $500 to $5,000, then it's a B category product. And if product's unit price is more than $5,000, then I will call it's very expensive one, and give it a category A tag, right? I mean, you want to just define the tagging for these things. So how you can do this thing? So using this table, I want to take these columns in a separate form. I'm creating a separate product table. So I create a duplicate of this first. And now in this duplicate table, I keep only the required columns. So my required columns are product related columns, product category, product subcategory, product name, and product unit price. So I need only these columns. The rest I want to remove. Right click and remove other columns. Here you go. Right. Now, based on this unit price, I need a separate column. So for that, you can just go to conditional column. This is my column name. It's like a if-else functionality, or you can say like in SQL we use case statement, case when statement. It's like that. But the good thing is you don't need to write any script, any logic for it. It's all based on the just drag drops, right? Or based on the clicks, ready-made functionality. So you are creating a new column, price type, based on a condition. And that condition is if your unit price, I would say if your unit price is less than or equal to 500. Means if product unit price is less than 500, then we call it's type C. And another clause, else if unit price is less than or equal to, I would say 1000, not 1000, 5000, then it's a type B product. And if you want to add another condition here, if your unit price is greater than 5000, then it's a type A. Right? But there is a possibility, like you may have some, although you will not have any other scenario, any other case except these three. But in case if there is any other value comes, or any, I would say any blank or anything comes, so that value you want to replace by in the else section. If any other price you have other than these three categories, then that should come as other. Means just a else part you can define. It's optional. If you want, you can leave it blank as well. And just click OK. Here you go. Your conditional column has been created, and it's your text type of column. Now, if you see, wherever you see unit price is less than 500, you see it's type C. When you see product prices in between 500 to 5,000, that's type B. And when you see price is more than $5,000, it's a type A. Correct? So you quickly created a conditional column without writing any script, without writing any code for it. Right? So this functionality you have conditional column. Now, behind the scene, when you created this conditional column, behind the scene, Power BI has written a M script for it. If you want to see that, just go Advanced Editor, scroll it down, and you can see here, this is the script written by Power BI. Correct? So the good thing is we are not writing it. Behind the scene, Power BI is writing this one for us. We are just using these UI functionalities, in-between functionalities. Correct? in case if you want to do some customization or if you want something else, then we have a different approach for that. We can use the DAX. Through DAX, we can make more tweaks in it. We can make some more customization depending on our need. All right. So this is all what I applied the transformation. Now let's say I want to load this data. So I just click on close and apply button. And now this data, whatever the changes I made in my tables, everything will get applied now in the Power BI desktop. In Power BI desktop, you see I don't have rest of the tables because rest of the tables were in the RAM in Power Query editor only. When I hit that close and apply, now Power BI will start bringing all these tables data in, I would say, into the Power BI desktop. You can see all this data is loaded here. All right. DAX is a formula language, right? And just for your knowledge, Microsoft developed this DAX programming, DAX formula language. Initially, it was introduced with DAX with Excel Power Pivot, right? In Excel also, we used to write some DAX, some formulas. Then it used in analysis services, SQL Server analysis services, models. And then the same DAX is extended to Power BI as well. DAX can be used in some other tools as well, especially Microsoft tools, but these three are main. And now DAX is widely used in Power BI. So DAX is a formula language which is very similar to Excel, not exactly same as Excel, similar to Excel, correct? DAX has more than 300 functions, right? It's not updated now. More than 300 functions you have for the DAX. And DAX functions we use, I would say, in a combination, right? Like calculate you are using with filter, SumX you are using with another function, right? So if you just make a combination of all these 300 plus functions, operators and constants, then it becomes thousands of functions, right? Or I would say thousands of scenarios.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. What area do you go to change and reshape the data in Power BI? A. Data transformation. B. Data editing. C. Question editor. D. Data modeling. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So DAX is ocean, and DAX is a continuous, or I would say it's an iterative, or I would say incremental learning. DAX is not something like within one day, within 1 week we can learn DAX, within 1 month we can learn DAX. We can, but we cannot be master. DAX, within Power BI, DAX is the main thing which requires ages to become master in Power BI. So within DAX, there are multiple function, and all function returns at least a value, right? Either they will return a single value or they'll return the multiple value. It depends on the function behavior, on the function nature. Now, DAX is already used in Power Pivot for Excel or analysis services. DAX gives us the benefits for calculating the measures, calculating the values on top of our existing calculations. It gives us the reusability. It gives us the flexibility to break our complex calculations in bits and pieces with the help of variables. With the help of DAX, we can perform so many things, right? Like we can calculate our time-based calculations. We can calculate a lot of calculations where we want to perform some comparisons, we want to filter them some data, we want to perform some aggregation, some text type of functions we can perform, some statistic functions we can perform on the DAX. So DAX has a list of categories, right? List of functions. All the DAX functions, all the DAX expressions, basically when you read, these are very easy to understand, right? If you want to read it, it's easily you can understand the functionality of the DAX. So to read the DAX syntax, there are two things. One is your expression and another is your filter context, right? So currently you see this is only a expression, and the previous syntax you see, there are two things now. One thing you see, this is your expression, right? This is your expression, or we can say calculation, but this is your filter context. It means this calculation you are performing in this filter context. If you read it simply, it is simply we are doing the sum of my sales amount column, which is a sales amount is a column of my sales table. Come back to the functions category. In DAX, we have mainly 10 categories of the functions, right? Like date, time functions, time intelligence filter, information logical functions, math and trigonometry functions, parent and child functions, statistical functions, text, and rest and other categories. So these are the key, I would say, main 10 categories we have of the function. And within these 10 categories, almost every function is included. Each function category includes a list of different functions, right? But we use based on our requirement what we want, right? So let's say we come back to Power BI desktop now. We want to start with the DAX. So when we say we want to use the DAX, basically we can create three things using DAX. There are three things which we can create using the DAX, and those three things are: first thing is calculate columns, right? Calculated tables and measures, or you can call calculated measures. There is one more thing, which is row level security, right? For now, there are three things which we create. First is calculated column. And yes, it is different than our source column, right? So these calculated columns, calculated tables, we create using the existing columns we have in our table. So these are the three things which we create using the DAX. First, calculated column, we are going to see how we create it with different functionalities. Before we start on it, we need to understand one more thing: the difference between column and measures. Calculate column versus measures. What makes different measures and the columns? Row context and filter context. Okay, so when we compare Power BI with Excel, Excel work on a cell reference. Means in Excel, you can pick the value of a particular cell. You can reach out to a specific cell by just defining the cell reference like D3, means column D, row number 3, correct? So you can reach out to a particular cell in Excel. While Power BI doesn't work on the cell reference. The structure of Power BI is not on a cell level. It's on a column level or row level. There are two things: column and row in Power BI. Whenever you want to perform any kind of aggregations, whenever aggregations are like sum, min, max, count, distinct count, average, all these are your aggregations. Whenever you want to perform aggregations, or we can say, in other words, we can say whenever you want to perform any mathematical calculation, right? Mathematical calculation includes your aggregations, right? It includes some other operations, right? Like division or some other operations. Division is not aggregation, right? What do you think? Multiplication. Is this aggregation or no? Okay, no. Multiplication is not aggregation. Why? We'll come to that. So whenever you want to perform any kind of aggregation, right? And that aggregation returns a single result. As a final output, that returns a single result. Then, as a thumb rule, you always go with the measures, right? Doesn't matter. You want to visualize it on a card, you want to visualize it on a table, you want to visualize it on any of the vision. Visualization doesn't matter. Sometimes there will be some scenarios where we'll create the measure, but we won't use those anywhere. But we'll create them. Why? Maybe for some conditional formatting, maybe for some other calculations, maybe for variables, right? So measures are your calculations basically. And those calculations must include at least one aggregation. You cannot create any calculation for measures without the aggregation. Well, I'll show you. Now, come back to the columns. For columns, it's not recommended to create the columns for mathematical calculations, first of all. in case if any value you want to see in table, any value, any mathematical calculation you want to see in table for some requirement, right? For some reason you want to see, you say no, this is a mathematical calculation, but I want to see it in a table because I want to create something else on top of it. Okay, no problem. You can create the column there, but it's not recommended. If it's a calculation, mathematical calculation, and it includes aggregation, which will return as a one value as a result, then always go with measure. But in some cases, you can go with columns as well. And there are some cases where you should not go with the columns. Why? Because columns increase the size of your data model. Reason, whenever you create the columns, they becomes the physical part of your table. They occupy some space in your table. If they are occupying this space, then it means the size of your data model will get increased automatically. Right? So we should be very careful when we are creating the columns. We should think twice whether this is a calculation. Can I achieve it through measure also? If yes, then always go with the measure. Why? Because measures do not occupy any space in your tables. Measures data won't stay in the data model. It's just an on-the-fly calculation. It's like a dynamic or runtime calculation. And the output won't stay anywhere. If you want to display the output, then you have to visualize it. Correct? If you are not visualizing the measure, you cannot see the output of measure. Right? But column output you can see in a table. Okay. So this is all about the discussion, theoretical. Now let's see some practical understanding on it that will give you more understanding on it. There is one more thing. When I create calculated columns, let's say here I create a calculated column in this table. So that column I cannot use in Power Query Editor. If I created any column here using a DAX, I cannot use that in Power Query Editor. Right? Sometimes few people got some confusion in it. Like if I created some data, if I did some data modeling here using DAX, like I created some columns, I created some measures, even I created some tables. So few people just open the query editor and they just surprised. They are surprised, like why that is not appearing here? Did I made some mistake or something? So it's not about a limitation or something. It's a behavior of the product. Because it's a calculation. And if there is any calculation, means that is just on the fly calculation, that doesn't become available to your Power Query Editor. Right? So scope of DAX is only in Power BI Desktop, not in the Power Query Editor. Right? Now let's understand, create a couple of columns, calculated columns first. Okay, so I come to this order details table and I want to create one calculated column, right? And in that calculated column, I need my sales values. For calculating the sales, it's simple calculation. Like I just want to multiply these two columns, unit price into quantity. Unit price into quantity. So let's create a column, right click on your table, you create a new column, or you can right click here like Excel, insert a column, you can create a new column, or from top you can create a new column. Multiple options you have. So I prefer to right click on a table to create a new column. Okay, now I define the column name. Let's say this is my sales column. Here I simply write my unit price into quantity. And when I write some keywords here, right, it gives me a list, right? These all are the DAX functions, right? It gives you a list of DAX functions, tables, and columns which you have in your data model. So I want to do a multiplication of my unit price into quantity. Write your expression here and press enter. You got your column, right? Column is added. And I said when you add a column, that calculated column will become a part of your table. Here you can see the output of the table of your column is available here. At the end, what I want to do with this column? Let's say I want to visualize the data. my requirement was to display the total sales by product name. So what I'll do, I'll just go back here to my visual. I add the column chart. In this column chart, I'm adding a sales column and I'm adding product name. Now, instead of product name, let me add the categories. Okay, so it's a relationship issue. Maybe we do not have the relationships in the table. So let me create relationships quickly. All right, so my sales column is created here. So you can see our total sales by categories. But to display this information, what we are doing, we are bringing the sales column, right? We are bringing the sales column here on a visual, and it is giving me the sum of sales, right? But if I want to achieve this through measure, what would be the approach and what would be the benefit? I can easily achieve it through the column. I created a sales column and quickly I added that here, and that's it. Easily I can achieve my requirement, but it's not as per the best practice. Output you got it, that's fine, but it's not the best practice. So let's try to achieve it through a measure. I'm thinking in a way like I got this calculation, right? This one I'm using to create a column. Let's do one thing. Let's copy this calculation and I create a measure. Right click and create a new measure. So here I created, let's say this is my measure name, sales measure. And I just paste that calculation here. Control V and press enter. It gives me error. And what it says, this error is self-explanatory.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Let's hear what our customer says about the course.
Who are job seekers or like who are freshers. So if they complete these 3 to 4 projects of this Intellipaat only, so they will definitely get a job. And who are into business only, so it will be really helpful to make the projects. So this is the beauty of the projects of the Intellipaat.
Now, let's continue with the session.
The error says this can happen when a measure formula refers to a column that contains many values without specifying any aggregation. So basically you are passing a column here and that column is not having any aggregation. So what is happening here? It is this measure is trying to basically measure is getting multiple values. But multiple values cannot be accepted by measure because measure's nature is it will always return only single value. Right? So it is not able to get multiple values because measures always need some aggregations so that they can get into a single result. They can return only a single result. So one thing is clear here, it means this multiplication is not an aggregation. So what is an aggregation then? Aggregation is something which you use to roll up your data or to summarize. Multiplication, divide, these operations are your, I would say, row level operations. Means these operations iterate row by row. Right? So when they are iterating row by row, they will always return multiple values, multiple results. And what measures can return? Measure can return a single value, means either the sum of this everything or sum of this, average of this, count of this, something like that. So now to make this happen, we need a different functionality. We need to use as multiplication is a iterative, or I would say it iterates row by row. So now if we want to make this in measure, then we need to use some iterative function to handle this iterative calculation. So that iterative function is here sumx. right? So you can see some description says it returns the sum of an expression which is evaluated for each row in a table. Means if there is any expression, there is an expression which is iterated row by row for each row. Then at the end of the day, SumX will just do the sum of each row calculation and will give you the result in this measure as a single value, right? Let's simplify it more. Because this is something, if we got it, then all the X functions, sum X, count X, average X, min X, max X, rank X, right? Rank X and concatenate X. All X functions you have, all these are the iterative functions, which iterates your calculation row by row. So this sum X function is like a running total. It iterates your row by row. So behind the scene, what will be happening when you will be using the SumX? A temp column will be created in its somewhere cache or in some temporary location, and that would be giving you the output something like multiplication of each row, right? And in the next row, when you will be going to multiply this value, it will perform this expression, perform the multiplication, and it will, whatever the final output would be, it will include the previous output value in the output of this calculation. So this is behaving something like this. First, it is having the reference of the previous value. It is doing the sum of previous value with the multiplication of this. Correct? And same goes for rest of the cell. So when you calculate the measure for it, it returns a single result, and that single result will be the last value which it keeps in its cache, right? So the last value would be 1674. So it means the total sales is 1674 for it, right? So this is something how it works behind the scene, right? Now, if you want to validate it, let's say if I create a column. So this is my column for sales and how it is going on. So for each cell, for each row, we are doing a multiplication like this. And at the end, we are just doing the sum of what? Sum of all these. And we get the same results. So this is how column works. First, it calculates value for each row, and then at the end, we do the sum of that on a column level. And this is a row level sum, means it is iterating for first row, then it iterates for the second row, and it does the sum of previous output. Then it iterates for third row and does the sum of previous one. Keep going, and when it comes to the last, whatever the last output value you have, that will be returned as a single result, what it needs. When we were trying to create it here, and let me generate that error again. So if you read the last line of this error, to get a single result, right? So means measures always need a single result. In this way, you will get a single result. Currently, what is happening? You are just passing the multiplication, and when you are passing multiplication, you are trying to give 4 values to measure, which measure is not able to handle. Measure can accept only one as a final output to return, right? So multiplication is not aggregation, first thing. And if you want to make this calculation, then you need to use an iterative function, SumX. And SumX expression says it requires 2 parameters, table, right, and expression. So you need to pass these 2 arguments here, table and expression. So on which table you want to calculate the whole things. So you want to calculate these things on order details table, right? Add comma, and now you need to write your expression. What is your expression? So my expression is unit price into quantity. So now I'm doing the multiplication, but along with multiplication, it will do the sum of my records. Now, if I press enter, now SumX is aggregation here, means to measures, I'm providing an aggregation. So then I press enter. Measure has been created here, and the measure icon looks like a calculator icon, right? Just to differentiate it. Now, let's visualize the same thing with the help of a measure. So let's make some space here. And I'm creating same visual. Let's copy paste and delete the column from here in category 2. Now I add sales measure and I add the category. Here you go. So this visual is getting the data from a measure and this is getting the data from column. Same result is generated, and the good thing is we don't need this column. Unnecessarily, we created this column. Because if I'm creating this column, directly or indirectly, it is increasing the size of my data model. Let's assume the size for this particular table is this is 1 KB. Each column is 1 KB column, right? Maybe more than that. We are just taking a calculation and we are assuming it. So my table size was initially 5 KB. But when I added one more column here, now it became 6 KB because it's a physical, it's a part of my table. So I don't need this column. Without it, I can perform each and every calculation easily. So why should I increase my data model size? It's a bad practice. So now, one more thing to understand. Okay, so I know in this measure, aggregation, how we are doing the sum of it, on where we did the sum. I know within the measure, we did the sum, right? After performing the multiplication of each row, we did the sum at the end. Fine. But where we did the sum of this, of the column, because when I have a column, in column, I'm not doing any sum. Then how it is, where it did that sum part? So there is one more, I would say, concept. That's a implicit and explicit aggregation. So implicit aggregation is something like which Power BI visual is doing internally, and explicit is something like what we did on a measure level. Means we defined the aggregation here. We defined aggregation, that's an explicit aggregation. And when we added any column, by default it did the sum of this sales column. How? Because if I select this column, when I select this column, if I go to its column tools here on top, and its default summarization is selected as sum here. If you want, you can change it. You can select average, min, max, count, distinct count, whatever you need. Or if you want, you can don't summarize also. So here, for the column level, whenever you see somewhere these summation icons means something, right? Even on this calculate column also you see a summation. Means on all these columns, the default summarization is applied. And that would be always sum. If I select discount column, on discount column you see default summarization is sum. If I select order ID, on order ID, default summarization is don't summarize, because order ID is not a fact value. It's not a number. It's not something like which you can count, which you can sum. We cannot do the sum. We cannot do the average of order IDs. No, right? Because it's not a fact value. It's not a number for us. This thing Power BI detects automatically, but maybe 1%, 99% it will be always correct, but 1%, if it's not correct, then you can select that particular column and you can change the summarization level. Maybe you want to don't summarize that, or you want to make it average or whatever. Right? So when we are adding this column here on this visual, on visual level, if I right click on this, it is doing the sum here. So sum is maintained on the visual level now. When you visualize any field, the default aggregation will get applied automatically on the visual, and that is because of this, it is doing the sum. When I go for a measure, so I select this and I right click on it, here you don't see those options, right? Like sum, count, min, max. Why? Because within measure definition, we have already defined that just do the sum, nothing else, right? But here we have an option available. If you want, we can change the aggregation. Let's say let's calculate the average. Select the average. Values are changed. Now these are showing the average, right? If you just want to count, these numbers are count. If you want to calculate a standard deviation, or you want to calculate the variance of your columns, median value, all these options you have available here. Easily you can apply. Right? So it means on visual level also aggregation is applied, but that's a visual level aggregation, and that's a measure level aggregation. Benefit with this measure is it is on the fly calculation, because it's the output of measure is not stored anywhere. It's everything on the fly. So if you create 10, 15, 20, 40, 50, 100 measures, there will not be any impact in terms of the space, the size of your data model. There will not be any impact. The size of data model will not be increased. Reason, because it's all fly calculation. Nothing is permanently stored in your Power BI. All right. So this is important and main and basic things to understand about DAX first. Same logic, same concept is applied everywhere with every function of the DAX. Now we are going to have a look of some other DAX functions, right? So far we have a fair understanding of the columns and the measures, right? So let's create a couple of columns where we'll understand more about the columns features. Let's have one scenario first. So for example, you are in order details table. In order details table, for some reason, you want to bring product names. In this table, currently you have the product ID only, but you want to bring the product name here as a column. And all these things basically depends on your requirement. If you want sometimes, right, that particular thing, so you can use these functions. It's not like always you will have same requirements, same scenarios, right? So it's something like here we are going to understand all these functions. Whenever you would require them, then you will use. So it's simply like if we know all the medicines, then we can easily treat any disease. So let's try to achieve this thing. So here we have two approaches to bring it. One is from query editor, we have a merge option and we can bring that easily. Another option could be, let's say you are not using the merge functionality. You want to bring it using the DAX, like a VLOOKUP we do in Excel. But Excel works, the Excel VLOOKUP work only if you have a common column, right? Let's say if you won't have a common column in your Excel, so your VLOOKUP function won't work, right? That requires a common column. Now, I want to bring the product name here. So for bringing the product name, we have inbuilt function that is related.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. The principal arrival of Power BI depends on which of the following: A. Microsoft Excel, B. Microsoft Word, C. Microsoft PowerPoint, D. Microsoft Outlook. Comment on your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Related function helps you to bring one column from one table to another table based on the relationships you have. So you want the product name in your order details, and if I check the order details relationship with products, here you go. So order details with product is not directly linked, although you have a relationship, but this relationship is not, it's not giving you the data because it's an inactive relationship, right? So we want to make it active first. So let me just remove this. And now how can I decide it's not there? Because of the data understanding. So data understanding, business process understanding is required. Okay, I make that active. Now I want to create a new column, right click and use a new column here. Now I define the column name. So column name should be product name. I'm trying to extract the product name. Here I use related, right? This related function returns a related column from your another table based on the relationships you are maintaining in your model in between these tables, right? So now it is giving you a list of a couple of tables here. And why it is giving the list of all these tables? If you notice one thing here, I get the categories, customers, employees, invoices, orders, products, right? Multiple table names I'm getting here. Why? because of relationship only. Directly or indirectly, your order details is having a link with other tables, right? Just for the demonstration purpose, if I delete all the relationships except one, which is my products, which is this one, right? I select the relationships, like these relationships, and I delete them. If I go to the tags, when I use the related again, this time you see the list of products table only, right? You see a products table fields. It is not showing the fields of other tables. Likewise, previously it was giving you a list of products, categories, orders, invoices, this, that. Too many things were coming here. Now only one is coming. Why? Because now you have only one relationship, means directly or indirectly your order details is linked with product table only, and that's why you get a reference of this table. Correct? So if you want, you can bring the data from other tables as well, whatever will appear here in the list. If any table or any column is not appearing in list, you cannot use that in related. Reason? Because there is no relation with that particular column. Got it? So in short, this related function requires that relationship which should exist between your current table, means your order details, and your table in which you are trying to find this information, means products table. Right? So now it's easy. Now you can select your product name. We need select the product name and press tab. That is added. Close the bracket. Otherwise, you can skip the close bracket. Power BI will close the brackets automatically. Right? Here you go. But as a best practice, you should always close the required brackets here. Okay. And you can easily extract it. You can see it's easily extracted the data from your another table. When I was creating this SumX measure, right? I was creating this measure. And I'm calculating the sales of my transactions, right? Like I have a couple of orders which are my test orders, means these orders I just created for the testing purpose only, means 10248, 10249. These two orders I have like a testing orders, or basically in short, I do not want to include the sales of this particular order for any reason, correct? So what you want to do now, you are already calculating this thing. There could be multiple ways to perform one thing, right? Like some people prefer the calculate with filter, some people prefer the SumX with filter. It depends, right? Because it's all like your logic building. So everybody has a different understanding, different way of creating the logics. So now you want to do the sum, but when you are doing the sum, you want to filter your table. So let's do it. Currently, I'm passing this table as an argument here, the complete table, complete order details table I passed here, right? And on this top of table, I'm performing this calculation. But I don't want to pass complete table now. I want to exclude 10248 order ID, right? So let's filter this table first. Instead of passing this entire like this, now use a filter function. This filter function will always return a filtered table, right? It will always return a filtered table. It means filter function you always use whenever you want to filter a specific table. And almost all the functions can be used with other functions as well. Like we are using filter with SumX. Later we'll use related as well in it. So filter function says I need two arguments to work. One is table, means which table to perform, which table you want to filter. Okay, so I want to filter order details. Add a comma. When you add a comma, your second argument has been filtered, has been highlighted now. Filter expression. What is your filter condition here? So my filter condition is order ID should not be equal to 10248. Correct? 10248. This is what I want. And now I just close this bracket, right? Now, when SumX needs a table, this time I'm passing a filtered table, right? Rest expression is same. Press enter. Here you go. Now your sales, which you display here, let me display the sales here in a card. The sales you have, this is not including your 10248. Correct. So it is not including now the sales of this particular order. And if you say I want to include the sales of it, means you want to just calculate the sales only of this product. Let's do the equal. It will give you the sale of this particular order only. 440 means this product, this particular order sale is 440, right? So it means when I was excluding, so out of the total sales, 440 is excluded. Now I got another scenario. That's fine. This is doing the whole calculation and all. That's fine. But I don't want to filter it only one order ID. I want to filter out one more. Let's say there is one more order ID I have, which I don't want to include. Let's say 10249, right? I don't want this one also in my sales. So what we do here, currently we are passing only one expression. Now I want to filter it based on one more order ID. So let's say I want to go like this, where order ID is N, add your curly brackets, curly braces, 10248, 10249. But I said I want to exclude. So I add another operator here, not, and close this bracket. So what I'm saying here, not include these two, rest include, press enter. Got it? So it's your 1.35 million. It's not changing because the number is big and our two order sales are very small numbers. So that's why it is not changing. But yes, this is changed in numbers. I mean, in hundreds, it is changed. Now you see 1352 155. Earlier it was greater than this. Right? So this is another approach. The two you said, that is also fine, right? Or maybe we can use or operator, we can use a pipe here, right? Or we can use the another ways as well. There could be multiple ways. Got it? So here we understood what is not a function, it's operator. Same, in is not a function, it's operator. Let's dig more in it. This is the one case. Let's just copy this formula. I want something different now. Means currently I'm doing the filtration within the same table, right? Means within the same table I have order ID, and within the same table I'm doing this filtration. I want something else, right? Like I need the sales of all those products whose category ID is 1. I don't have the category ID in this table. I want the sales of the products whose category ID is 1. And what is this category ID 1? Let's see that also. I guess it should be beverages, right? I want the sales of the beverages products. So I'm going to create another measure. So related can be used in multiple scenarios. Here we just use the related to bring into flow the column here, column output value. But this time I do not want to flow it. I want to use that related as a dynamic filter. So let's try. So I use it. See, whenever you want to use the filters or functions from your another tables, it depends all on your relationships, how your data is modeled, right? So that's very important. That's the very first step. So I'm going to use, let's say this is my sales of beverages, and here I use my sumx function. Now in sumx function, I don't want to pass a complete table. I want to pass a filtered table. So let's use a filter. Which table you want to filter? I want to filter my order details table. Correct? I want to filter my order details table, but the filter expression is not of the order details this time. Filter action means filter condition. Filter condition is not of this table. Filter condition is of my products table. In my products, I have a category ID. Correct? So now I want to look in my products table. Let's look in products table. Right? How? Based on your product ID, your category ID, here is your products. In products table, you have category ID. Now this table you have added, correct? Close it, and now you add. It is equal, right? All right. So now my calculation is filter expression. I have already added, and this one I call okay. It is my equal to my product ID is 1. Category ID is 1. And now I come back to my sumx, right? See, these statements, you just need to understand these, You just need to understand these syntaxes, right? When you add a comma, when I was not adding a comma, it was when I was inside the bracket, I was working with filtration, right? Once my filter is complete and I go out of the bracket, then now I got control again on a table. Means this entire thing is just a table. I can say a filtered table. Now I need to work on expression. Come back here, add a comma. Now work on expression. My expression is simply unit price multiply with quantity. Or if you have any already calculated value, like you already have a sales column, you can pass that as well directly here. Correct. So unit price and quantity, just close your bracket. And now let's hit the enter. Let's see what it gives me. It is giving me something, right? A measure is created, but measure output I cannot see unless I visualize it. So let's go here, add a card, sales of beverages. It gives me 286.53. It says that the beverages sales is 286.53. How can I trust on it? Let's validate this data. Let's validate it. So how to validate it? We have many approaches, many ways to do it. I can just add a slicer. In slicer, I can add my beverages names, my category names. And here I can display my sales of my column or maybe measure, right? Total sales is 1.35 million. If I select beverages only, because of relationship, we don't have the relationship. Let me build other relationships. I deleted it just to show you that functionality of related. It's processing. Now you see your beverages sale is 286.53K. Same thing. Your measure, your calculation is also returning you the same thing. So means if you are referring within the same table, right? I want to filtering this order details, but referring the another table fields for the filter condition. So related, same function, but this time I'm not bringing this column and using dynamically I'm bringing, but I'm just bringing it for a filtration purpose where my category ID is 1.
So guys, we will be working on this data set now. So guys, basically, let's assume a scenario where in a country, US, so there are many stores in which a survey was conducted based on the students, guys. So how much they are spending on different kinds of purchases, like video games, indoor games, toys, books, gadgets, etc., guys. So in the data set, I mean, this is a student survey data set, guys. So using this data set, we will be going to perform some kind of visualizations where our store setting, see, the store setting is the
column that explains the type of location in which the store is present, guys. So by using this dataset student survey, we will be trying to extract some meaningful insights, guys. So guys, we will be perform firstly we will be just let's start with our Power BI report, guys. So first of all, let me establish the connection to Power BI, guys. So guys, while connecting to some kind of data sets, you might get this kind of error. So let me just 1 minute. So guys, you need to just download this Access Database Engine, guys. Sometimes it might be missing on your machine. It's just 25 MB, 27 MB, just 1 minute. All right, guys. Basically, whenever you just publish your reports or dashboards to your cloud service, you need to either have, you need to have a either organization account, or you can, if you don't have any organization account or student account, guys, you can just use on Microsoft account, guys. In order to create on Microsoft account, basically you can just get it created in Azure Active Directory, guys. For that, you don't need to have a paid service of Azure. Even it can be available in free service, guys. So it's downloaded. Let's just install this and retry that. So basically, based on your version update, guys, this Access Database Engine will be missing. So whenever you upgrade your Power BI, or whenever you upgrade your services, this might be missing, or you might. All you need to do is just download this Microsoft Access Database Engine 2010, guys. So which will be default for all the versions of Power BI. All right, guys, it's done. Now let's just retry the same operation. Yes, now the connection is got established. So let's check the files. So we will be loading the student survey as well as user mappings tables, guys. Let me load these things. All right, guys. So 1 minute. So here you can just view your data, guys. Yes. So now I will be just firstly I'll just perform one tablet visualization where I'll be formatting the let's say total amount of purchases, guys, based on the store location and the store settings. So I'll keep some condition filtering where let's say if the total amount of purchase lies between 0 to 35,000, then the record should be in red color, and if they lie between 35,000 to 60,000, then the record should be in yellow color. And let's say these kind of conditions, let's make them right. Okay. Now let me switch back to Power BI. So in this portal, you will be just doing the visualizations, guys. So let me select the tabular table part. So alright, guys. So now I will be just choosing the store location and store settings under the student survey. Let's open this student survey. So I will be just choosing store location. So I selected the store location. Now I'll select store settings, and then we will be selecting the total amount of purchases, guys. Let me just drag this thing so that you can just read out. Yeah, total amount of purchases. All right, guys. In order to make it more interactive, you can just go to fields and you can just increase the font, as well as you can just give this. Let me just not values. Let me switch this title on, and I'll just give the title as total amount of purchases. So this is total amount of purchases based on store location and store settings type. Let's give in this way. And also let me give a background color for this title to make it much more interactive, guys. So I'll just center align this, guys. Now you can increase the values font, guys. Just go to this values part and increase the size of the text. Let me put it to 14. And also let me increase the column headers as well as okay, I'll just increase it to 14 in the same way. Also, you can just increase the title also, guys, so to look more better than this. All right, guys. Now we will just make some kind of conditional formatting, guys, in order to make that. So basically, we thought that if the total amount of purchases lies between 0 to 35,000, then the condition is that record should be in red color, right? So in order to make that, we can just do conditional formatting, guys. So in order to do conditional formatting, let's go to the values over here. Right click on this total amount of purchases, and then just do conditional formatting and just select background color, guys. So here you will be doing format by a rule, guys. So let's set the rule. So my field will be sum of total amount of purchases, which will be the condition where I just do condition color formatting. So I said if the total amount of purchase is equal or greater than to 0, and then it is equal to, let's say, 35,000, guys. And one more thing, this should be not percent, it should be number, right? So as we are giving 0 to 35,000, so let me put it as orange color, guys. You can also put any color. And also add one more rule, guys. If it lies between 35,000 to 60,000, let it put it as yellow. And we'll add one more rule, guys, where it will be the last condition. It will be like 60,000 greater than 6,000, and you have to give the upper limit also, guys. That will be, let's say it is 1 lakh. Then the color will be blue. Let it be blue. Okay, this should be, let's say 33,500. Okay, this is percent, right? That's why it was not done. Let me change to number. All right, now let us click on OK. All right, guys, the format got affected over here. Now let me create one matrix visualization where I just show the amount spent on outdoor sports across the different ages, guys. Let me go through the data set for you guys now. So now I'll just show the matrix visualization to show the amount spent on the outdoor sports across the different ages and store settings, guys. So let's create one matrix chart first. So this is the matrix chart, guys. Let me drag it over here. So here I'll just select age, as I want to show the amount spent on outdoor sports across the different ages and store settings. I'll be selecting age, outdoor sports, and store settings, guys. So here I can, in matrix visualization, I'll just change the rows and columns, guys. Under the rows, I'll just put age, and then under the columns, I'll just put store settings. And under the values, I'll just put outdoor sports kits, guys. Now, see, to be blunt, basically matrix is just a fancy name given to the Excel's pivot table, guys. If you have worked on Excel, you might know that. So basically, just like pivot table in Excel, it becomes easier to represent your data across your multi dimensions. Basically, in matrix visualization, basically, guys, you have the option to add rows, like as I have done now. We can add the rows, columns, values, unlike the table, guys. This is the main difference between the tablet visualization and matrix visualization, guys. So also you can, this looks something awkward, right? Odd, right? So you can just have the let me just disable this row subtotals, guys. Under the subtotals, I can just disable. If you want, you can keep it. If you don't need, I'll just disable my column subtotals, guys. I'll just keep my row subtotals. So I'll just give a title for this. So my title for this will be total amount of purchases by store location. Sorry, let's say it as amount spent on outdoor sports. All right. So I'll just give a background color as some different thing. Let's say let's keep it as pink. And I'll also center align this, and I'll increase the text format of my background. So let me increase the text size as well. Values. Under the values, I'll just increase it to 14B. Right. Now it's perfect. You can also increase this row headers and column headers, guys. So these are row headers and these are column headers, and I'll just put the column headers to 14 size. That's okay. All right, guys. So now I'll be just doing conditional formatting for this also, guys. Let's do a conditional formatting, color formatting for this amount spent and the total outdoor sports. Uh, Conditional formatting, background color, and then I'll just choose to the rules, and I just sum of outdoor sports kids. Let's say if it lies between 0 to 1,000. So if it is a number, let's choose the person to number, guys. So then it will be something like orange, and add. Let me add another rule. If it lies between 1,000 to 3,000, let me put it into yellow. All right, guys. Now let me. So this is the total amount of purchases by your, I mean, spent on your outdoor sport, guys. So let me put. Now let me create a funnel chart to show the total amount of purchases by the store settings, guys. I'll just show the data labels as the percentage of first. Let me show you that funnel chart first. So firstly, I'll be just clicking on a funnel chart. So here now, as I want to see, guys. First of all, you have to divide the data according to the store settings and the total amount of purchase, guys. So this is the store settings and the amount of purchase. All right, guys. So basically, we will consider the first one as 100%. Let's say we want this one urban and rural as the percentage of this suburban, as suburban is the maximum here. So we will be considering suburban as 100%, and the remaining we will be just giving the percentage. Let's, how can we do this, guys? So basically, we can do this just by data labels, guys, right? So let me go to the data labels. Under the data labels, I'll just put it as data value as the percentage of first. So it will be changed. See, guys. So this urban is 71% of the suburban, and rural is 69.36% of the suburban, right? In this way, we can do this. So for this, let me just total amount of purchase by store settings. Let me give a title for this as well. So it is already added. Let me give a background color and center align this. So I'll just increase the font and I'll just give a background color as a all right, guys. Now we will be just creating another chart, guys. We will be just creating a pie chart where I'll be showing the total amount of purchase by different store location for suburban store settings, guys. So for this, I'll just give you a hint. If you're trying parallelly, guys, if you're trying parallelly, just try using a filter context for this. So let me drag a pie chart for this first. So in the pie chart, as I want to show the amount of purchase by different store location for suburban store settings, I'll be just dragging down the store location and then store setting, and then I'll be just dragging the total amount of purchase, guys. So as I said here, for suburban store settings, so I said here the total amount of purchase by different store location for suburban store settings, I'll be just So here you can select the suburban, guys.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Let's hear what our customers says about the course.
Who are job seekers or like who are freshers. So if they complete these 3 to 4 projects of this Intellipaat only, so they will definitely get a job. And who are into business only, so it will be really helpful to make the projects. So this is the beauty of the projects of the Intellipaat.
Now, let's continue with the session.
So also let me give the type background color for the title, guys. I just center align that, and I'll give the background color as orange, let's say. All right, guys. Now I'll just design a scatter plot, guys. Basically, I hope you all know why do we use this scatter plot. Basically, we use scatter plot for finding some outliers, guys. So let me in this data set, I'll just plot a scatter plot where the video game purchases and outdoor sports spent across the different ages. So let's do this kind of this analysis now. So I'll just select a scatter plot first. So this is a scatter chart. So under this scatter chart, I'll just select age. See guys, in scatter plot, as I have said already, I'm just going to plot video game purchases and outdoor sports spent across the different ages, right? So in this, I'll be just plotting this age and then video games. And then I'll be plotting outdoor sports, guys. So, but you have to change the axis over here, guys. So basically, under my x-axis, I'll just put video games. And under y-axis, I'll be just putting outdoor sports. Yes. And then age will be kept under details, guys. So let me drag. Where is details? Yeah. Let me drag this age to details over here. Yeah, guys, you can also any visualization you can just view it in focus mode in this way, guys. So basically these are the outliers, guys. If you see this age group, I mean both for video games and outdoor sports, he's spending almost same amount of money. uh, these guys also spending in that way. But if you see this customer, I mean this age group, see age 16 years age group, people for video games they're spending 5,892 rupees, and for outdoor sports they're spending 9,300. So in this way you can just find some kind of outliers, guys. You can just scatter plot is suitable for these finding these kind of outliers, right? So guys, Power BI is not limited to only these visualizations, guys. So it we can also add some custom visualizations, guys, where you can find it over here. So you can just import from. You can just select get more visuals, guys. See, as I said at the beginning, you need to have either organizational account or on Microsoft account. As I'm using my organization account, guys, let me. If you don't have any, if you are not working, or if you have some privacy issues, or if you don't want to use your organization account, you can just use on Microsoft account, guys. As I said it already. So basically, you can use it by using, I mean, from Azure by creating it in Azure Active Directory, guys. So it is taking some time. Let it get loaded. So for now, I'll just show you one sand dance plot, which is one of the custom visualization. Let me enter the password first. Also, guys, if you have any kind of queries, you can just mention in the question pan. I'll just at the end I'll just answer all your questions. So let me search sand dance. Yes, here is a sand dance photograph, guys. Let me add this. So in this sand dance plot, I'll just show you some random visualization like indoor sports or video games spent across the different age groups. It is added to my visualization port. Let me. Oh, sorry. I just drag it to sand dance. So let me click here and then add this sand dance plot, guys. So I'll be selecting for sand dance plot. Let me put random things like age, total amount of purchases, and then video games. You can just view the visualization here, guys. So you can just select this kind of visualizations: grid chart, scatter plot, density, column, bar, tree map, and stacks, and you can just choose whatever mapping you want, guys. So let's get back to this. All right, guys. So now let me explain you how to restrict data access, guys. In case of security purpose, so you need to sometimes you need to restrict your data access for the given users in your user mapping table, guys. So basically, for this, you need to. I mean, let's say an admin has some kind of privileges, and a normal user or employee can have some kind of privileges. So for this, you need to create a separate table with user mapping, guys. You need to map your table with the values wherever you want. So let me see. For example, let's say in my case, let me just show the table. So under the user mappings, here money, see, let's say money deals with rural area only, guys. So she should be able to view the data which belongs to rural only, not urban and suburban data. So how do we do this? So basically in modeling tab, guys, you will be just having, if there is any common value in between both these tables, so basically it will be by default that value will be set. And if it is not there, in that case you can just so guys, let me see first whether my, okay, here you can see that survey location and user id are not set it to has edit, I mean header file. So you need to do using power query editor. We can do that, guys. First of all, let me do that. So transform data, click on transform data, guys, and then you will be, So here you can use your first row as the headers, guys. You can close and apply for this. Now this, apply this changes for this now. Now let me go to modeling tab. Now I'll just now I'll just create a relationship based on the columns, guys. Let me create a relationships. For that, I just click on manage relationships. So there are no relationships defined yet. So you can just create a relationship. So there are two tables for me. One is student survey and another one is user mappings. So guys, in this both things, user groups are common, right? In this case, urban, suburban, rural, which is survey location, and in this case, the store settings part. So here my store settings part and my survey location, which is many to many, guys. Let me just add this relationship. Let me add this both. Click on OK. So this new relationship is created, guys. You can just close. All right. Now, in order to check this roles, you can just see. So basically, whenever by default it is, I mean, whenever there is common value fetched, in this way only it will show. You can also define manually, as I have shown it right now. When in this case, like just like this column names are not same, but the values are, I mean, similar in the both part. So now I'll just click on manage roles, guys. So as I said, I will just restrict the data access. I mean, I said money is dealing with the rural area only, guy, right? So let's do it for money. I mean, let's see the records for money. Let me create. So I'll be just. So you need to apply the conditions for user mapping, right? So in order to do that, I'll just right click on this user mapping and I'll select add filter and I'll just select the user ID. So here my user ID will be money. Okay, we need to turn off the cross filtering. Sorry, let's see this. Alright, guys, I have enabled the security filter in both directions. That's why it was not working. Let me just do it now. Let's select this role, guys. Uh, okay, this is saved. Now, in order to see, guys, based on this user mapping data, you need to make changes in student survey, right? So let me view this thing. So this is the new role which we have created, right? So let me just view this. See, guys, I said, see, now we have only, I mean, wherever money is dealing with rural, that data only you can see. I mean, let's check the student survey as well as. So let me give another role. Okay. So for money, only this rural is there, guys. So let's check it in our data set once. Yes, for money, only rural is there, and in the data set, let's check in this data set once. Sorry, rural. Let's see another name. Mm, let's give it as Nani. All right, guys, you can see that Nani survey location is suburban as well as urban. So all right, guys, now let me publish this dashboards to my Power BI cloud. See, even the visualizations got affected as of that. So in order to publish this, guys, let me just publish this to my Power BI cloud. So I'm publishing it to my workspace, guys. Let's say if I just want to share my dashboard with my colleagues of my organization, and this way you can just do it, guys. So also, guys, you can use the question and answer features of Power BI in your Power BI cloud, guys. Now let me show that also. So first of all, let me log into Power BI cloud. So as I already have an account, I have published to my account. I just want to view my published dashboard in the cloud. So I'm logging with my account. All right. So this is my live dashboard, which I have created now. It got published to your guys. So guys, you can also so basically these are reports, guys. In order to just create a dashboard, so basically you can just pin these things, guys. So let's say I just want to pin my matrix visualization. So before pinning, guys, you can pin that to an existing dashboard, or you can either create a new dashboard. Let me create a new dashboard. Let me name it as live dash Intellipaat live. So I'll also just pin this funnel chart, guys. I'll just pin it to my existing dashboard, which I've just recently created. That is Intellipaat live, right? So let's search for that dashboard. Yeah, guys. So basically, you can just ask your any kind of questions to your, I mean, about your data, guys. So in this, you can just give some kind of, let's say, if you want to see total amount of purchases. So in this way, it will show the answers by default, guys. You can use this QA features in this way, guys. That's it, guys.
In this assignment, we will be targeting Power Query. So we will be getting an introduction towards how to use Power Query, the benefits of it, and make an audit dashboard on this transportation corporation data. Okay. So this is assignment that we'll be covering as part of this session. So to start on, I will set the prerequisites. So here, um, every load that a truck carries, every load, so each transaction here is a trip, right? So it has a source city, destination city, and arrival time, all that. Fine. So it has also a auditing mechanism, like each trip should cover certain checkpoints. While a truck is going from destination source A to destination B, it should cover some checkpoints in this course of journey, say like 4 checkpoints, 5 checkpoints. So there would be some checkpoints where it has to get filled, fuel, and then refreshments, driver change. So there would be some compliance stuff that a truck driver should take care of. Okay, so here the data is recorded at a transaction level, I mean at a trip level. So how many checkpoints each of this trip has covered. Okay, so here we can see the data, checkpoints. Okay, how many checkpoints have been covered. But how many checkpoints were assigned for each of this trip? Each of this trip ID, say like for suppose this trip, okay, this trip for this customer from this source to this destination. So how many checkpoints were assigned? Okay, now it says that we are 10 checkpoints were covered, but were there 10 checkpoints? Did it cover all the checkpoints assigned to that or not? For that, we have to get data from a online system. So now we will connect to a RDBMS data source. This is the time we will now connect to an RDBMS data source. So for that, I'll be getting data from SQL server hosted on cloud, which is Azure. Okay, so I'll pull data from Azure service. So because that recording happens online, so to their centralized system. So when a truck passes through a checkpoint, that information will be sent to that centralized system. So that is being recorded in Azure. So Azure is nothing but SQL server on cloud. Okay. So I will quickly first log into my, I have set up that thing. So this is as good as connecting to a SQL server database or an Oracle database. So I'll do a quick login just to get the server credentials where the database is hosted. One can easily set up Azure portal access. It's no big deal. So it's free. They'll give some credit for some time. Okay, so you can try out. You can set up a database. See, that is a free credit that I have, which is showing here. Okay, so I'm utilizing that. I'm on free trial now on this. So this is a database that has been set up. Okay, so that the one you saw earlier was a dashboard. See, this is a server name. So all I need is this server name. Okay, then I can access the database. So this is a database, Lands Transport Corp. So this is a database name. It got that centralized system tracking data of checkpoints. Okay, so I'll select Azure, click on Azure SQL database, connect. So I have to give server name here, the one just I copied. Okay, so this is a server name which is on Azure. Okay, so here now when you get data from Azure service, you have two options. Either you can directly import the data into your system, or you can run it as direct query. So these options will be there only for non-files data. So for files, always it is import. If you are getting data from a non-file, then yeah, so you have that option of directly linking it. So nothing will be stored in the analysis file. So it will have only reference points. As in, then the analysis gets loaded or refreshed, so data will be brought from the live system. So that is direct query. Import is data is directly embedded into this analytics file. Okay. So when we are connecting to RDBMS data points, data sources, we also have an option to write SQL statements here. So this is a panel where we write SQL statements, set command timeout. There are some of the advanced properties that we got here. Okay, so right now I will import the data, okay, into the system, and so I'll click OK. So you might be getting doubt. I said all files will be directly imported. There is no direct query option. What if the data changes in the file? All you have to do is make sure that file is in the right place where supposed to be, and click refresh here. The latest data in the file will get loaded automatically into the Power BI analysis. But unless you click refresh, latest data will not reflect if it is file. Okay, so this is the database, this is a server, this is a database. In database I have these two tables, checkpoints and checkpoint points. I'll pull these two tables into Power BI analysis. Okay, this is a different way of getting data in the system. This is real-time data. Once I get that here, I'll tell you the model. It's loading the data into the analysis. Okay, so here we go. So we got checkpoints. So checkpoints are, you know, the actual designated halts. Suppose vehicle supposed to stop there. So these checkpoints have, there's some names and then the IDs, then the flags like information like they have fuel station, they have refreshments, it's an interchange point, they have warehouse, the service center, and it's active, the checkpoint is active at the moment or not. So this is checkpoint information. Then we have a many to many mapping relation table, checkpoint trips. So these are two tables that we got from Azure database. So this will map trip ID to checkpoint ID. This is many to many. A trip will have multiple checkpoints. Multiple trips can pass through a checkpoint. Okay, so this is a relation how it is created this table. So it will do the mapping. It will see the trip ID and it will check whether if the trip has crossed the checkpoint, it will make an entry into this table. Okay. So now we'll go to relations. We'll understand the relations here. We'll spend some time in understanding these relations. If the key namings are correct, if they have correct key names, then the relations are automatically created. Okay. So if you can see here, so these two tables, categories and shippers, that we got from open data. Yeah, Northwind open data. So these two tables we got from Azure. So you can see these are the checkpoints, and these checkpoints are linked to our actual data with this many to many link table. Okay, so what it will do, it will join trip ID to this trip ID and checkpoint ID to checkpoint ID. So you open this relation just to check out. You see here checkpoint trip ID is mapped to trip ID in trips, and here
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. What area do you go to change and reshape the data in Power BI? A. Data transformation. B. Data editing. C. Question editor. D. Data modeling. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Checkpoint ID in checkpoint table is mapped to checkpoint ID in trips. So this is a, and you see here, this is many to one. So this is many to one, and this is here many to many. So the actual many to many relation is established here. So you can see this is one to many, and this is also from one to many. So the many to many established relation is broken down into a link table, the help of link table here. Okay, so this is a kind of normalization. It's called fourth normalization. Okay, so that's how a data model is created. Remember this, this is a reference table that we created just on the fly to create buckets. Yeah, so we don't need to link this table to any existing tables here. Okay, so now we have this. So another important thing that I want to mention here is, so when you mark a table as, you know, cross filter direction as both, when you set this feature that cross filter direction can apply to both. Okay, it means that if you filter by checkpoints, if you want to see per checkpoint how many trips have been covered, yes, you can see for checkpoint how many trips were covered, you can see. At the same way, per trip how many checkpoints were covered, yes, you can see that. So this is both way, you know, filter can work in both ways relations. So that's why we actually by default also all the relations gets created in bidirectional. So these are bidirectional relations. This is different. This is nothing to do with this link, this one to many, many to many. This is the cardinality actually. So the thing I am telling you about is bidirectional filtering. So that is like per checkpoint I want to see how many trips were passed from that checkpoint in a day or in a year, that I can do. So from here to here filtering. The same way per trip how many checkpoints were covered from here to here. So that is bidirectional relation filtering. Okay. So that is possible with Power BI. You can click manage relations and view all the relations at a time, whatever the relations are there. Okay. And yeah, now it's the time to get into Power Query. So these assignments were targeted to cover Power Query basics. Okay. So Power Query here can be browsed by clicking on this edit query. So if you click on this edit query, it will open a panel. Yeah, this is a panel where we actually do Power Query stuff. Okay. Yeah, you see this, all the tables will reflect here. Okay, it has bunch of options like transformation, so like column formattings. Yeah, here in this first panel we do a lot of column formattings, transformations, edit column transformations, column level, table level transformations, column level transformations. So you can do lot of data modeling stuff. This is different from DAX. Okay, so this is different from DAX. So this is Power Query. So in everything you write here is M, is also called as M. Okay, we don't actually write anything at least in this assignment. So we will actually use all these options that are available here in this transformations panel. Okay. The first thing is if you want to modify any existing data source pointer, so we have like data coming from Excel sheet. Maybe if the path has changed, yes, you can change the source again. You can select the relevant path, or the credentials has changed, or the link URL has changed. You can. So in this analytics, we are getting data from 3 different sources. All the sources we can see here. We can set permissions. We can do things around changing the data source properties. Okay. I'll do a basic transformation. So what I'll do, we have some inbuilt intelligence options here. So I will extract from ship date, I'll go to transformations, and in date transformations I'll take a week of the year. what is the week of the year. So I just click on that. So you check out what happens. So ship date now is created as week of the year. Okay, so this is now changed. Ship date is now changed into week of year. Okay, so maybe this is not how I want to do the transformation. So the good thing here is, so any transformation that you apply on a table, any transformation that gets applied on a table can be viewed here. All steps will be listed here. Okay, so if you don't want that calculation to take place, you can simply uncheck that and take that transformation out. Okay, so we have that options here. We can set the data type here on the fly. We have all data type options. We can filter the data that we don't want. Okay, so extract, we can do extraction. Okay, now what I will do, I will duplicate this column. I will do what? I will duplicate this column. So for that we have an option format where in home give row split. Yeah, so this is copy of ship date, and this copy I will only show week of year. Okay, so now I got this as a new column. That's what I was looking at in the first place. You see, it gets added as a new column, week of the year. So we need to go to add column panel. We need to go to add column panel, not here. In the transformations, it will do transformation of the existing column. Yeah, that's not how I wanted to show. Yeah, so that's one way of doing it. We don't want to show the column in the current format. We want to flip it altogether to a new format. We can do this. Now here I added as a column, so I extracted. So this is not DAX. Okay, remember, this is not DAX. So this is like, you can see here transformations, go home and choose advanced editor. So it will just show you. So this is the Power Query language here. So you can see here, so this is add column week of year. It is extracting and adding as a column. Okay, so that is a step again that we see here. We will simply name it as shipping week. And in addition to that, see, just like number on when you represent it on a visualization will not make much sense. So what I will do, I will do a little transformations, further transformations. What I will do, I will format, add prefix. Prefix would be week. Okay, yeah, this looks neat. Now save this. So we will cover more these transformations more. For now, I just wanted to show the overall view, how it looks. We got transformations we can directly apply on the tables. We can add columns with functions. So all the steps that we do will be listed here. At any point in time, we don't want certain steps, we can remove them. And once we are done with this Power Query thing, we need to click this close and apply, or apply. So then that will reflect into our actual development environment. Okay, so where we have reports, tables and relations. We just came out of query window now, Power Query window. Now you go to tables, check out trips. On trips we should find this. So if you click on this column, you don't actually see any formula here. You click on this, you will see a formula here, because this column is created by DAX. So this is a DAX formula. But if you click on this, it's nothing you see here, because this is created by Power Query. Okay, We can do much advanced things with Power Query. We'll discuss that. Okay. Now let's build a new dashboard. Call it checkpoint analysis. Checkpoint analysis. So I will now show you that many to many bidirectional filter, how it actually works, and all that things. So I will first do what? I will first get destination city. Okay, there I have destination city. I will change it to a side by side stack bar. On this I will show first how many checkpoints each trip has crossed. So checkpoints, yeah. So yeah.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Let's hear what our customers says about the course.
Who are job seekers or like who are freshers. So if they complete these 3 to 4 projects of this Intellipaat only, so they will definitely get a job. And who are into business only, so it will be really helpful to make the projects. So this is the beauty of the projects of the Intellipaat.
Now, let's continue with the session.
The aggregated number of trips were crossing these checkpoints in these cities, these cities. Now I want to compare. I want to do a comparative study, like how many were actually intended to be covered. So what I'll do, I'll go to that table where we had many to many relations, so checkpoint IDs. So these checkpoint IDs I will pull into this bar diagram. Count of checkpoint IDs. Yeah, so count of checkpoint IDs. So this is my target. This is my target. So this would be on trip per city. Okay, per city per trip. So we are adding all those checkpoints at a trip level. So that's why count. Here we don't need to add. So at a trip level, okay, because at a trip level this is already added and we are seeing the data. So at a trip level we have this information, like this trip ID has covered 7 checkpoints. But if you actually go to that table, then we see that trip ID, if you map that trip ID, and we will see how many checkpoints were covered. So that count is what we are getting here, count of checkpoint ID. So this is a target. So this is, you can rename to make it more readable. Target checkpoint ID. So these are the targets that need to be covered. Yeah. Okay. So this is actual checkpoints that are covered and count of targeted checkpoints. So this is a variation. So you can see here, most of the states that is meeting. Okay. So but here if you see, in some states, target checkpoints are more than the actual covered, and in some states more checkpoints were covered than they assigned, so more delay in the delivery. So these are the states where trucks are heavily getting broken or halted or stopped. That's why they are covering more checkpoints than the intended actual. Here this is a perfect. In this destination city, all the vehicles going towards this destination city are perfectly adhering to the compliance of the checkpoints. Okay, so that like that we can do comparative study of this is a kind of auditing dashboard. Okay, now we will do a actual view. Here we will see the transactional view. So for that I will pull a table visualization, and in the table visualization I will select fields like the trip ID, actual trip ID. Just click select on that trip ID. Okay, then we have customer, origin city, destination city, targeted ship days, trip type, and some more fields from other tables like shipper, category, and finally the auditing information. So how many checkpoints this trip has covered and how many were intended to be covered. So this target should be shown as count. Okay, there you go. So we have this detailed visualization. See, it has an intelligence to put up total line for numeric columns. Here it doesn't make much sense. So what I'll do, I can take that out. General, we can take out totals bar. Okay, now we can see in detail this data. We click on particular destination city. The data related to all the destination city will be visible here. A single click, ascending, descending, sorting. You can do sorting also on this data. Okay, so this is a detailed view. We can put details views like this with table visualization. But the thing is, right now at the moment, table visualizations doesn't support row level selection. You can't select a row in this table visualization. That's not possible. You can select that only on bar charts or any other visualizations. Selection within a table visualization is not possible. Only overall filters will work. Okay, I'll put one more filter. So this time I will do aggregated study, not like a transactional study. So for that I have to go for matrix. So get matrix here, matrix, and in this matrix what all I'll pull. First I'll get the trip type. Per trip type we have domestic, intercom, and international, and players in this each category. In each category we have, okay, all three players are uh, doing business in every category. Okay, and then we will put categories also. Yeah, so these are the categories within each. Now on this I will put checkpoint adherence, like, so actual checkpoints, values would be checkpoints, and then go to this and get targeted checkpoints. See, so we have totals, subtotals for each level. Automatically they have come up here, and we have data like this. What we can do, we can actually put this trip type in columns and can view data like this also. Per within domestic, how is the variance? Let's, before doing that, do some formal arrangement of columns. Yeah, then get this into column. So this is a normal mat. Generally in Excel also we compose, right? We have some options. We have some nice formatting options that are available here, like you can go and change the style of this matrix. For example, this I like, and we have also like this black header or just flashy rows. Yeah, this is good. Okay, okay, fine. We can add one more column onto this. We can put by origin state. It's okay. Yeah, this visualization is good. So now we do what? Now we remember we have extracted week numbers. We'll see this trend by week. This compilance, how they are adhering to the compilance by week wise. So instead of destination city, I will use the column that I created, the new column. Where is it? Shipping week. This is week wise adherence. We will split this into line chart. Okay, so the adherence is good. So we see always the number of checkpoints covered are never going down below. So here in some weeks we see lot of variance. For some weeks the difference is more, so the compliance is less. Okay, and some weeks they are uh, aligning to each other, so where the compliance is good. So like that we can understand. See, one more thing I want to show in this modeling is, we don't, in this general modeling is, see here weak numbers are not properly sorted. Yeah, so we want to do that sorting. So what we can do, we can select that column. See 1, 10, 11, that's not the way, because it's a text column, right? So that's why it is doing on text-based sorting. So we can do custom sorting. Select week number. Where is week number? Yeah, shipping week. And we also have week of the year, right? Do we have it, or we lost it? If we don't, we will compose it. We have shipping week. Okay, I have directly appended that. Yeah, I have directly appended that. So what I'll do, I'll create a new column. So just to pull week number. So for this, I will write, uh, I'll go to Power Query. I'll not do, I can write a DAX, but that's not what I will do. I'll go to Power Query. I'll add a new column, and from ship date, I will extract week number. So I did this already, but what I did, I got week of the year, but then I selected that and I went to transformation and I prefixed some text. Like in formatting, I prefixed some text. So that's how I got this. Now I'll not do this. I'll keep this column as is, this new column, and I'll use that column for doing custom sorting. See, I could have created that column using DAX also, but this assignment is more often Power Query usage. Okay, so now we have this column. Now this column should get sorted based on this column. How do I do that? Select the column that we are supposed to sort, shipping week. Select that column, go to modeling. In modeling, we already saw how to change data types, categorize them, do a dollar symbol or percentage, these options, right? Formatting and properties. We also have sort option here. Click on this column, we can select. So this is the default sorting happening based on that column. We can change, we can select on what column the sorting should happen. So see here now, week 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, perfectly sorted. Yeah, based on that column. This is custom sorting. For this, you don't need to go to Power Query. Here that we have it in data modeling. Data modeling, along with adding column or measure, we can do custom sorting also. We have explored all these features in modeling. Okay. We can add new page from here also. Instead of clicking tab, we can add new page here or duplicate existing page. Instead of clicking on visualization, we can click here and add a new visualization and later select what kind of visualization it should be. Yeah, we can add text box images like we do in PowerPoint or Word. Yeah, we can do things like that. You can go and manage relations from here, or we can click here and see all the relations that are there on the table on one go here on this manage relationships window. Okay, so now I completed a proper dashboard analysis. Now in this for this corporation, from the data they have given us, we have constructed a dashboard, overall overview kind of a dashboard, which gives you a brief peek into the data. And then we have built one analysis file for delivery analysis, to do the delivery analysis, then also a checkpoint analysis. Now we'll save this and we'll publish this. Remember, when you're publishing, don't select any data, because it will get saved and published in the same manner. And always be on page 1 while publishing. So now click publish. So it will ask us to sign in. Yeah, I have to do the sign in. Yeah, so I did the authentication, I signed into the application. So now it is asking whether to replace the data set. Yes. And now it is publishing this to the Power BI cloud service. So see, the desktop client is free. Anyone can download this and start building applications and share the file. So when I save this, it actually gets saved as like this, a file. Now when I publish this, this will go and sit on cloud service. So for cloud service, you need to take subscriptions. So those subscriptions are chargeable. So $10 per month right now, but we can set up free trial. We can set up free trial which is for 60 days. So I am actually using a free trial now. Just we'll get rid of this. So it's going for second authentication. So we just finished authentication here process. So now that DXP, the local DXP will be published onto this cloud service. Okay, so now we can see all those three panels here, all those three dashboards here. From here I can specifically pin visualizations onto the dashboard. So remember, we already created dashboard in our first assignment, landscape dashboard. Yeah, we already pinned some visualizations there from our first dashboard. Now I'm pinning from our second and third dashboards. Okay, and this trend line, pin this trend line also. Okay, now you go and check out that dashboard. You see more visualizations now here on this panel. They have to stabilize this. It's still not very user friendly arranging the styles here. Okay, so now you see here, this is the dashboard we got. Now we can go into full page mode. I look at this dashboard. So now this page is coming from delivery analysis. Now I click this, it will take me to delivery analysis tab here. Yeah, back. Now I have seen this checkpoint analysis. Okay, and now I click on this. I'll go to checkpoint analysis panel. So these are the dashboards that we prepare and deploy onto cloud service. Anybody access to this cloud account can analysis files. We can share them. We can share the dashboards. We can share, and we can also publish. We can embed the copy and we can publish. So we'll start our next assignment 5. So in this assignment we will cover data transformations, more data transformations using Power Query. Okay, and we will be utilizing a new data set for this assignment, which is state university admissions. So I'll give you a little walkthrough of this data. I'll give a brief overview of what this data is. So this is the number of applications received by various universities located in USA. So we have data like the institution ID, institution name, school name, and the university it's affiliated to, number of applications received, the total number of applications received, and then the split by foreign applications, Hispanic, Indian applications, Asian, Black, specific. So race wise, number of applications received in each university in each state. Okay, so this is a main data set, university applications, and then we have a data set which will give us the information like how many universities are there in each state universities, and how much fund they are receiving, state fund, and how much trust, so the accumulated fund they have with them.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. The principal arrival of Power BI depends on which of the following: A. Microsoft Excel, B. Microsoft Word, C. Microsoft PowerPoint, D. Microsoft Outlook. Comment on your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, per state, and these are the targets. So these are the targets. Number of applications should be received by each state for various years. Okay, so now we are in 2010, so the data is from 2010 to 2016. Okay, so this is a data set that we have. So this data set now I'll take into Power BI. Okay, so this will create another instance of Power BI desktop. So we'll be performing all these transformations using Power Query. I'll close this. So let's get data from the university admissions. Oh, there is a problem here. Okay, so actually what happens when you're trying to access files which are prior to 2007 release, so which has XLS extension. Yeah, so we need to have special drivers for that. Yeah, there I go. So now I got 32-bit access drivers, so I'll install them. So actually Power BI also comes in two versions, the 64-bit and 32-bit. Based on the operating system, we will install the 32-bit or 62-bit. So here, see, this is Power BI Desktop 64-bit and this is 32-bit. Okay, I'm putting the access drivers. This will help in reading Excel files prior to 2007 release. So I got these drivers from this website. So you can download from here, access drivers. Just when you click on download, it will ask which version you want. This is 32-bit. If there is no extension mentioned, it's 32-bit. Generally, it would be mentioned as 84 or 86. Not very sure. But for 64-bit, it would be clearly written as 64-bit. Okay, so the installation is over. Let's get back to the file. So you can actually clearly see here the problem, that why it is unable to read that Excel file. Now retry. I'll get the data. So let's get all three sheets into Power BI Desktop. Set tick load. No need to set preview now because we know already what data we are pulling in. Okay, so what is happening is now the data from all the sheets is getting embedded into the system, and table, schema, data model, everything is getting created, detecting relationships. Yeah, so see, now we got all three tables here, and then if there are any relations that will be created. I don't think now we have any relations here. Okay, yeah, let's get back to the data. So we have state-wise target, state-wise universities, and then university applications. Fine. So let's rename them. Give proper names to these tables. State targets. So these are funds, and then applications. Simple name. Okay, so we got applications. We then got targets state-wise, and then we got funds universities wise. I think even this data is at university level, state level, state targets and state funds state wise. Okay, so now after loading this data, so this is the university data, right? Okay, after loading the data, I realized that there are some more applications in a different data sheet. Okay, now I want to get that data as well. Okay, like so here we have university admissions data, right? So actually if you see, there's another file which got charter as in these are state universities but ran by private organizations. They are under private management, but they get funds from the state. Okay, so here, so they are more accountable. The accountability will be high in such institutions. Fine, so now I have data here. So these are the applications received by charter universities. So I want to take this data into Power BI. So go Excel, take charter applications. So this version is different. XLS X. Earlier was XLS. Yeah, open. Once data is loaded into Power BI, you don't need to bother about which version of Excel we are getting that data from. Okay, now this is a table we got here, charter applications, right? Yeah, so now I don't want to have two data sets separately because both contain same data, same number of columns. Sorry, not same data, same metadata, same number of columns, column formats, everything. just that we have different data sets. Now I want to append this data set to this. I want to make this as part of this. So what I have to do is get into Power Query, Query Editor. So we'll start with appending data, and then we'll explore all possible data transformations that we can do on data using this Power Query Editor. Okay, so we have applications. This is a table. Now on this table I want to append charter applications data. So now I select this table. Okay, and go here. So here we have options. So you want to merge queries or append queries. So in our case it will be append queries. Append works as union in SQL, union all. Okay, so here we have options: append query or append query as new. So it will append that new query and create a new table. No, I don't want to create a new table. I want to append to the existing table. So this table itself. So it's like two tables or more than two. It's just two table. What is the table that you want to append? So this is the current table. Now we are in. For this table we will be appending charter applications. Okay. Yes, the appending is completed. Close and apply. We'll just verify that. Open this actual admissions file. So how many rows we got here? We have approximately 4K. Yeah, we have approximately 4K records. Now you see here we have 4K. Data didn't get reflect. Okay, actually we have to do refresh from the model. Yeah, so the refresh has finished. So now you can see now the total has increased. It's now reflecting 5000. So earlier it was 4K. Now we have 5K records. So 5K applications. So that additional applications, charter applications, have been appended to this original set. Yeah. Now that we have appended data here, can we delete this? No, we don't need this, right? We can delete this. Can we do that? Try. It will throw an error saying that this cannot be deleted because it is being referenced in another application, in another query applications. Yeah, so actually that is a virtual join, I mean virtual appending. So there is no actual data integration into this table. It still have data on this table, but it has created a bridge. So we need to have this table, but any expression that we write, any function that we write on applications will reflect on both the sets. Will treat as one single set in applications. Okay, the main table. So we have the entire set of records here in this main table applications. So now I'll do I'll do some text functions. So text functions like, so here you see institution name. This institution name is a combination of university name and state code. CS California. Yeah, so here we have state code also clubbed with institution name. We don't have that column anywhere else in the data set. We don't have that state code again anywhere else. That is essential for us because you see the other two data sets, they are all led by state code. So we need to have that state code separated here. So how? Let's do that here. So select the column and select split columns by delimiter. So how will we split this? So what is a delimiter? I mean, what we can see that each word is separated by space, but every word is separated by space. So I can't split by space. I get a lot of words. So we have advanced features here, advanced settings that we can rely on. So first we select the delimiter, the separator, word separator. In our case, it is a space. Yeah, space is being, and split by what? At the leftmost delimiter, rightmost delimiter, or each occurrence. In our case, it happens to be the rightmost. rightmost delimiter. We can write more delimiters. If you don't have anything, we can type the delimiters if it is not available in this list. So okay, so click OK. Now the column gets splitted. Yeah, we have a new column now. Let's rename these columns. Leave this as institution name, and this one state code. And so this is one of the basic text operations that I have done. So we can do more text operations, like we go and you see the school name. Yeah, school name, it's all in small letters, right? Let's increase the readability of this column. Select this. There are more transformations. In transformations, format, capitalize each word. I like this option. So capitalize each word. See, now it will get camel notation. So anything you do on transformations, you don't need to worry. It will not create any new column or anything. It will replace the data in the existing column. And you can see for every action that we are doing, a new step is getting created. At any point in time, you can move back and check what the data was at this point in time. What was the data at this point? Yeah, you can actually check. If you don't want a particular step, you can get rid of that here. Just click here, it will be cancelled. Okay. We'll come back here. We have more options here, like column level options. We can format text. We can set the type. We can set the data type. We can strong type. We can rename. Fill empty values. You have empty cells. You want to fill with the preceder or the successor, filling down or filling up. Replace pivot. Yeah, we'll come here. We'll come and we'll explore all these options in detail. First, we'll go to other data sets. So here I have state targets, right? Yeah. Let's start with state funds. So this table is good, but actually if you see, the column names are not properly aligned here. So I have an option here. So you can go and do use first row as header. Use first row as header, or use headers as first row. So we got this option. So I'll select this use first row as headers. So yeah, there I go. So I have columns here and names, but this is not correct. See, right? These are states, but under states I don't have universities, funds, and all. So this data is in flat mode. So I want to transpose this data. Then it becomes meaningful. So I will take this step temporarily out. I'll not do that step. So before doing that, I will do a transpose of this data. So select the table and say transpose. Flip the data. Now it is more readable and more convenient. We can easily do the reporting. We can establish a join between our applications and this table using state code. And we can retrieve state-wise number of universities and the funds they got. So what are the options that you see here in this ribbon? Transform or add column. You can see most of the options here also. Use first row as header. Okay, so this is a valid, proper data table. Best suits for reporting. Let's do similar stuff here in state targets also. Here we have to be little careful here. You see here we have state codes and then state-wise target. So what I have to do is here two operations. See, the first thing is I have to do a pivot of this data. But before doing that, I have to transpose this data because I want to do pivot year wise. Yeah, you'll understand that. We'll see. First we will do the transpose of this data. So I have state names, state codes, and then years and year wise targets. Okay, where did state code go? Okay, so state code will disappear when you do transpose on this kind of data. So before doing transpose, we actually have to take this out. Use header row as a column, as a regular row, header row as a data row, so that states will also be in column, and when I do transpose they will the state codes will be in a row, and when I do transpose that row will convert into a column, because only rows will convert into columns, not headers. Okay, when I do transpose, that's when I earlier did transpose, all state codes disappeared. I want to have them. Yeah, so I have state code and year wise targets. Now is the time to make this as header. See why I did transpose. I did transpose because I wanted years here, not state codes. I wanted years. Now I'll go and select all the years. I'll go and select all the years and then do unpivot. You can do unpivot of selected columns, or you can do unpivot of columns that are not selected. So I'll click this. So this all gets unpivot. Now it is a tower. Now it is easy to use. We have state code and year wise targets, but I don't want previous year's targets because I don't need to show them anymore on my dashboard. So I have data only for current year. So let's filter this set. So when I filter this set, the underlying data will also get filtered. So for the reporting purposes, only the data which I select here will be available. It is completely filtered. Okay, so now I select 2006. Now I have data only for 2016. Now that I have latest data only for latest year, I don't need this column anymore. I can remove this column. Yeah, it is possible. So now I have state codes and then targets for that state codes, because my entire data is for current year. The two files that I got, they are for current year. So there's no need of maintaining that unnecessary data. So I can filter and I can ignore. This tool is very powerful. You can do lot many operations like that. Okay, now let's get back to the applications. And now here I don't want to have this as a separate table. The state funds, yeah, let's leave it as a separate table because we have more columns here. Okay, but this has only one column, values. So instead of maintaining this as a separate table, what I will do, I will merge this table into applications. I will merge that into applications. So how will I do? So we'll go to home tab, and here we have an option to merge queries. Merge the existing, which is applications, the master set. So to this I will merge state targets on what, on state code here with the state code here. Remember the state code we extracted from this institution? Yeah, we are using that now. So we are joining these two, and the join that we selected will be left outer. So it will ensure that we will not miss any data from the master data set. So if there are no targets for any state code, then for those states it will show blank, but it will not ignore those states in our main data set, which is very safe. Okay, because we don't want to lose any data from the applications. If that's not the choice, you want only those states where there were targets, then go for inner join, only matching rows. Okay, fine. So safe option, left outer, select that. So that is added. Now you have to select the field that you want. So what I want in this, I want just the value, not the entire table, just the value. Value is the target. I'll rename that column. Okay, so we have a state-wise target appended here. We don't see all the data here. It's just a little preview. But yeah, believe me, that merge is appropriately calculated, applied. Okay, so yeah, so now we finished that. We have more options, like we can uh, choose certain columns that we want, and we can ignore columns that we don't want. We can like remove the columns that just we did in state targets. Keep rows, so we want to remove certain rows from top. So this is data cleaning. This is actual data cleaning. Yeah, data in some terminologies is called data massaging. So yeah, we can sort a column and then group by, and then we do all this stuff. Yeah, let's go. And so in transformation also we have a lot of transformation features, like replacing values. We want to replace it in certain value, we can do that. Pivot, unpivot, yeah, split columns, text operations. Then we have numeric operations. If there is any date, then we can extract time, day, date, week, all that. Yeah, date intelligence, we have that. We'll add column now. We'll explore this tab. We'll add a conditional column to this application table. So in this conditional column, so this is a UI for creating a conditional column. I'll name this as applications status. So what I'll do, I'll create three categories like high, normal, and low. High is for more number of applications, low and medium. Okay, so before that, let's check out. So in this, I want to just check out uh, applications, total applications that are received here. So this field will give us total number of applications. Okay, total number of applications received from all states. So this I will split by institution ID, and I will see this as a table. So institution ID, actually this is not the correct, so this is institution name. Yeah, it's institution name. And let's check out the maximum number and minimum number. Okay, put this as a bar, or I can do better than this. So what I'll do, I will select by institution name, not by institution name. Minimum value, institution wise minimum value. Okay, let's just take the count of applications received in each institution and put a reference line. A reference line for average. I don't think we have an average line here. Okay, let's go for the line, and then we put a average line. Average line, add by count of applications. Okay, so we see this is the average line. Let's show data table for data label for that average line. So average number of applications received in each university across universities. Data label on. Okay. Yeah, so that's somewhere around 16.22. Yeah, so that's some 16.22. So that's the average value. Okay, why I wanted that, I will shortly tell you. Okay, let's take this out from here. Get back to the query editor. So now here I will create a new column, conditional column. So in conditional column, status, column name would be total number of applications. So the order of this conditions, is very important, because that's how this gets evaluated. This expression gets evaluated. Okay, so if it is less than or equal to,
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Let's hear what our customer says about the course.
Who are job seekers or like who are freshers. So if they complete these 3 to 4 projects of this Intellipaat only, so they will definitely get a job. And who are into business only, so it will be really helpful to make the projects. So this is the beauty of the projects of the Intellipaat.
Now, let's continue with the session.
we have total all races less than. If it is less than, say we just checked this 20, right, is average. So I'll go and I'll put it as, if it is less than 20, slightly above than average. Yeah, we will, it shouldn't be slightly above average. If it is less than 15, low, output should be low. I can actually type a text, or I can select a column. If I want to show any column, yeah, instead of a number I can show that, or I can simply type a value. Next rule, total applications, if it is less than 15. So if so how this gets evaluated, so we don't need to check between a range like 15 to 30 like that. So if a value is, this calculation happens at a row level, if value is less than 15, then it will show as low. If not, then it will pass to the next statement. So in this next statement I will check if it is less than 50. If it is less than 50, yeah, so this is normal. Number of applications received is normal. Add another rule. If it is not 50, if it is greater than or equal to 50, after reaching here, if it is not below 15, it is not below 50, or I can say now I can put any upper limit here. I don't want to write again less than. I'll just say if it is 50 or more than 50, high. So yeah, that's why this order of evaluation is very important. You can actually move this order up or down, or you can take out a condition. Yeah, so options are there. This is a default option. If nothing gets passed, so you want to have on default values, yeah, we can put that here. Okay, so you see that new column has been added here. Okay, so it's like, you can actually check syntax for this. When anything we do in Power Query, what happens, actually a Power M script gets generated. So these are script. So we added this additional column, right? This can also be added like this using the function each if. Each if is a function. So each if, then else if. So it has similar syntax to other programming languages. Then last is else null. If nothing is specified in otherwise condition, right? That's why null. So this is the M syntax. So we just added, so here it will show the last operation. We just added the conditional column here. Okay, we have other columns, like most of the times we may want to have one unique identifier for each row. If there are any duplicates, we want to generate a unique identifier. So that is nothing but an index column. Index, you can start it from 0 or we can start it from 0 or 1 or any value that we want, and a unique key will be generated for each row. Sometimes it will be very handy. Yeah. And if you want to write a more composite column, custom column, then we can go and write it in M. Using M, we can create more complex column like a date functions. We want to extract days and then add it to another field, compose a new date out of it. Any expression we can write here and compose custom columns. So these are the transformations that we did. Let's check out. Did we? Yeah. So yeah, most of the transformations we covered. Summary tables. Yeah, let's do the summary tables. So now I have this data, so I want to create a summary table. Like I want to store.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. What area do you go to change and reshape the data in Power BI? A. Data transformation. B. Data editing. C. Question editor. D. Data modeling. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Applications received, actual application received by institution name. Yeah, by institution name, the number of applications received. So I can do that group by. So if I do group by, this existing table will get modified. Yeah, this existing table gets modified. But that's not what I want to do. So what I have to do, see, let's first do that here once. Okay, group by. So I can do group by institution ID. No, by I want to do by institution name. Institution name, what I want to do, I want to do count of rows. Yeah, this is what exactly I want to see. How many applications received per institution. Okay. No need to select any column here because we are counting rows. So what happens, this existing table gets transformed and a new aggregation table will be placed. See, this entire thing has been replaced. So these are the universities and those are the number of applications received. So there is a new table that got created, but actually this is the existing table got transformed like this. Maybe this is not how I want to do. So what I will do, I will create a duplicate copy of this table. Applications, right click. We have some options here as well. Right click on the table, you get some options. Say duplicate. So this application table gets duplicated. Now this, give a name, applications aggregation. It's still loading. Okay, here it is. I got it. So on this table, I will do aggregation. So before doing that, I don't want to have all these operations. So like adding that conditional column, capitalizing, renaming columns. Yeah, change split columns. Yes, leave it till there. Actually, I don't need split columns also. Split by delimiter. Append query. Yes, keep data up to here. On top of this, now go and compose aggregation. Yeah, so this is still referring to this data set. Now on this I'll do group by institution ID. No, not institution ID, institution name. Okay, so this is an aggregation table which is part of our data model. Now we can make aggregation tables like this. So we have covered most of the transformations that are available in query editor. So I got back to Power BI desktop.
So why do we require a certification to begin with? When you can think about it, if you have a certification, it means it's a stamp of excellence, right? It means you've put in a lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of effort into learning something new and making use of it, right? And this is not that. It'll get you a good job, of course, and you'll get a substantial increase in pay compared to a person who is non-certified. See, if a person who's non-certified, let's say, can get a 20% raise, you might be expecting somewhere around 50 or 70% raise with the certification program as well. I mean, of course, it depends on the individual and it depends on how much work you've put in, but at the end of the day, it's very lucrative to have a certification is my point. And then there's many corporate requirements, right? So let's say there's a very big player, an MNC, who wants to hire you, but then they require some sort of certification, let's say from Microsoft itself, right? So there are multiple certifications from Microsoft that we'll be discussing, and they'll be like, hey, if you have this, you can apply for our company. And if you do not have it, of course, there is no chance that you can get in there, right? And they'll be paying really well. They hire across the world. It's not just that. There's many companies who have multiple requirements that you have to shoot through to get the job. So when you think about it, a certification program is going to give you a good chunk of knowledge and an equal amount of projects. This is what a good certification program means. It's just not all theoretical or all practical. It's the best of both worlds, where you're going to make use of your knowledge in real-time industry level projects, where you can sort of verify whatever you have learned, put it into implementation and actually use it. See, business intelligence has come into our world because we have a lot of problems, regarding understanding what happened in the past or what's happening in the future. So not just this, any IT concept, it's put into place because there's a problem and we need a solution. You guys as Power BI experts will be solving problems day in and day out. So your problem can be from a variety of domain, be it from the field of medical, be it military, be it space, a lot of different things as well. So when your domain is this wide, it becomes vital that you understand the latest certification offerings there are. From Microsoft itself, we have two main exams that you will have to clear, if you're considering to become an expert in Power BI. One is the DA100, which is the data analytics exam, involves analyzing data with Microsoft Power BI. And then we have another exam, it's the 7778, through which you'll be analyzing and visualizing data using BI as well. So let's talk about these two examinations. Right? So let's start with the DA100. This course expects you to have certain So this examination is going to test you on these things. One, how well can you prepare the data, how well you model the data, and how can you visualize the data, and of course analyze it and deploy and maintain variables at the end of it as well. So when you think about pricing, right, all of these examinations have a certain fee that you have to pay for the people at Microsoft. And I didn't want to mention the fee because it keeps changing rapidly. And when you think about the current times with the COVID-19 pandemic, they're offering huge amounts of discount. And as of what I've been seeing for the last couple of weeks, the price is changing. So I really don't want to put up one price and to see it increase or decrease later. For the pricing details, of course, all you have to do is Google exam DA100 and you can get all the latest pricings on the Microsoft website itself. So let's talk about each of these points for a second. See, when you're talking about preparing the data, right, to clear this examination, to clear DA100, what's expected of you in terms of preparation of data? First thing is you need to have the knowledge of how you can pull the data from various data sources and how you can profile these. See, we profile the data if there is a requirement for data to be very clean or if your data is erroneous. You cannot feed erroneous data to the later parts of the chain where we're going to analyze it and visualize it, because at the end of the day, these anomalies, these errors in the data is going to harm your visualization way more than you think. So it's very vital that you prepare the data in hand, you clean it, you understand where to pick it from, and of course you'll be transforming the data as well, right? So when you think about it, right, here's a food for thought. Data is like raw ingredients. Sometimes it has to be clean no matter what. Sometimes you have to think about it like food. Think about it like literally food, right? You'll have to boil it, you'll have to fry it, you'll have to do something to it to make sure it's edible, right? When you think so this is exactly like that. You have to transform your data from it being a raw entity into making it useful information. So in that particular case, this is what you will need in this step of data preparation. And then coming to modeling the data. See, modeling the data will involve you having the capability to actually design and develop a variety of data models, because data modeling is the heart of your visualization, right? Because when you think about it, at the end of the day, you'll be performing a lot of analytics, applying algorithms, and use of it effectively as well. Efficiency is something you really have to be worried about when you're thinking about modeling the data. And then it's not just development of model, you'll be making use of DAX. See, DAX is basically data analytics expressions. It's actually a library of functions and operations that are used to build what we call as expressions in Power BI. So to create all of these, you need to have an offhand experience of either working with DAX, or of course you need to be certified and have some experience working with DAX as well. And it's just not this, in the state of modeling the data, you have to have the capability to optimize the model performance as well. See, creating a good visualization from scratch is easy, but then creating an optimum model, creating a model to the best of your capabilities, to the best of the ability of the data itself, well, that's definitely going to take some skill, guys. So modeling the data is a very important step that you have to know in case if you have to clear the DA 100. And then the next step is to visualize the data. See, with visualization, Power BI is all about visualization, right? So you need to have the ability to create detailed reports. You need to have the ability to create dashboard for mobile applications and others as well. See, at the end of the day, the person who's viewing your dashboards or the person viewing your charts can be on a mobile device, because let's be honest, right? Most of us are on our mobile phones looking for solutions, and having the ability to showcase your Power BI results on the mobile platform is very interesting and needed, right? So for that case, you need to have the ability to create dashboards for mobiles. And it's just not this. Be it a desktop user, be it a mobile user, you need to have the ability to create good looking visualizations in a way where you're enriching the user experience and the user interface. You can create beautiful looking graphs, let me be honest with that, but if you cannot place it together, if you cannot add good coloring, well, at the end of the day, your effort might go in vain. So to create aesthetically pleasing graphs, you have to understand what drives a good user interface and how well your customers are taking into the user experience of the charts and dashboards that you're providing as well. So in that particular case, it's very important you know this to clear DA 100. And coming to the main part of the data where we're trying to analyze it, well, you need to drive insights from the reports, and you need to have the ability to perform advanced analytics as well. At the end of the day, you can get away with the basics, probably having minimal to beginners training, but if you have to perform advanced analysis, split out and separate out these things where you really will not get confused anymore. So deployment and maintaining of your final results, right, that is definitely something that's required in DA 100 as well. So as I mentioned in the beginning, let me reiterate regarding the pricing policy. It keeps changing depending on the country that you're from. It keeps changing on a lot of factors that's happening around the world. So make sure to head to the Microsoft websites to check out the current pricing with DA 100. And then the next certification program that we're going to talk about is the 70778. Again, this is an examination that's put into place to analyze and visualize data with Microsoft BI. So if you clear 778, it means you have the complete capability to analyze the data expertly and visualize it in a very good way as well. So what's expected from you, when you're thinking about 77778? Well, you need to have a good understanding of first how to use Power BI and how to perform good data analysis. I think this is very clear, right? And secondly, you need to be proficient in connecting a variety of data sources that I just spoke about, and perform data transformations, modeling, visualizations, and all of it using Power BI desktop. This is very important. And then you need to have the ability to actually configure dashboards, create good reports using all the Power BI services that are available. And lastly, you need to be proficient in implementing connectivity from a variety of servers as well. See, be it SSAS or it's also called as the SQL Server Analysis Services from Microsoft. You have the SQL Azure, and of course, you need to have the ability to implement data analysis in Microsoft Excel as well. Microsoft Excel is another beautiful tool that's actually used to perform data analysis. And Microsoft Excel, even though it sounds simple, is definitely an advanced tool. And if you're trained on Microsoft Excel, you can do a lot of things with it. Well, coming back to 778, it's mentioned on the Microsoft website that this exam retires on January 31st, 2021, and after which they're going to bring out another exam or another certification program. But until then, you're more than welcome to actually go on to clear this examination and get trained for it, of course. Because at the end of the day, not much is going to change with Power BI. But I think Microsoft is looking forward to changing things a little with their examination, how it's conducted, and what's asked in these examinations as well. But then, as I mentioned, if you're proficient with Power BI, clearing 778 should be good. So what's 778 all about? Firstly, it's about consuming and transforming data using Power BI desktop, because here again, connecting to a variety of data sources, it is mostly on-site data, but then it can be offshore servers as well. So ability to connect with it and pull the data is very important. To transform it, to clean it, to pre-process it, to make sure that the data is at its best is definitely something you will be tested on, especially in 778. So you really need to work on these skills. And modeling and visualizing data is, again, as the name suggests, you need to have the ability to not just create data models, guys. You need to have the ability to optimize them to the best of your abilities, because this is where efficiency comes into play. And if your model is very efficient, if your model is very good, then of course creating visualizations from it shouldn't be a huge task. And of course, creating beautiful looking visualizations, well, that depends on your practice, that depends on your art skills, and definitely some practice as well. It's not just this, right? When you think about clearing an examination such as 778, they test you on a lot of things, and your ability to provide custom reporting solutions is definitely something that they look for. See, because one solution will never fit all the problems, especially in the world of business intelligence. So you need to have the ability to scale yourself and scale your systems in a way where you understand multiple topologies, in a way where you have the ability to pull in data from, again, a variety of sources, because each company can have a different data, right? So if you're working on hospital data, there's a good chance to be working on patient data. But then if you're looking at, let's say, a social media company, your data is so much different, right? So to provide customized solutions for these guys, a good chance they'll be the companies that you'll be applying for, to provide these solutions. It is very, very important that you know how to create customized solutions, and this is what is expected from you for 778 as well. And it's just not this. Of course, you need to be proficient in Power BI, but then you need to have the ability to configure dashboard, customize the reports, and all the applications you need to know how to use in the Power BI services as well. See, it's not just you creating a dashboard, it's not you just configuring a dashboard, it's about you having the capability to handle security for applications and reports as well, because data security is something that is key no matter which IT field you go to. So you need to have the ability to handle security for all of these tools as well. And of course, configuring app workspaces is definitely something that's important, considering you'll be working in a team, considering you might be working on multiple projects, and of course, to keep your efficiency and to keep it all structured, this is definitely required. And likewise, with the pricing of 7778 exam, it changed based on the location that you're from, and the pricing has not been stable for a while now due to the ongoing pandemic. So again, for the price of the examination, make sure to head to the Microsoft website to check that out. Another question that we get asked is, hey, so I am certified right now, I've taken up the exam, I've cleared the exam in a very good way, what is the average salary that I can expect, right? Well, a Power BI developer in the US can get an average salary of somewhere around $120,000 and more. In India, it's around 10 lakhs per annum, and in the United Kingdom, it's somewhere around 70,000 pounds. So when you think about the salary aspects, a Power BI developer's role is very lucrative if you have the skills for it, if you are certified, if you are trained, and if you're good at what you do. And of course, you have an inclination towards data. Well, guys, let me tell you this. You can do a lot with Power BI, provide solutions to a lot of problems, and in fact, make a good chunk of money, through your career as well. So when you think about it, a Power BI developer's role is one of the top careers to have in this decade and the next decade, as I mentioned in the start of this video, and it is vital that you jump on a current trend and ride through it, right? Well, now coming on to the first question on this list of top Power BI interview questions, let's begin by checking out this. What exactly is self-service BI? Well, self-service BI or self-service business intelligence, right? It is called as SSBI. So you can be asked a question saying what is SSBI as well, and the answer is the same. So it's an approach that we take to perform data analytics, to report the result of these analytics, and to of course complement it with good data visualization that at the end of the day will make sure that a user, a client, or anyone has the ability to actually perform all of these above mentioned tasks and understand it, drive business insights out of it, create dashboards without having to put much effort. One of the most important things that you're supposed to mention whenever you're asked about the SSBI is that the person who's working with this, right, the person who's trying to provide the BI solution, he or she really does not need any sort of technical proficiency or let's say a large amount of expertise when it comes to working with reporting, because at the end of the day you'll be making use of a lot of filters that are already available, data manipulation options that are actually put into place to help the user, and you can work with it, you can customize it, and you can have a solution to your business intelligence problem without having to put much effort. That at the end of the day is what makes SSBI special. Now,
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. What area do you go to change and reshape the data in Power BI? A. Data transformation. B. Data editing. C. Question editor. D. Data modeling. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
with this, we can move to question number 2 that states what is the difference between managed enterprise BI and self-service BI? Whenever we talk about the managed enterprise BI, right, the data flow there is a little unordered. So there is no structured way that the data flows, but in the case of self-service BI, the data is via an ordered flow. And with this unordered data and ordered data flow of the difference that we have in between managed enterprise and self-service BI, it affects a lot in the second point as well, that is efficiency. So when we're talking about efficiency, right, since we're ingesting unordered data, since you're bringing unordered data into the pipeline, it means that it's going to take a lot of time, it's going to take a lot of effort, and it's going to take a lot of pre-processing as well in the case of managed enterprise. But in the case of self-service BI, since the data itself is coming in a structured way, in an ordered way, the process can go on in such a way that the process methodologies and the models can actually start working on the data rather than having to spending a lot of time worrying on how the data is coming, what order is it coming in, and working with it as well. So coming on to programming skills, when you talk about managed enterprise, right, here is where you will require training, proficiency, and working knowledge of how the BI tool works, because at the end of the day here you'll be making use of complex programming skills, and this comes by practice. You can be taught a lot of things, but at the end of the day, practical experience and hands-on experience in the production environment matters a lot for managed enterprise BIs. But when you contrast it to the self-service BI, here is where the code is really simple. At the end of the day, you will not require much of code at all. A beginner, a person who is uninitiated in the field of BI can actually get started and work on providing a decent enough solution, business intelligence solution, of course, without having to put much effort into it. So it's small code that has a large effect on the program or the outcome or the goal in discussion as well. So this is the simple differences that lie in between a managed enterprise business intelligence tool and a self-service business intelligence tool. So question number 3, it states, why are you interested in Power BI? What makes you think that Power BI would be a great career option? There is a very good chance your interview can start with this question itself. So to go on to approach this question, understand it first. The first part of it says, why are you interested in Power BI? Here you can approach it in two ways. One, you can tell your inclinations of why you like Power BI or how you have solved a problem before and how you're planning to solve a problem using that as well. But there's another approach that you can take, is tell why Power BI is something that you have to prefer. Because if the interviewer is expecting an answer saying why Power BI, why not other BI tools, then you can go on to talk about the advantages of BI. For example, talk about the advantages of Power BI. For example, Power BI makes use of a cloud-based data reporting tool. It's an amazingly easy to use visualization tool backed by Microsoft. It provides everything that's needed to perform data handling and data reporting as well. And it's just not that. After the report generation has been done, dashboards have been created. You can share it across the globe easily, be it in your workspace, be it to someone else, be it online, whatever it is. So this one particular aspect of easily being able to finish your task and share it, of course, is what makes Power BI very, very efficient and very popular among all the business users out there. Because let's face it, at the end of the day, less work, better efficiency is something that all the businesses would definitely like to enforce, and this does just that. So with this, it's a win-win-win, right? So that's one of the reasons of why you should be thinking towards answering it this way. Second part of the question says, what makes you think that Power BI would be a great career option? Well, business intelligence is in demand everywhere right now, right? There are hundreds of thousands of businesses across the globe where everyone wants an analyst, everyone wants a solution to the problem that they have. A BI analyst will fit in 99.9% of the business companies out there. Now, in that case, considering that it is a trending career, it is among the top 10 roles to have in the next decade. And of course, this decade as well, it makes it a no-brainer that you guys would love to jump on the trend, make full use out of it, and provide effective solutions to the problems we have in the world of business today. So, moving on to the fourth question, it states mention the important features of Power BI. Well, as you might already know it now that you're on the video here, Power BI has many features, right? So you can probably talk 20 minutes just about the features of Power BI, but then do read the room. Understand what the interviewer is expecting. Is he or she expecting a concise and a small answer, or is he or she expecting you to elaborate on it? Or whatever the case, at least make sure you mention four of the important features. See, for example, Power BI is used to transform data into beautiful looking visualization and aesthetic presentation and helps you share it very easily. First point. The second point is that you can have the ability to bring in data from multiple sources, in fact, perform a quick analysis even before you work on it, have an all-in-one view of it as well. Coming on to point number 3. Point number 3 talks about how you can scale your data, how you can scale your solutions right from the startups all the way till the established organizations out there, be it governance, be it security, be it military, whatever it is. The span of Power BI is as good as the implementation itself. So at the end of the day, when you're thinking about it, you can span it anywhere you want. And then fourth point, once an output is basically generated, what happens in the case of Power BI is that users have the capability to actually scale these and show it in multiple devices at the same time if it supports the Power BI application as well. If you want to show the output on your phone, yes, possible. Laptop, yes. Have it on the cloud, yes. Put it on a website, yes. So there's many things that you can do with Power BI if there is support to do it as well. And the support for Power BI from Microsoft is of course really good. So these are some of the very important points, right? But then when you have to try to showcase that you know a little bit more about Power BI, you can talk about the NLP capabilities of Power BI. You can talk about Power BI Q&A, which of course we'll discuss in the next couple of questions on how, of course, user can make use of queries on reporting by not really having to use complex programming languages or let's say complex querying techniques to work with the database as well. So there's many things. But as I mentioned, make sure to talk about the top 4 or 5 features of Power BI. Now with this, moving on to the fifth question, it states, is Power BI free to use? The answer is yes. Users can actually make use of Power BI for free in case if you have had practical experience using it. Well, but the best of the best features of Power BI can be availed with the Pro subscription that costs a little bit of money. Of course, this can be purchased from the Microsoft Store or through the application itself. It's a subscription-based application where you can actually go on to use enhanced features of already existing feature set that's provided with the free account. So if the basic features and functionalities work good enough for you to solve your problem, then perfect. If not, if there is a requirement for let's say more ease of use, or let's say there is a requirement for more powerful filters or whatever it is, then considering a Pro account or a Pro subscription definitely adds a lot of value. Because what most business users do is they have a subscribed account where it provides a lot more features. See, for example, instant data refreshes by the day, and many other powerful solutions which are missed in the free version. It is totally understandable, but do know that Power BI Pro subscription makes Power BI pack a huge punch. It's a very powerful tool, even in its free form, but once you go paid, once you go all in, it's a beautiful app to work with as well. So make sure to answer it this way. Coming on to question number 6, it states, what are the versions of Power BI? See, Power BI versions, you really don't have to talk about the version number and all of that when you ask this question, but talk about how Power BI is basically divided, right? See, it's a tool that brings a lot of flexibility when you talk about data reporting, handling, and working with it and whatnot. So, to complement all of these, to leverage the power of Power BI and make the full use out of it, it is divided into multiple versions. We have the Power BI Desktop, which is basically used as an on-premise software for Windows 10 or any other Windows for that matter. And then we have the Power BI services, which are used for publishing and pushing the reports to the cloud directly. And then we have the mobile Power BI, where we try to cater solutions via the mobile operating systems as well, be it iOS, be it Android, and more. So these are the three important versions that you should mention when you ask this question. It's Power BI Desktop, Power BI Service, and of course Power BI Mobile or Mobile Power BI. Now, with this, we can move on to the seventh question that states, what is Power BI Desktop? This can be a follow-up to the last question as well. So, Power BI Desktop is actually a Windows-based application that is used for personal computers. It is used for laptops. It is used for microcomputers. That is basically used, to design dashboards, to generate reports, and to publish them to the cloud at the end of the day. And finding the most native way to do it in the Windows operating system is what Power BI helps us to do. So by making use of Power BI on PCs, right, a full-fledged environment is actually not even required to work with. If you have a basic machine that has the capability to run Power BI, then it's more than sufficient that you start working with it. For example, for some features, right, you will not even require being connected to the internet as well. So if you have to work offline, then of course you can do it. But then if you have to publish it to the cloud or share it with colleagues, then of course there is the requirement for internet, but I'm sure you already know that. Now, when you're thinking about how easy it is to get started with Power BI Desktop, well, you can jump right in, check out some samples out there as well, and begin working to learn, or let's say explore around Power BI without having any prior experience using the tool as well. So that's one of the big advantages of making use of Power BI Desktop. You can get right in, get your hands messy, and see what you can come up with as well. Now, moving on to the eighth question, it states, what are the major components of Power BI? Power BI has 5 very important components that you have to talk about. One is the Power Pivot, where we talk about how we can fetch the data, clean the data, and load it onto what we call as Power Query. Power Query is used in between the user interaction between the data that is present and how we interact with it based on a lot of features, programming sets, and for example, operations such as loading the data, pulling the data, cleaning the data, and a lot more. And of course, Power QA is basically to interact with the reports that we generate from the data, and this is done by using simple language as well. And then we have the Power View. The Power View is basically used to create a lot of charts, graphs, maps, and many other types of visuals that we can use to aesthetically present the data in the form of a good dashboard or great report as well. And lastly, we have Power Map. Power Map will make sure that we can have the processing power of global icons on the screen, where we're trying to depict or show the processing of accurate geographical locations that are present in the data sets. For example, sales figures in a particular country, support operations in another part of the world. A lot more that you can do with Power Map. So when you ask this question, make sure to mention the 5 different components of Power BI. That's Power Map, Power Q&A, Power Query, Power View, and of course Power Pivot. So with this, we can check out the 9th question that states, what is the purpose of the get data icon in Power BI? This is a very commonly asked question, but then it has a very simple solution. The get data icon, as the name suggests, is actually used to ingest all the data into your Power BI dashboard or your working environment. You can have Excel files, you can have XML files, be it JSON, PDF, SharePoint, CSV files, a lot of other files that you can directly ingest into your program, or in fact into your working environment with just 1 or 2 clicks. That is how simple it is, and we use that icon for this purposes, right? So in case if you have databases such as SQL Server Analytics Services, you have Oracle, IBM, MySQL, Access, Microsoft Access, of course, and lot more that you can start pulling in and check out what data sets are supported by Power BI, how you can pull it in, and how you can make full use out of it with 1 or 2 clicks as well. That's the specialty of this particular button. Now, if you're wondering about pulling data from the cloud directly, the answer is yes. You can directly hook up your Power BI into Microsoft Azure network and multiple other cloud platforms as well. And through this button, through this icon, you will find all the options and all the things that are required to pull all the data and bring it into your working environment easily. That's the advantage of Power BI. Now, moving on to the 10th question, it states, how can we filter the data we ingested in Power BI? Well, data filtering is something that Power BI is definitely known for. It's popular for. What happens here is that data can be filtered by making use of a lot of filters that are already present, in fact, implicitly. So you really don't have to explicitly start working on it. If you program your Power BI to do it automatically for you, it has the capability to do it. But then when we talk about the filters, right, there are three important types of filters in Power BI that we have. One we call as the drill through filters, second we have the page level filters, and third we have the report level filters. When we talk about the drill through filters, what we're trying to do here is that, especially in Power BI desktop, users can go on to create a page where their report is present, but then there are many things on a report that can get confusing, right? But with the drill through filter, as the name suggests, we're trying to drill through to the specific requirements that we have. Let's say we're talking about a manufacturing pipeline. Here you can go on to concentrate with suppliers, concentrate about customers, manufacturers, the graphs that are involved behind it, how these values are changing with respect to time, and a lot more. So to hone in on that particular requirement that we have to focus on, that is where drill through filters come into the picture. And then we have the page level filters. Page level filters where we try to filter out via each individual page, as the name suggests, pretty simple. And then we have the report level filters. Again, here we try to simultaneously filter all of the charts that are present in all of the pages of a single report. So one report can have multiple pages. If a page has to be filtered, we can use page level filters. If the reports have to be filtered, we have report level filters. But at the end of the day, if you have to get into a particular report, a particular page of that report, then perform some focus analysis on it, then you have the drill through filters. So make sure to answer this in a clear and a concise way. Now, coming on to question number 11. Question number 11 states, where is data stored in Power BI? Well, when data gets ingested into the Power BI environment, it gets stored into two types of tables. One is we have the fact table, and the other we have the dimension tables. So what happens in the case of fact tables is that we have a central table in the schema, what we call as the star schema. You might know it if you've worked on data warehousing. So a fact table will consider and store all of the quantitative information that is required for us to perform analytics. But one very important thing that you have to mention about fact tables is that the data is not normalized in the case of fact tables. So make sure to mention that. Now, when we talk about the dimension tables, right? Dimension tables on the other hand also make use of a star schema, but here what we're trying to do is we're trying to store the metadata of the data as well. So think about storing attributes, think about storing dimensions, think about storing things that actually describe the data or describe the objects that are present in our previous fact table where the data is actually stored. Fact table is where we have the data. Dimension table is where we express and talk more about the data. Think of it that way. So when you ask this question about where the data is stored, make sure you talk about fact tables and make sure you talk about dimensional tables, and of course state how each of these work as well. So moving on to the 12th question, it says, what are content packs? Well, content packs are again one of the most important things in the world of Power BI, because this is where we can package reports, dashboards, data set, share it with other people very easily. Because one thing about a content pack is that whenever you head to a website, right, your portal, the Power BI portal, here you can merge your workspace list. Here you can check out all your reports, check out all your dashboards without having to put much effort into it. But then when you have to stress a little bit about content packs, right, so what it mainly does is it provides limited access or complete access to certain charts, certain lists, certain pages, and certain reports based on your organization structure. So if you want to deny access or authorize access to some people, you can do that. The second thing is that you can customize it with a title, give it a little description, and make sure that the user or the person who's seeing the reports or the dashboard has the ability to pick what's required and leave what's not required. So with content packs, that can be done. And of course, we have the next point, which talks about how users can have access and create new dashboard from the content pack itself, rather than having to open up the tool again and working with it hands on. So these three features form to be one of the most notable features of content packs. And at the end of the day, whenever you talk about content packs, know one thing, this is a topic where you can definitely stress on and talk about for 5 to 10 minutes straight, but then there is a very good chance that the interviewer is expecting a clear and a concise answer. So make sure you keep it that way.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now with this we can check out the 13th question that states what are the different views in Power BI desktop. Well, there are 3 different views in Power BI that you're supposed to know about, and each of these view has its own unique purpose. For example, we have the report view. In the report view, what we're trying to do is we're trying to add visualizations, add multiple report pages, add multiple reports, and see how we can publish it right then and there from the Power BI desktop. So this is the report view where we can actually have a full scale view of what's going on. Then we have the data view. Data view is where we perform operations such as data pre-processing, data shaping, and all of these by making use of the query editor tools. So this is data view. And then we have the third different view in Power BI. This is basically the relationship view. The relationship view is used to actually show and manage the relationships that are present in the data sets that we are working with currently as well. So each of these view, as you can see, a relationship view gives the ability for us to manage relationships. Data view gives us a header through which we can work with the query editor tools, and we have the report view where we can add visualizations and work with the report directly as well. So as you can see, these are 3 different views that do 3 different things as well. So it is very important that you answer it this way. Now with this we can check out the 14th question that states what is row level security. This is a very important question, so make sure to concentrate. So a low level security, basically what it does, it means that it is trying to restrict the data that a user can actually access. The user can view and work with it by making use of certain set of filters that come built in Power BI. So to configure this and to begin working with row level security, all you have to do is you have to configure and put into place certain rows, and of course certain roles, and of course certain rules as well, because in Power BI this is very easy to do, and these rules and roles that you provide is applicable as soon as you push it to the Power BI service as well. Let's say if you have to put it to the cloud, put it to a website, Power BI mobile, whatever it is. So there is a function here what we call as the username function. This is used along with the table relationships to see which user has access to what kind of data in the data set as well. So if you're the current user working on it, this function can actually show what restrictions are applicable to the current data. Now, when you're thinking about enabling row level security, right, one important thing that you have to know about is to do this, you require the Power BI Pro subscription. So this cannot be done in the free subscription, but then Excel sheets can of course be used wherever it's being converted to the PBIX file format, which is the Power BI index format as well. So make sure you talk about how the Power BI Pro subscription is needed, how it works, how you can configure, and how you can use the username function to actually showcase the relationship between the data access and the current user who's using it as well. Now, moving on to the 15th question, it says what is DAX and what are the benefits of making use of variables in DAX? DAX is an acronym for data analysis expressions, and this is one of the most important things in Power BI because this is what we use to query and return all of the data by making use of table expressions in Power BI. So it's actually a language. Think of it like SQL, where we're actually trying to use formulas, where we're trying to perform basic calculations, where we're trying to perform data analysis on all the data that's present in Power Pivot. But then we're not trying to talk about the data directly, but then we're trying to see how we can work with the data. Hence, this is where it differs from your query language. It's used to compute your columns, calculated fields, your measures. You can do a lot with DAX. At the end of the day, what you cannot do is you cannot insert or modify the data. But then apart from that, since your data is already ingested from multiple sources, working with it, performing analytics on it, and then driving results out of it is very easy, and that's the primary purpose of DAX. So what are some of the benefits of making use of DAX, right? See, when you're using variables in DAX, what happens is that every variable that we use in DAX can be reusable. So here, you will really not have to write multiple queries to get a lot done. Small amount of queries can do a lot to your source database. And at the end of the day, variables are these entities that makes DAX expressions understandable by us. So keeping it high level, keeping it simple, ensuring reusability is set makes our job very easy when we work with DAX or data analysis expressions as well. So when you ask this question, make sure to provide the answer in a clean and a crisp way. Now, coming on to the 16th question. The 16th question states, what is bidirectional cross-filtering in Power BI? Well, BCF as we call it in short, or bidirectional cross-filtering, is actually used to allow the data modelers to make sure that they can use filters the way they want to control the relationship between tables. as the name suggests, it's bidirectional, right? So we'll have a secondary table here, on the other side of the actual primary table relationship, where we propagate the data on the filter context from the first one to the second one. This is done to make sure that you really don't have to use any sort of complex DAX formulas or any complex data modeling entities that will help you solve the relationship, what happens whenever we discuss about many to many problems, and to avoid the ability of actually going to mix up the data or messing up the relationship in the table as well. So with this cross filtering, we are trying to use multiple tables again to make sure we determine the relationship and then work with it. So what this does is it simplifies the job for data modelers whenever they have to work with the many to many problem, and simplify on how data can be used, pre-processed, analyzed, and of course at the end of the day documented and published in the required formats as per the client's requirement or as per the goal as well. So this is what bidirectional cross filtering is. Coming on to the 17th question, it is how are relationships defined in Power BI Desktop? Well, one thing you should know about Power BI Desktop is that there is no null values, there is no duplicate rows, and there are relationships in between tables that can be defined in more than one way. So what are these ways? We have two things. One is we can do it manually. The second thing is we can make use of the auto detect feature for this. If we have to do it manually, if you have to define the relationships manually, then the user can go on to use the key structure, where you can use primary keys, where you can use foreign keys, map the data, and then work with it. But then if you have to make use of the auto detect feature, right? With the auto detect feature, if we have this enabled, Power BI has the capability to actually understand the relationships in between tables and then map the relationships for us automatically. Sometimes it does it right, but then sometimes it's a minor case where one or two relationships can get a little twitchy and messed up. In that case, of course, you can manually go in and fix it, but do understand that it's very powerful. It knows what it does, and 95% of the time it has the capability to detect it automatically and split out and create the relationships that we want in the case of Power BI as well. So with that, Power BI is something that offers a lot for a lot less effort that we put into it actually. Now, moving on to the 18th question, it says, what is advanced editor in Power BI? Well, advanced editor, as the name suggests, is where we try to see the query that Power BI uses whenever we go on to import the data. The query is actually written in a language what we call as the Power Query formula language, or in short it's called as the M code. So to view our particular query code, right, especially when we're making use of Power BI Desktop, just go to edit queries from the home tab. This is where you can directly access it, and you can work with the advanced editor to see what query is being used. It will display the query for you, what is the current query that's running, what query have you selected, and what transformations you can apply on it as well. So of course, to apply the actual transformations, we're going to have to go into the query editor and select each individual step, type in the query, and then work with it. But then one thing you really have to know is that all of the things that we can do, right, to the particular code that we're talking about, it's easily done in the case of advanced editor because it provides all the basic functionality and a lot more as well. So in that particular case, you have the basic functioning bare bones of it, and you have a lot more features that you may or may not use as well. So to check out all of these, make sure you're talking about the M code, make sure you're talking about how you can go on to actually use the advanced editor and what the advanced editor does as well. Now, moving on to the 19th question, it states, why should general formatting be applied to data in the case of Power BI? Well, this is a very generic question, even though it might seem a little specific, because at the end of the day, general formatting needs to be applied to a lot of data that we have, right? See, in Power BI, what we're trying to do is we're trying to categorize the data, we're trying to identify data, and we're trying to see what's the easiest way we can work with it. So to do this, you will require relationships. To do this, you'll require custom formulas and a lot more, right? Now to do all of this, let's say you have to create a new column to work with it. You can go on to add a custom column, type in the name of the column, type in the relationship, type in the formulas, and it is just 4 or 5 clicks away. So general formatting is basically done to make sure that your task can be reduced to a minimum at the end of the day. As that's exactly what Power BI aims to do. You having to do a lot less for the code, and the code in fact is going to do a lot more for you. So to have a new column name, have a new box for it, have a formula for it, to map a relationship, to see what it does, is probably 5 or 6 clicks away, and it's as simple as that. So to kind of leverage this, we make use of general formatting. Now, coming on to the 20th question, it states, what are the most common data shaping techniques that are present in Power BI? It's not just Power BI. There are many other business intelligence tools that use this as well. Some of the most common things are, manually removing columns and rows based on the requirement. We can add indexes to keep the data a little more structured. We can apply a sorting order to see how we can work with the data and how we can actually, work with it in a structured way. And of course, there are many other things too. But what are some of the most widely used data shaping techniques? If it is asked, the answer is this: either manual removal of column and rows, or addition of indices, or of course sorting the data based on an order as well. So moving on to the 21st question, it says, which in-memory analytics engine is used in the case of Power Pivot? So one important talk about Power Pivot is, of course, it's in-memory analytics engine, right? And there is no other engine unlike Xvelocity in my opinion, because this engine has the capability to handle large amount of data, store it in columnar databases, and present it to you like it's absolutely nothing. Like it doesn't break a sweat to do it. That is how efficient it is, and that is how intelligent it can get as well. So this is done very quickly in a very rapid manner because the data actually gets stored onto the RAM, and since it is on the RAM and not on the hard disk, your processing speed, your data read speed, your data write speed has gone exponentially up. And what this does, it makes sure that your processing speed is very high and that you can use it rapidly as well. And this is exactly what makes the Xvelocity engine very powerful as well. So with this, we can come to the 22nd question that states, what is Power BI Designer? Power BI Designer is actually a new tool that's been put into Power BI, where it provides the ability for the users to create a lot of good looking reports, intuitive dashboards without you having to put much effort again. So you can change the visual aspects of the data, the aesthetics of the data with probably 4 or 5 clicks as well, because this is done to make sure that you can spend a good amount of time with the actual process of the goal, with the actual process of making a decision based on the analytics that you just drove, rather than having to spend time creating all of these reports. So this easy manipulation of the aesthetic part of it is exactly what Power BI Designer does. One thing about the Power BI Designer that Microsoft is doing right is that they have put in a lot of drag and drop capabilities. What it means is that you can start dragging in and dropping in data. Let's say where you want to create a canvas report, or let's say if you have a layout where you want to start dragging in widgets, dragging in charts, dragging in maps, whatever it is, right? It's only a mouse click or a pull away. That's how simplified things have become in today's world of Power BI with the help of Power BI Designer. So when you ask this question, make sure to answer it in a clear and a concise way. Coming on to question number 23, it states, is it possible to refresh Power BI reports after they get published to the cloud? The answer is a very simple and a straightforward yes, because gateways are put into place for us to do just this. After the reports have been pushed to the cloud, we can edit it and we can refresh it based on the changes in the data that has happened. So how can we do this? There are two ways. So if you've shared it using SharePoint, then we have the DMG gateway, or the data management gateway, that we make use of it. And then if you've shared it on powerbi.com, then we have the Power BI personal gateway that we can make use for this purpose. So depending on how the data gets published to the cloud, either by using SharePoint or either by using the powerbi.com website, we have two gateways that help us refresh the data. Now, after understanding this,
just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. The principal arrival of Power BI depends on which of the following: A. Microsoft Excel, B. Microsoft Word, C. Microsoft PowerPoint, D. Microsoft Outlook. Comment on your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
There could be a follow-up question which states, what are the gateways that are available in Power BI and why do we use them, right? See, a gateway is, as you just saw in the previous question, a bridge that is used to gap the differences. And a gateway, as you previously saw, is basically a bridge that is used to gap the on-premise data with the Azure cloud services that are present. So to do this, right, to make use of gateways, there are two types of gateways that are present in Power BI. One, we have the personal gateway and we have the on-premise gateway. A personal gateway is one where we can have the data imported and make sure we use it, but only by making use of Power BI service and on their website. So by making use of personal gateway, check out the name, it says personal. This means that it can only be used, accessed and worked on by one authority or one person. Now, we have the on-premise gateway. On-premise gateway is, let's say, an expanded version or an addition to personal gateway with a lot more features. Here you can work with direct query, you can have multiple users work with this, you can have many users refresh the data to see the progress as well, to see when the refreshes happened at what time. You can basically get analytics about refreshing as well. So that is how powerful gateways are. So when you ask this question, make sure to talk about the personal gateway, make sure to mention the on-premise gateway, about how personal gateway only works for Power BI service, while the on-premise gateway allows multiple users to work with as well. Moving on to the 25th question, it states, how can geographical data be mapped into Power BI reports? Geographical data can be mapped into the Power BI reports in a very simple fashion. It's by making use of map charts and filled map charts, right? So I'm sure if you're at this point of time in your interview preparation, you will already know this, or you would have used this as well. So by making use of map charts and filled map charts, we find the easiest way where we can visualize geographical data, be it your local locality, be it your local regional data, or global data as well. Power BI has a one important integration is with Bing Maps, where we can pick up the default coordinates for locations. You can use geocoding, and you can make use of mapping places without having to know its latitude and longitude coordinates directly as well. So with this integration with Bing Maps, it makes it very intuitive for the user and the developer to actually go on to work with the tool, rather than working on understanding, knowing, noting, and using longitudes and latitudes as well. But then, of course, if you have to use it, you can. But there, do you have to compulsorily use it? The answer is no. Now, moving on to the 26th question, it says, what happens when you click on a single data point in one of the multiple visuals in a report? See, it's very simple. What happens when you click on a single data point is that the data gets selected and copied into your clipboard. That's about it. But then it's a very tricky question, and sometimes people fumble upon answering this, but then do not do that. Now you know the answer to this, right? So when you go on to do that, all your data gets selected, the single data point, of course, it gets copied to the clipboard. And of course, whenever you have copied data, you can paste it anywhere that you need it and use it. And this is at the end of the day put into place to make sure that you can work with Power BI effectively, and you really don't have to spend much time with all of these native things as well. So when you click on a data point, it gets copied, use this in the clipboard to paste it wherever you require it and use it. As simple as that. Moving on to the 27th question, it states, what is Z order in Power BI? Z order is actually a design strategy that is put into place where we try to arrange the visuals by making use of certain shapes. So what the Z order does is that, we can define it, we can have an implementation where we're trying to show the report, which consists of multiple elements, where we're trying to refresh the display, of how the order of elements gets changed in case the reports itself are changed. See, you will have data in the reports, and this will be constant and working fine. But then if your data changes in the report, there's a very good chance your report can change too, right? So let's say your order of item changes, your item entity itself changes, or there's a change in the relationship. In this particular case, we make use of this strategical approach where we are trying to arrange our visuals by considering the shapes. So with this, what happens is that, when anything changes, right, it really doesn't mess up the dashboard or mess up the workstation, but it works really well and it holds the aesthetic ability for the display as well. So in that particular reference, Z order is a very important thing in Power BI. So coming on to the 28th question, it states, how do you stay up to date with the new and upcoming concepts in Power BI or in BI itself? See, whenever you're talking about this question, right, in a business intelligence interview, this is a very commonly asked question. The interviewer here, he or she, in fact, is trying to assess your interest of Power BI to see if you have the ability, the interest to actually, go on to explore new things that come into this world of BI and how best you can leverage it. Because today's software is tomorrow's obsolete when you think about it, right? Even in the case of Power BI, yes. Just check out the initial releases of Power BI and Power BI now. There's a day and night difference with the number of added features and how simplified Power BI is to use these days. So in that particular case, the interviewer tries to understand how you approach something new, how you understand it, how you learn it, and how you implement it as well. Because it's not just learning new things, right? In the world of business intelligence, there is a problem that requires a solution. It is as simple as that. If you know the latest bells and whistles, the latest tools and techniques that you can go on to use it, then of course it makes your job very easy. It saves you time and money. It saves the employer time and money. Now, at the end of it, the interviewer wants to understand how well you are prepared to scale yourself up in a production environment as well. So if you're a fresher or a person out of college, you might not have a lot of production experience, right, in a production environment. Now, with this, the interviewer can get a solid idea of you having the capability to learn new things and effectively build on it too. So answer it in a clear way, state your interest. So state how you find your own ways to learn new things. There is no one answer here that will fit for all of you guys. So I suggest you sit, have a notepad, make note of how you learn new things and state it that way. Now, moving on to the 29th question, it says, do you have any experience working in the same industry as ours before? This is definitely a commonly asked question in a Power BI interview because, as I told you, business intelligence is required for every industry, every field that you can think of in one way or another. So let's say if you're applying, for the military, let's say if you're applying to perform business intelligence for a social media, for a hospital, or let's say a medical firm, in that particular case, they will want to know in case if you have worked in the same domain. It's just data familiarity. It's just knowing that you will be a better fit to that team there. So if you're a fresher, of course, you can just say no, that you really don't have any experiences, or you can take a little intelligent approach where you try to probably talk about the projects that you have done either in a certification program or in your college or something that has helped you understand this industry that you're trying to apply to. So make sure to talk about the experience in case if you have the experience, but then if you do not, if you're a fresher right out of college, then do talk about the tools, the techniques that you have used and how you think that will be a best fit for the industry that you're applying for now. Moving on to the 30th question, it states, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and your implementation process? This is a very, very, very important question because interviewers, especially in the world of business intelligence, they understand the weightage, they understand the leverage that a certified BI, comes into the picture. Because at the end of the day, they know that if you have put in time and effort into a certification program, that you've learned something new, it provides them a confidence that you have the ability to work on your career and that this is what you want to do in the long term. That you have the strong aspiration to actually learn on new things, pick up new things, and eventually solve problems by making complete use of your knowledge as well. And of course, you being an effective learner is something that they'll definitely look forward to if they're hiring you, right? These are some of the aspects that they expect for. And with a certification program, you already know that you will have comprehensive knowledge taught by experts. A good certification program will give you industry level projects. It will give you access to a lot of things where you can learn Power BI or any other IT concept for that matter. Learn it, understand what the problem is that you're trying to solve, find out ways on how you can approach experts, learn from them, and at the end of the day work with a community, or you can solo it out to solve a problem. Because any IT concept, right, think about big data, think about AI, think about business intelligence, whatever it is, everything here is put into place because we want to make use of the computational power around us to simplify a problem or simplify a task to the fullest. That is your advantage. And as first I mentioned, the first 3 points we discussed was the advantage that the interviewer wants to see in you. So when you're talking about a certification program, right, it always adds value that you talk about what you learned and how you implemented your learning there. You might have 3 or 4 certifications, or let's say even more as well. In that particular case, quickly list all the certifications you have, and if you feel like the interviewer wants more details about what you learned, which he or she definitely will do, in that particular case, start elaborating about what you learned and what you got out of it, because the outcome of a certification program is very important, not what the certification program is. So talk about what you learned, talk about how you plan to implement it, talk about how you have already implemented it in the past, and you should be good. Well, guys, I take this opportunity to wish you guys all the very best for all of your interviews. With this set, you have a clear idea of how you can approach these top Power BI interview questions in a clear and a concise way, and how you can answer them to the best of your abilities as well. So with this, I'm sure you guys can be one step closer to acing all of your Power BI interviews.
Just a quick info, guys.
Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below.